Welcome here in L'Aquila and in this wonderful Congress Center. We are very glad to host this conference here. And we are the NILCS team that you already know. We always have signed, or we often have signed as BBC. So Barbara Hans, Barbara Vogt, and Chiara Truppi. And we will now open the conference with the greetings, the official greetings of Barbara Nelli. She is the Deputy Rector of the University of L'Aquila. Thank you so much for being here and introducing this conference.
Thank you. Thank you, Barbara, to introduce me. And welcome, everybody. I'm here to bring the greetings of our rector, that has other commitments, so could not be here. But I'm very happy to receive these, all of you. I read that this is the second conference on this subject, and the first one was online, postponed and that online. So it's very good this time you are here, because the contact is important among persons, I believe. So I was very curious about the subject of this conference, and I asked a little bit before this starting, and I'm more curious now. So I'm a mathematician, in fact, and I know that there are some contact between linguistics and mathematics. So I'm curious about that. So I wish you a very, very nice conference, interesting, and also I wish you to enjoy our town, that today weather is not very good, but it will be better next day. So enjoy it and have a good conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I give the word to our head of the Department of Human Studies, Marco Segala.
Good morning, everybody. I'm very glad that you are here after a time when it was not possible to be together, and I think that being together is a great thing. Now we are used to it again, luckily, but it's never granted. So I think we must enjoy these moments when we can gather, discuss, and go better with research and knowledge. So I'm very grateful to our organizers for these days. Unfortunately, the weather, as already Barbara said, is not the best, but we are in the mountains, so it's really a lot of variability. So, but the forecasts say that it will be sunny during the day, so let's hope. In any case, I wish you all the best for these days, for your talks, your discussion especially, and hope you can enjoy the town and the place here, and probably the food too. But I'm really happy that so many people from many countries is gathering today in L'Aquila, when it's a small town. When I have to say where I teach, I say a town near Rome, but sometimes also if it's not only near Rome, it can be central in a process of research and learning. So thank you again, enjoy these days, and thank you again to the organizers. Have a good day.
So hi everyone, and again welcome to our NILCS conference. We are the NILCS team, your name already know, and then Chiara. I'm very excited, and I hope I will speak clearly, and I will try not to be very long. I just wanted to spend a few words about the NILCS project. We started thinking about organizing a conference on contact linguistics in 2019. Barbara Hans has proposed to me and Barbara Vogt to collaborate in this, but then there was the pandemic and we had to postpone, and in the end only online, but finally we are here. This is our second conference. The first one has been really interesting, and we know that this one will be very, very interesting, because we are so glad that we have a huge variety of interesting abstracts, and thank you very much for being here and presenting your own work to us. We are very curious about listening to your presentations. Our main goal, the goal of our project, is to bring together scholars on contact linguistics, and from different perspectives. This is a very important point of our project, of our perspective, because we want, we notice that when we have different perspectives, like we actually, because we have different linguistic backgrounds and different paths in our linguistic career, we know that through the dialogue we can integrate differences, find commonalities, and something new may come out. This has already happened during the first conference, and with our volume, I will show. So maybe you already know, we published a volume last year, Speakers and Instructors in Language Contact, within the series Language Contact and Bilingualism, edited by Yaron Matras, who is one of our invited speakers, keynote speakers. And this is a volume of selected papers from our first conference. And we noticed that working with different perspectives may really make the difference. And I believe we, with our last participants, we really found something new. We proposed something novel, at least in this volume. And we are sure that this will happen again during this conference. I give now the word to Barbara Hans, and thank you very much.
So this is also the moment to thank all those people who have contributed to this event in some way or another. First of all, we are very grateful to the University of L'Aquila and to the Department of Human Studies, our department, because they trusted in our project and gave funding to this conference. This is obviously a precondition for all the rest. We are particularly thankful to Yaron Matras, Eva Sippola, and Ermenegildo Bidese, who accepted without hesitation our invitation to speak here as keynote speakers. So thank you very much for this. And our call for papers reached quite a lot of people, and we got over 50 proposals, and we are very happy about this rich possibilities. And with the help of quite a lot of anonymous reviewers, not anonymous to us, but anonymous to those who have done the proposals, we have selected the most promising of those abstracts, and we will now, in the following 3 days, listen to all these beautiful and promising topics. Thanks to all the speakers. So you have come here to present your research, and you open this research to discussion, and this will bring, as my colleague already said, fruitful discussion and new perspectives, surely. So thank you very much for this. Finally, we want to thank the technical staff under the direction of Maurizio Cironi, who is somewhere in the back, and to the security staff, who is responsible for all our security, and last but not least, to our team of students, who have been doing a great deal of work to prepare this event and to be here during these days. Now I pass over to my colleague Barbara Vogt. Thank you.
Yes, hello, and benvenuti e benvenute. I'm the third Barbara now, Barbara Vogt, and I just want to add some organizational notes. So first of all, the program has slightly changed. That means that there is one poster less, the poster of Gwendolina Gianfranchi, but time schedule is unchanged. For those joining us online, I want to say that please make sure that you register with your full name, and if you have questions, please type them in the chat or raise your hand. Somebody will take care of that. For those presenting, I ask you to please keep an eye on the time. So the more you are talking, the less time you will have for discussion. And especially today, we have a very tight schedule, so please respect the time limits. We will inform you about how many minutes you have left. Important also, catering. Catering is reserved for participants, for registered participants only, so for those with a badge. Other guests are kindly asked to enjoy food or coffee outside the building, perhaps in the bar just in front of this building. There will be somebody who takes photos of the event, during the event. So if you do not wish to appear in a photo, then please let us know. The photos will only be published then on the social networks of the university. So I think that's all. I think we are already a little bit late. So I hand over to Professor Sippola, who will be moderating the first session.
No. I won't. Okay, thank you very much, Barbara, and Chiara, for this opening. I will try to be brief. I don't know if it's possible, because it is really an honor here to be presenting Jaron Matras, our first keynote speaker. He's currently affiliated with the Aston Institute for Forensic Linguistics at Birmingham, University of Haifa, and University of Hamburg. And previously he was at the University of Manchester. He's known for his work in Romani linguistics, mixed languages, forensic linguistics, and many more, and especially in the field of language contact, as you all know. He's currently the series editor for Language Contact and Bilingualism, published by De Gruyter and Mouton since 2010. And he has also worked as an editor for the Journal of Romani Studies previously, and other journals, and for the series Empirical Approaches to Language Typology with De Gruyter and Mouton. Of his recent publications, there are really many, so I can't mention all, but I would like to mention two. Last year, Jaron Matras published a book, Speech and the City, Multilingualism, Decoloniality, and the Civic University. Highly recommended, bringing many of the issues we are discussing here together. And of course, his famous book on language contact, when the second edition came out in 2020. Of his work crossing the traditional academic borders, I would like to mention especially the close cooperation with the Roma communities on different organizations. He has also served as an advisor for the Council of Europe on issues on Roma migrations and Romani language policy. And another project, important project, is the Multilingual Manchester, supporting and making visible minority languages in the city, as well as its multilingualism on a wide range of areas, from schools to museums and to online resources. Yaron Matras is a leading expert on contact linguistics, language typology, documentation of endangered languages, dialectology, discourse pragmatics, language policy and planning, urban multilingualism, and forensic linguistics. He is not afraid to seek inspiration and conversation from other fields and thinkers, be they Romani community members in Manchester or elsewhere, or feminist philosophers from North American universities. A lot to cover for anyone. What I especially appreciate in his work is the intent to cross borders and aim for a holistic understanding of language contact. I am certain that we will learn more about this in the presentation that we are about to hear. The floor is yours.
Good morning. I'd like to, first of all, thank the organizers for inviting me and for putting on this wonderful event. And we've got such an exciting range of topics, fields, sites of work, as well as theoretical perspectives. And I think that's exactly what we need to continue to expand contact linguistics. This is a sequel, so I'm also, I think we're all very grateful for the persistence and the continuity in the sequel of events. And so thank you very much, and thank you, Eva, for this very, very generous introduction. I'd like to start by sharing my ambivalence slightly about the title of my presentation. So this is the title as it appears in the program, and you'll see that I'm interested in multilingual repertoires as well as the language ecology, and I'll say a few words about how I understand the interplay and the dichotomy between the two. I'm also interested in language change and borrowing, so the historical dimensions of contact linguistics. But I'm also interested in a critical approach to epistemology. And what I mean here in the title by feature spread is not necessarily just the spread of particular structural features across language and languages, but the spread of features that we can use to define and characterize processes. And I'll explain in a moment when I get to that. And so an alternative title could actually be shifting our focus away from category in linguistics to process. And my immediate interest is in contact linguistics, but the principle of this critical reflection applies in principle also to linguistic theory more generally. Or yet another alternative title might be, do we need a theory of language contact? So if you'll indulge me, I'll try and blend these different titles into one kind of topic. I'm drawing on earlier work in contact linguistics, so summarized much of it in this book on language contact, which came out some years ago, but there's a second edition which is a bit more recent. And in this book, I try to display a kind of a typologically informed approach to language contact, which is also anchored in an understanding of the pragmatics and the functionalism of structural categories in language, which I think is a basis to try and explain the motivations behind contact-induced change, and so arrive at an explanatory model of language contact. And I also draw on the most recent book that came out last year, which looks at multilingualism at the societal level, societal perspective, with a focus on the city, and where I also engage a bit critically with this reflection of method and epistemology under the heading of decoloniality, which I'll come back to, and obviously I think there's going to be connections to Eva Sipola's talk tomorrow. I'm inspired by developments in recent years and recent decades in the social sciences, where there's been trends to try and move away from the notion of fixed boundaries and on to a more dynamic and open-ended notion of network in context between individuals, institutions, and developments and processes, to move away from the idea of the essence as a fixed diagnostic of certain categories, and on to a more agile, open-ended understanding of features as being able to combine and recombine, away perhaps from an understanding of rigid systems and onto an understanding of language as a form of action, away perhaps from identities, linguistic identities, but also everything else that they entail in terms of social identities and personal identities, and onto a notion of hybridity. Somebody asked me the other day whether I had several mother languages, and I said, well, I have one mother, but there are several languages there, so can we kind of combine things in different ways? And I think there's in an overarching way, we can call this move away from the fixation on categories, and what are the benefits intellectually, but I also think in terms of the interpersonal dynamics of the academic discussion, can we have a more relaxed approach to differences in perspectives if we view things, shift our focus to process as an open-ended and more dynamic sphere and away from the fixed categories. And all of that I understand as being part of a critical epistemology, so a new way of deriving knowledge, processing knowledge, sharing knowledge with others, and also gaining the participation of other actors outside of academia to help develop and convey knowledge. And perhaps also a critical ontology, so a critical reflection on what is it that we understand as language, not just a fixed set, a closed, self-contained system of rules, but a series of actions and their institutional and societal embedding. So with that in mind, let me just introduce the more specific concepts that I'll be working with in this presentation. The first is the notion of individuals' linguistic repertoire. So rather than a knowledge of a language or a quantification or accumulation of fixed languages that are certifiable, I look, and I'm joining a crowd of other people who've worked in this area in recent years, looking at a linguistic repertoire as something much more dynamic, something that contains linguistic features, structural features, but also a repertoire of routines, attitudes to language, knowledge of and about languages at the level of what the individual is able to and inclined to deploy actively. And alongside that, the notion of the linguistic ecology as the inventory of linguistic forms and features and routines that we find in the environment. So not necessarily, as some people might see it, an enumeration of languages, but rather the kind of knowledge about language that we are exposed to but do not necessarily actively deploy. So that's the dichotomy between the individual repertoire and the environmental aspects of the linguistic ecology. And of course that necessarily connects to the sources of knowledge. What do we know about language and how do we gain that knowledge? So what are the knowledge spaces in which our familiarity and exposure to language is acquired and deployed? And what are the institutional routines that give rise to shape that knowledge and give us an opportunity to actually enact and deploy that knowledge? And with institutions, I mean in the very broadest sense. So, the Catholic Church or the European Union are an institution, but so is the family or a stall that sells something at a market. These are also types of institutions. And if we're talking about institutions, then of course we're talking about the actor constellations, who comes together for what purpose in order to communicate and in order to engage in some kind of communicative interaction where all of these things are actually deployed and of course reshaped and recycled. And finally, I see all of this as a pathway to look at what I am as a linguist, descriptive linguist, also interested in, is that the actual features of linguistic structures and the communicative functions that they have. And I emphasize this, although it might be taken for granted, because there is much social linguistic debate about some of the concepts at the top of the list, but sometimes then choosing to ignore the structural factors and saying, well, language is really just ideology. And I am actually interested in the linguistic categories, but I think the way to approach them is through the prism of these concepts that are higher ranking here, namely the interaction-oriented and institutional embedding of knowledge and knowledge exchange. So let me start with an example and a disclaimer and a word of warning. As I was going through the presentation, once again, I noticed that so many of my examples are actually very meat-oriented. So I'm actually not a very meat-fixed person. I don't buy meat, I don't actually cook meat, and it just so happened by coincidence. So apologies if it offends any kind of veggies or vegans. It's not about marketing meat, but there's going to be a couple of examples. So the first example is a butcher shop, which is now closed. from Hamburg in northern Germany. And this is in a neighborhood that has a tradition of being a very ethnically diverse, linguistically diverse neighborhood called Schanzenviertel, which has been undergoing kind of a form of gentrification in the past 15 years or so. And I guess as part of that process, the shop has also closed down. And the shop owners and operators put on a kind of a poster on the shop front, replacing the older shop front, in which they say in German, die Gastarbeiterkinder sagen, so the children of the so-called guest workers, that was the term previously used to denote the first generation of migrant workers who came to Germany. So the shop operators here are of Turkish background, and they say in German, the second generation, basically, the children of the migrant workers say, çok teşekkürler, which means in Turkish, thank you very much. So we have here already, that is, thank you for the years of clientele of the audience and the neighbors and so on as we shut down our shop. Obviously, this combination represents the personal repertoire of these people of Turkish background, the operators and owners of the shop, the children of the migrant workers, the second generation migrants. But it also represents some kind of appreciation of what we might understand as of the linguistic ecology, so what kind of awareness of language forms is present in the environment, because there's an expectation that A, people can recognize the Turkish expression at the end, that they have some kind of broad familiarity with the Turkish spelling and the particular diacritics, so recognize it as Turkish, and most likely that they can also understand the expression. And if not, then this is also a contribution to constructing the linguistic ecology. So the very uninhibited display of Turkish within a German phrase in public without a translation indicates the expectation that this should be part of the accessible linguistic ecology. So this is an example, one easy to capture because it's in the form of a linguistic landscape, so a sign that's present in the public, an example of the interplay between what I mean by individual repertoire and linguistic ecology. Here's another example, and again, warning, also a butcher shop. This is from Manchester in England. And here you can see 3 lines, which together represent, again, both this interplay of individual repertoires, but also the linguistic ecology as a whole. So the very top line is a blessing in Arabic, in Quranic Arabic, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, in the name of Allah, the merciful, the benevolent. And that is in written form, in Quranic Arabic, in its written display, and obviously in its content, accessible to anyone with even just a very, very basic exposure to Muslim religion. It accompanies the beginnings of prayers and many, many transactions in Muslim cultures. That's the top line. So it pre-selects, of course, a particular audience of addressees, but that is in itself quite a wide audience in terms of the linguistic backgrounds. The bottom line represents the lingua franca, if that's the right term, or the language that is accessible to all in that setting, English with a spelling mistake, but nevertheless, and deals with all the organizational aspects, which are only in English and they're not translated. So there's an expectation that the audience of addressees has the cultural background of Quranic Arabic, which of course is relevant to the butcher shop because it certifies the halal meat compliance, and the bottom line, which is essential because that's the operational precondition. So all of that is accessible in the shared linguistic repertoire of the varied addressees. And then we have the middle line, where we find the product specification in 3 different languages. So we have from right to left, halal gosht, halal meat in Urdu, and then we have lahm dajaj halal, halal meat and chicken in Arabic, and then we have halal hilib dagag, so halal meat and chicken in Somali. Now, there's nobody who actually speaks these 3 languages. Now, there's nobody, but that I've never encountered in all of my 25 years or so in Manchester, anybody who speaks all of these 3 languages. So the middle line actually addresses distinct different communities, and putting them together is precisely a representation of the appreciation of that linguistic ecology, which is diverse. And yet at the same time, we're dealing with a multilingual and partly shared multilingual repertoire of the community as a whole, building a community as well. So again, we have this interplay between, for a particular transaction in a particular institution and a particular actor constellation of knowledge spaces bringing together individual repertoires and an appreciation of the linguistic ecology as a whole. Some years ago in England and Wales, the census introduced a question on language. It's a very awkward question, a very ambiguous question. What is your main language? It can mean all sorts of different things to different people, and I have been very, very vocally critical, lobbying for many years for the Office for National Statistics to amend the question to no avail. And of course, we can be critical about the results because different people associate different things, so can we really compare the results? But what we can do, in any case, is look at the results for the objective reality that they represent, which is what did people declare in response to the question? Whether it reflects what they really feel and what they really do at home and at work is a different question, but at the very least, the results reflect what they declared on the day when they filled in the census. And for the first time around in 2011, these were the results for Manchester. So aside from English, those who declared a main language other than English, we have Urdu at the very top, then we have Chinese, then we have Arabic, and then we have Polish. This is somewhat different from the results at national level in English and Wales, where Polish was top after English. And they're also different from the results 10 years later in 2021, where Arabic climbed into second position in Manchester. Some people will treat this as a representation, a possible representation, a possible glimpse into an aspect of the linguistic ecology, since we have some kind of enumeration which gives us a notion of variation. Again, relating to the act of declaration of the people who responded to the census, so adults who responded to the census on that particular day. They may have given a different answer the next day or the following week. Still, it's a very particular demographics. So Chinese, as you see here, has just over 8,000 speakers, or 8,000 people who declared their main language to be Chinese on the day. Many of them are elderly whose grandchildren, school-age grandchildren, no longer speak Chinese. The great majority are students, so about 5,000 are international students from China who typically do not have school-age children. So when we look at another set of data from the same city from around the same time, the first language of pupils in schools, we find Chinese way down here, representing a different demographics. The point I'm making here is that if we choose to use statistics as one way to approach the linguistic ecology, then we have to be very sensitive to different demographics and different statistics. They don't speak for themselves. I'll come back to this in a moment. There is no language legislation in Manchester, unlike Ireland or Canada or Belgium. And yet we do find top-down signs sometimes that are multilingual, particularly in what I call behavior regulation. So here's an example. The city council puts up signs in parks saying, "Do not drop food." And that is translated into Arabic and into Urdu. So there's some kind of assumption that on the 3 days of the year in Manchester when it's not raining, people who speak Arabic and Urdu gather in the parks and have big picnics and drop food. So there's an assumption, there's a certain knowledge space, and in this particular actor constellation where somebody has authority to try and regulate somebody else's behavior, that gives rise to assumptions being made about their individual linguistic repertoires. Oops, that was me. I actually need the space for other things. Thank you. And then a few miles away, we have in another park the sign, "No fishing without a permit." That sign is translated into Polish. Now, nobody's expecting Polish people to sit in the park and make picnics on the 3 sunny days and drop food. And nobody's expecting speakers of Urdu and Arabic to go fishing without a permit or to go fishing at all. So again, there's a certain knowledge space where expectations are there. In a particular actor constellation, they are manifested and transferred onto the notions or expectations of people's individual linguistic repertoires. And then we find this, as you can see, this is a sign from Manchester Airport addressing international students, which is obvious, but then the message conveyed is, it directs people to a certain meeting point, so when they arrive for international students. And the message is provided in Urdu, in Chinese, and in Arabic. So if you're an international student from Malaysia, you can see that you're being addressed. There's something for international students, but you don't have a clue what it is actually that they want from you. Moreover, you can't actually get admitted to a university in Manchester as an international student if you don't know English. So really the representation of these languages is redundant, but again, there's some kind of expectation that to regulate somebody's behavior, you really have to go into their intimate linguistic repertoire. But why the choice of the repertoire? Well, I already mentioned that there's a very, very large population of Chinese students in Manchester, so the Chinese is perhaps justified, but not so much the Urdu and not so much the Arabic. So why do they arrive at this particular choice? What's the demographics presupposition here? Well, what they've done apparently is they went back to the census because they wanted information about languages. But these are not residents of Manchester who responded to the census. These are very particular demographics of people who are now arriving in the city. And what they did is they took exactly in the same order, Urdu on the top, followed by Chinese, followed on Arabic. So what they've done is they've superimposed a glimpse into the linguistic ecology onto the assumptions of the individual repertoires of actors in a particular constellation, in a particular institutional routine. And I've given all of these examples just to illustrate the dimensions of why these concepts that I introduced in the beginning are useful for us to work with this understanding of the dichotomy and interplay of repertoire and ecology. And I now move to my final meat-oriented example. If you've bought a doner kebab in an outlet in Germany that is operated by people of Turkish background, you most likely will have been asked the question, mit scharf, ohne scharf, which sort of means, do you want spicy sauce on it or do you not want spicy sauce on it? Now, in some of the outlets in Berlin in particular, now this is being superseded, you actually get a choice of sauces and you can help yourself. But for many, many years, that was the formula. And it is recognizable as actually a sort of a German with interference from Turkish initially, but actually in the meantime it's become accepted. Native speakers of German will accept it and expect it and react to it and participate. So this has become a kind of a legitimate German language formula, but only in this very, very particular setting. Now, if we look at it structurally, it violates kind of the rules of canonical German because scharf is an adjective, spicy, so you can't have an adjective with a preposition, with spicy, without spicy. It's partly modeled on the symmetrical template of the Turkish construction, which would be acılımı, acısızmı. So the word acı is spice, and then we have a kind of a morphological derivation of the adjective and of the noun combined with a question particle. And we've got this nice symmetrical template, and you can say that's projected onto the German. But arguably, it's also reinforced, at least in its acceptance among native Germans, by a somewhat similar template that is found in a similar kind of context, something like mit Senf, ohne Senf, with mustard, without mustard. So if you're buying a German Bratwurst, like a sausage, you might be asked with mustard, without mustard. But of course here, it's canonical because mustard is a noun, so you can combine it with a preposition, which you can't do with scharf. So what's happening here? So we have some kind of renegotiation of the repertoire, drawing on or exploiting the features that are available across the multilingual repertoire, features imported from Turkish or copied from Turkish, features that are projected on from other constructions available in German in certain situations. But what's important is that all of this pertains to a very particular transaction, and within that to a very particular elocution. So the question or the offer of a particular condiment or accompaniment or whatever you want to call it to the product that is being sold. And of course that in turn is embedded into a very particular institutional routine. So we need the repertoire, we need the ecology, we need the transaction, so the actual actor constellation, and what brings the actors together, for what purpose are they interacting, and in what kind of institutional routine. And that gives us a key to understand language change. So my first point of kind of interim conclusion is that a theory of contact needs to explain how new structural configurations serve particular communicative action routines. And that gives us the motivation on the part of actors and users to change language and adjust language. And that gives us as analysts of language the opportunity to engage and construct and create an explanatory model. So pushing that into the overarching reflection on how do we move from rigid categories to a more open-ended and flexible and agile process, The pathway there, as I was saying, is to take into account the actor constellation where a construction appears, the knowledge spaces on which the actors draw, the cooperative knowledge processing that they engage in, and that gives us the key to understanding the adjustment of action routines, which of course give rise to new features, structural features of language. But there's a pathway that we need to go through, and that is the action constellation and the knowledge spaces, generally speaking. And that is a challenge to what we've all been, I was going to say, indoctrinated by or brought up on, raised by, and that is the notion that language is a system, it's a closed system, it's a self-contained system, où tout se tient, and that, by analogy, language contact is two systems coming together and impacting one another. And I've been, for some years now, trying to kind of refute that metaphor or that understanding, and trying to go back to basics and saying language contact is about populations of users who speak in different ways, and they come together and need to communicate. And in that situation, we get the emergence of a changing and adjusting linguistic ecology, where new forms come together and there's exposure to different forms of language. And in those kind of situations, at the very least, individuals, sometimes entire sectors of the population, develop what I would call a complex repertoire of features and routines. And that repertoire is not, as we all know now, also from psycholinguistic and neurolinguistic research, it is not hardwiredly, what was the word I was using, compartmentalized into different languages. But rather, we work hard. It's an effort. It's a product of our socialization to develop a sort of an imaginary demarcation line that allows us to select those features that we know are purposeful to communicate with one group, and at the same time inhibit or deselect those that are not. And we are able to do that because it's part of our human knowledge capacity through merge or whatever created our human language capacity, whatever you believe in. It's obvious that we are capable of doing that, but it's an effort. We all know that we have to always work hard to maintain and stay alert to maintain that imaginary demarcation line. And moreover, that demarcation line is permeable. It changes over time and over lifespan and throughout situations, and leads to certain forms sometimes being generalized across the repertoire and being used, whether it's abstract constructions, what I call pattern replications, or actual material forms, linguistic matter, can be used both here and both there. So they're above or exempted from that demarcation line. In structural terms, they were borrowed or carried over from one system into another, but there's no system here, there is a repertoire. And that's the joy, I believe, and the exciting aspect of working with the notion of repertoire rather than of fixed language boundaries. And so that gives rise to things like this. This is Hasidic Yiddish from New York, and somebody is saying, Ich kim on anyway. Afile ich kim spät, but ich kim on anyway. So these words, anyway and but, they're part of the repertoire as a whole. They're used whether you talk to English-speaking people or you talk to Yiddish-speaking people, they're just there. So what we understand as borrowing, like English borrowed the word mountain from French, but we all know that's a metaphor, and the English have no intention of giving the word mountain back to the French, even after the recent reset of EU-Brexit relations. They're still not going to give it back to the French. So it's not about borrowing from one system to another, it's about the process of alternating routines. So adjusting the way that we select and inhibit features within the linguistic repertoire. Now, a case in point is the hierarchies that we sometimes find among comparable elements, so structurally, functionally comparable elements, in terms of their context susceptibility. And I've given much attention to this particular hierarchy of conjunctions, but also others. But I'll just mention this one because it's come to prominence, and other people have tested it, sometimes with a temptation to find the counterexamples. And they did find 2 counterexamples, but also 45 examples that confirmed. So I'm not going to say 100%, but beyond reasonable doubt, there is a tendency, a universal tendency, when we compare these coordinating conjunctions, for but to be more susceptible to contact, so what we call borrowing, followed by or, followed by and the hierarchy is very often implicational. So to give a couple of examples, Romani dialects across Europe are spoken in different places in similar sociolinguistic conditions in contact with a variety of very, very different languages. And if you look at some of them, you see that those that borrow the word "and" from their contemporary contact language also borrow "or," and those that borrow "or" also borrow "but." Looking elsewhere at languages under the sphere of Islamic culture, and so Perso-Arabic, you could call it, from Africa through to the Caucasus, through to South Asia. Those that borrow from, I'll call it Perso-Arabic now for simplification, that borrow "and" also borrow "or." Those that borrow "or" also borrow "but." And finally, some languages of Central America in contact with Spanish, those that borrow "and" also borrow "or." Those that borrow "or" also borrow "but." And so it's beyond coincidence. It's something with the semantics of contrast, or I would actually say, and have said, the pragmatics of contrast that have to do with the clash of expectations and presuppositions. So what the word "but" does is what I call kind of the bear with me effect. You're not going to like what I'm going to say, but bear with me. Okay, so this intervention with hero-sided processing comes at a cost. And the cost can be, well, let's get rid of this burden of having to select and inhibit. Now, it's not always permissible to do that, of course, but if the social-linguistic conditions are permissible, there's nothing about "but" that makes it more prestigious to borrow. So this, and we also know that it's often a replacive borrowing, so it's not filling a gap. So these traditional explanations that we find in linguistic textbooks from the 1970s still didn't pay attention, but the early 1990s, told us it's about prestige, it's about filling gaps. This is not prestige, it's not gaps, it's about something to do with language processing. And that gives us, in my view, an important insight into an explanatory account, which I think is inherent to a theory of context. A theory of context should be able to explain how and why these changing routines of selection and inhibition with the repertoire might affect particular elements of the repertoire more so than others. And this brings me to the field of categorization of contact languages, and I'll start with a controversial one. Mixed languages. The term has been around for several decades now, and we kind of struggle to supply the definition of in what way are mixed languages more mixed than other languages that are mixed, that they deserve to be called mixed languages. And some suggestions have been, well, they have a split etymology in terms of the source of their lexicon and their grammar. It doesn't always work like that, however. Sometimes it's the noun phrase grammar versus the verb phrase grammar. And then there's also various exceptions to that. So how do we deal with mixed language as a category that is diagnosed by essentializing certain diagnostic elements? Well, here is where I suggest let's move away from that and let's move to the process. Let's look at what makes mixed languages as a process that has to do with actor constellation, knowledge spaces, goals of action. So let me start with a very famous example. Michif, the mixture of French and Cree spoken in North America, where we have the verb phrase from Cree, so something like Paish na mowin, pass me, and then the noun phrase, including their grammar from French, Lisel pili poivre. That's a kind of an often cited example of the split between verb phrase grammar and noun phrase grammar. Or a language that I discovered in my second year of undergraduate studies in the Black Forest. So this was the secret jargon used by Jewish cattle traders before the Second World War, which combined the Swabian dialect with words of Hebrew etymology taken from the scriptures. And I wasn't around in the pre-war period, believe it or not, but when I went there as a student in the 1980s, it was still being used by non-Jewish people who learned it from the Jewish cattle traders and continued to use it in the post-war period as a secret language of the elderly men in the pub. And I'm not going to tell you what they used it for, but they had things like, alle gimel dof, all three are good. And I've got recordings, and some of them are line. So obviously it serves a particular purpose. In this case, it's a kind of a language of fun and entertainment of the elderly men setting themselves apart in this situation. Before that, it was the in-group jargon of the cattle traders used for trade. Or the so-called Anglo-Romani style used by English gypsies, where Romani vocabulary is used in an English sentence and discourse framework. Now, you don't see much English here in this example, but generally the discourse is English. There's no inflected Romani, there's no sentences, there's no predications from Romani, but you get things like penchichi, muskarkai, don't say anything, the police are here. And this is obviously another kind of bystander-oriented internal, group internal style, sometimes designated as a secret language, but it's used for other purposes as well. And there are connections to spontaneous mixing of this kind for particular performative purposes. This is a real-life example from a trilingual child, not the one depicted, but bearing certain similarities. An 8-year-old child growing up in England with Hebrew, English, and German. And the child speaks Hebrew to the father and is about to go to bed, is going to wash, and he's addressing the father in Hebrew, Abba, Dad. But then switches to English, which is a language that they never use among one another, but then inserts the content words from German. Where do I get, Abba, where do I get a Lappen so I can wish my Gesicht? So obviously there's a certain theatrical performance here. The message is, well, we all know, let's make use of our repertoire and scramble it a little bit just to be funny, just to make fun. So there's a kind of a deliberate performative usage of the repertoire that defies normal mixing, and normal mixing, of course, occurs. And finally, an example from Carmel O'Shannessy on the so-called light Walpurry. So this is an Australian language, Walpurry, where Carmel O'Shannessy hypothesizes that parents at some point began in child-directed speech to use English verb and so Creole, English-based Creole verbs and verb inflection. So we find here, you put him on, okay, you put it on. Into the phrases when speaking to their children in Walpurry. Now, she doesn't explain why the English predication, and I have, of course, I have no first-hand access to any observations here, but judging by literature, my interpretation is possibly the use of the English-based predication, specifically the choice of the predication, is a way to reenact the way that Creole-speaking people speak among themselves in a somewhat theatrical way. Get used to the way they talk, or pretend that you're there, or let's mimic those people that we have contact with who are a larger community around us. And that becomes kind of semi-conventionalized. So we have very, very different structural profiles, as well as, of course, functionalities of all of these different so-called mixed languages. But if we move away from the diagnostics of the category and onto the underlying processes, that what we have in common, again, taking into consideration and moving through the pathway of actor constellations, knowledge spaces, cooperative knowledge processing, we have a form of performative subversion of routines that is there at the core, and that may lead to different structural outcomes at different times, and that therefore a spread of features, which I had in one of the titles of the presentation. So let's move on to one of the most controversial, perhaps, in Pidgins and Creoles. And this is an area that has become so, sadly, very, very tense sphere of arguments. There's people who insult one another and don't talk to one another because they have different views of what are the diagnostic aspects of Pidgins and Creoles, and what are they and what are they not. But by and large, the textbooks tend to tell us this is sort of a combination of a lexifier language and perhaps a substrate or several substrate, or perhaps a lexifier language with universal processes of simplification, or different things. So here's an example of a easily accessible, widely accessible Tokpisin, as an English-based Creole from Papua New Guinea. Post-Courier newspaper, I've been writing 1+ story. So we find here, yes, there is a lot of the English inflection. There's no rote, there's only right. But compared to that, there's a lot of creative grammar emerging here. So there's a marking of the transitivity in writing. There is a noun classifier in 1pla. There is a past tense in bin. There's an inflection marker in i, and so on. So there's many categories that English doesn't have. So whether they compensate, or they're renewal, or they're creative. But in any case, they bear similarities, and of course I'm not the first to point that out, to another style of speech. This is again from my second year of undergraduate studies in Southwest Germany. The German of first-generation migrant workers, here of Turkish background, and somebody's talking about parking spaces in a small town and says, immer so schuldig parken schreiben, Geld zahlen. So meaning one always receives a parking ticket and needs to pay a fine. But literally it's always so guilty, park right, money pay. So there's a very creative, you can argue whether the verb final order is carried over from Turkish or from certain German constructions or both, so an exploitation of the repertoire as a whole. But in any case, there's a creative process here of lexical composition, which is in some way reminiscent of what we find in conventionalized creoles. So what do we make of this? There's been a discussion about Creole exceptionalism, which I think is a very unfair discussion because personally I'm not aware of anyone who's claimed that Creoles are exceptional. I'm only aware of somebody that claimed that other people claim that Creoles are exceptional and then use that to criticize them. So either way, I'm not sure it's a fruitful discussion. I think what we find is common processes for certain action routines in certain type of action spaces, which you might want to call ecologies. And then in particular instances, but not in others, a stabilization of those features. And that stabilization is distinctive of particular socio-historical settings, so we don't find it in the so-called Gastarbeiterdeutsch emerging into a stabilized pidgin for obvious reasons, but we do find it elsewhere. So again, if we apply our category to process template here, we can view Creoles, rather than as simplified, restricted access, we can view them as enabling. They enable communication in an action space that is characterized by unbalanced and asymmetrical repertoires. And so there's a need to focus on the shared, exploit the shared, and then creatively expand that for all-purpose communication. Which brings me to the notion of heavy borrowing, which again is a difficult one because heavy borrowing assumes there's light borrowing, so what exactly is a threshold? Is it well defined? Is it a quantitative one? Is it a qualitative one? And for what purpose and how? We sort of use this notion, some people do, rather at ease. So let me share with you some work on some data on a language that I worked on called Domari, which is an Indo-Aryan language remotely related to Romani spoken in the Middle East, and this is from the dialect of Jerusalem, which in the meantime has become extinct. There's one speaker, but she has nobody to talk to because she's the only speaker, so the language is still there, but it's not being used. So this dialect of Domari incorporates all modal verbs from Arabic with their inflection. So here they say, Ama biddi jam kuryata. Obviously the contact language is Arabic. Ama biddi jam kuryata, I want to go home. So the biddi is the Arabic I want, identical to Palestinian Arabic. So if you're writing a grammar of Domari, which I have done, then you have to actually incorporate all the Arabic inflection paradigms. So you're actually writing a double grammar. Otherwise, you can't write a true reflection and representation of what speakers use. Here's another example. All comparative adjective forms are from Arabic. So it's kind of suppletive comparison, so a bit like English bad worse, 2 seconds, with a borrowing, so bilingual suppletion. So people say, Kuryom tilik, akbar min kuryor. My house is bigger than your house. And the akbar min is directly from Arabic. And that applies to all adjectives. So you have double forms suppletive forms basically for all adjectives. And Domari borrows the Arabic numerals from 4 onwards. But because there's a typological clash in terms of the nominal plural marking with numerals, people switch to Arabic for the nouns when the numeral is Arabic derived. So they would say 3 days, all of these are real data from spoken recordings of talk. 3 days, 4 days, tarandis arbaat ayyam. So every countable noun in the language has 2 forms. So that's heavy. If anything is heavy, that's heavy. But still, how do we account for that methodically and theoretically? Well, a while ago I introduced the term fusion. And what I understand as fusion is the non-separation of sets of forms within the repertoire wholesale for a particular functional category. So it's not just the borrowing of individual elements, it's the entire category wholesale. So we basically go back to this image and we see that part that is shared across the repertoire is shared for an entire category, all prepositions, all conjunctions, and so on. And the more categories that we have like that, the heavier the borrowing is. So heavy borrowing too is a continuum rather than a fixed threshold. We passed the threshold, now we're heavy. It's a continuum that can add on by looking at fusion. So a theory of contact must, in my view, explain the motivation behind the reorganization of that invisible demarcation line within the repertoire features. There are communicative motivations to do that and social conditions that license it or allow it. and that allows us to come up with an explanatory model. So I'd like to conclude with just naming a few language contact categories that operate more at the societal level or discourse level. And one that's been very popular in recent years is the notion of translanguaging. And we don't really know exactly what is translanguaging. It's sort of appreciated as language mixing as default. There's another interpretation of translanguaging as a pedagogical strategy. I'm not relating to that one here, but just in terms of discourse. Well, here's an example. It is pedagogical, but it's an example from a classroom interaction in an Urdu class in a secondary school in Manchester, where the teacher is an Urdu speaker, the pupils are users of Urdu at home, but the interaction is in the language that is used conventionally by the pupils in their home. So the teacher says things like, I will go around, aapke marking karne. I will go around to do your marking. Or, main bolunga, you listen carefully. I'm going to speak and you listen carefully. Or, any word you can't read, usko underline karo, and then ask me. So what is here as a practice is the deployment of repertoire features as an integrated whole to flag cooperation. So not bothering with the boundaries. And that's a way to characterize what we kind of intuitively have come to regard as translanguaging. But there's other categories that require perhaps the decategorization. So what is a native language? We have this marketing of English courses, speak like a native. Or we have grammaticality judgments in formal linguistics, native speaker grammaticality judgments. Or we have job adverts that call for a native speaker require, that makes it a sort of a legally challengeable category potentially. But if we look at it as a non-category, and again come back to the spread of features, there's all sorts of different features that we can associate with the notion of native language that can combine and recombine in different ways. So one is the sequence of acquisition. Which language did you learn first? A different one is the intensity of exposure, the proficiency, awareness of variation in the language, feeling of ownership, and there can be more. And not only can they combine and recombine in different ways, they can also change, and the weighting can change across an individual's lifespan. So native speaker is anything but a fixed category. It's again that kind of a notion where we benefit from looking at it as a process and a spread of different features. And finally, notions like home language, diaspora language, autochthonous language, heritage language, all of which inherently involve some kind of language contact at the societal level, can be viewed as practice rather than an essentialized attribute. So home language is the practice of using a language in a home, and that has multiple levels. Many languages can be used by different people in different ways, and so on. So it's an open-ended category. An autochthonous language, rather than say, is the essence of this and that, an autochthonous language can simply be seen as the practice of claiming authenticity and claiming status on the basis of saying, I was here first, so you owe me. So this kind of territorial precedence in a given territory. And indigenous language is basically the same, except in the discourse it's being applied specifically to territorial precedence in post-colonial settings. Colonial usually defined as European colonialism. For some reason, people tend to be very forgiving toward other non-European forms of colonialism and kind of let them go. So there's that kind of fixation. But it's essentially very, very contextual, I think, indigenous language. And heritage language has also been described also as the practice of choosing inheritance, or as writer Sheena Kalail says, this idea to link with community culture, but at the same time evoke a sort of a distance. So yes, it's mine, but I don't know it as much as I would like to, or something like that. So that kind of hedging. And finally, what is the diaspora language? Well, I argue with sociologist, social anthropologist Rogers Brubaker, who talks about diaspora as a stance rather than an essentialized belonging that's obviously objectively there. So accordingly, we can view diaspora language as the practice of using language as a diasporic stance to set yourself apart. So here, for all of these categories, the category to process pathway will again lead through similar concepts here and dimensions, and focus on the engagement with the linguistic repertoire as a practice that is somehow embedded into a wider public action space. So to conclude, a theory of contact must also have the power, and can have the power, to interrogate assumptions about language and social hierarchies. So do we need a theory of contact? Well, I think we benefit from a theory of contact because it can give us, or I think what we should search for in the theory of contact is an explanatory account of how those boundaries, that imaginary demarcation line, emerges within the repertoire among components and features, how it emerges and how it's also relaxed. That, in my view, is the primary focus of a theory of language contact. And so it assumes that contact is a practice, it's a form of social action. And so to address it, we require a theory of social action. And if we do that, then we can also contribute to a critical epistemology, one that interrogates category boundaries as a general way of organizing knowledge, and shifts the focus to a much more open-ended, more agile feature spread. So I'll remind you of this inspiration that comes from the social sciences and refer you again, if you want to read more, to my latest book. Thank you very much. Well, I'm not advocating a culture revolution. I don't think we should lock up anybody who talks about categories. But then the answer depends on, I've given examples of categories. Category can, you can imagine categories and all sorts of different things. So what categories are we talking about? I just see an advantage, an exploratory advantage in shifting the focus and concentrating more on process, because we tend to very much focus our attention, and this is, again, a product of the Enlightenment. The epistemology that we carry with us and the ontology that we carry with us since the ontology is one of taxonomies. And we want to push things into categories and to centralize the categories. But I think, the dynamism of multilingualism, which represents the dynamism of all sorts of categories, identity categories, gender identity, ethnic identity, whatever, place of migrations and so on. Multilingualism inherently represents that multiplicity, and so it's an opportunity, but also necessary, I find, to just open ourselves to a more dynamic and, like I said, more open-ended and agile form of analysis. So I just see an advantage. And then I think also, to some extent, maybe it's as a byproduct, but in the interpersonal, I think if you think of, again, at Pidgin and Creole studies and the tensions there, maybe we can alleviate some of the tensions, relax a little bit, if we don't say, is it inherent for Creoles to be simplified or to have morphology, not to have morphology. They can have different things. What they have in common is a certain societal process which comes by through certain communication needs and certain actor constellations. So if we focus on those dimensions, I think we can enrich our discussion, have it more productive, and perhaps also alleviate certain tensions. That's why I see an advantage there.
Thank you for this very inspiring talk, and it's you touched so many issues. It's very difficult just to come up with just one overarching question or so. But it's just great to see that from whatever linguistic background people are, that people are just approaching the idea that actually being multilingual is not about having different languages, but there is just one well, I'm still in the system thing, right? But that people just have one system, one linguistic system, and what you get out of it is just what people account as multiple languages, but of course there are no multiple languages in that sense from that perspective. So that's actually very good, right? So you have theoretical linguists, which have social linguists, psycholinguists, that all converge on the same idea, and that's very good. And I totally agree with that Creole studies have been, like, for the last, I would say, almost 25 years or so, have been like this very poisonous mixture, and that people are, doing all kind of attacks that we should get rid of, actually. So I was, it's not so much a question, right? Well, the thing is with translanguaging, right? Janine Treffers, I think she did a pretty good job about saying, well, that it's not something that we actually should pursue much further. It's only important in an educational context, but for bringing linguistics further, this concept is not of great use. Thank you.
So the last 4 words were in a kind of a decrescendo, so I didn't quite understand what the last 4 words. Okay, I didn't understand if there was a question there that I may have missed just in the last part of your sentence. But let me just say, I don't belong to those. I mean, there are people who say, well, let's just get rid of languages. And when I published something about the census in Manchester, and I said so many languages, I explained before what I meant by it. So many people carried out that particular act of declaration on that particular day, but that's what I was counting. But, you know, there was some criticism, and, you know, how do you count language, demo-linguistics, blah, blah, you know, all sorts of names being called there and flagged. The thing is that what people forget is, yes, we can say, okay, there is no division of languages in the brain, compartmentalization, but part of our socialization is at some point recognizing and labeling languages, and that becomes part of our social reality. And if we want to investigate language and multilingualism in the social context, then the awareness of and the ideologies of that guide us are also part of that reality. So I don't see a point in refuting the existence of language labels. It's about understanding what they do. It's very interesting if you've observed, you know, the multilingual development in children. They are able to separate their languages by context, usually much earlier than they are able to label them. And they might call it daddy's language, mommy's language, or whatever, but, you know, the actual label comes later. And that's a very clear indication that the labeling is a social construction, but social constructions are part of our lives, and they do guide us. So to refute that and say, I'm not interested in that because it's a social construction, I think is counterproductive, because I think the social construction is part of what we need to deal with when we're analyzing language as a social action phenomenon.
Okay, thank you so much. Jaron Matras, let's give an applause. And now, immediately we have another talk in the program by Elena Marcati, Emanuela Sanfelici, Nicola Dantuono, and Cecilia Poletto. Oh, yeah, it's already there, so you have half an hour.
Now, yes, all right. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much. And I have to say that presenting after Professor Matras feels like an extreme sport to me, but I'll try to do my best. So, today I'll be presenting our research, which is language contact through the lens of acquisition, and it's a PRIM project of the University of Padua. So our research focuses on understanding how bilectal children acquire pragmatically driven syntactic properties in the context of actually bilectalism, which is the bilingualism which is made from the simultaneous learning of a strong language, standardized language like Italian, and a minority language like Carnic Friulian, which in this case is a dialect spoken in the northeast of Italy. So, differently from standard L2 acquisition, the syntactic pragmatic properties are transferred, in our case, from the minority language to the standardized one, despite Italian being the dominant language. And we will try to account for these results in order of using, actually, the Berwick's subset principle. So, a large body of research has focused on the acquisition of 2 standardized languages, but a lot less literature studies the interaction of a standardized language like Italian and a minority one. So, interface phenomena are quite vulnerable areas characterized by variability and optionality. So, bilinguals often encounter difficulties with the so-called late acquired phenomena, which occurs at this interface. For example, topicalization and focalization are challenging, and this highlights the vulnerability of this interface. We will look at bilectalism and show if we can say something more about this, looking at different kinds of languages. So before diving into our study-specific findings, it's important to present the dialect in question, which is Carnic Friulian. It is a Romance variety spoken in the northeast of Italy, and it's quite interesting as it has features that are not present neither in Italian nor in other Italo-Romance varieties. For example, the inversion of subject clitics in questions, the obligatory subject clitics, the absence of partitive articles, and so on. So, we will focus on peripheries, and we will navigate, and we will see how children navigate the left and right peripheries. So in Italian, left periphery is known for its multiple topics, and different kind of topics have different positions in the left and right peripheries. Less is known in Carnic Friulian, about Carnic Friulian, but preliminary studies show that left periphery is way less recursive than the Italian one. We still don't know anything about where topics can be found, whether right or left peripheries. So in our study, our main research question is how do the peripheries of these 2 languages in contact, which is Italian and Carnic Friulian, interact during the bilectal acquisition. So based on findings on previous L2 research, we expect, first of all, that children will face difficulties with the encoding of syntax pragmatic interface, and they will struggle a lot with the so-called late acquired phenomena, which are like topic emphasized structures. We expect that syntax pragmatic strategies of the dominant language will be transferred into the minority one. So for the studies, we use 2 primary tools. The first one is the main multilingual assessment instrument for narratives in its Italian version, and we also translated it into Carnic Friulian. So this test has 2 elicitation modes, which are telling and retelling. We tested them both. Each elicitation mode has 2 stories, and we tested both languages. So in the end, we had 2 telling tasks and 2 retelling tasks, one in Italian, one in Carnic Friulian. For every child, Carnic Friulian, so the dialect, was tested first, and 2 days later was tested also Italian. Also Italian was tested. So the stories are actually quite similar, like they share their narrative arc, which is goal, attempt, outcome. And we used, in order to evaluate the data we gathered from this test, we administrated the questionnaire for parents of bilingual children in its Italian version. It was filled out by parents, and it let us gather very important background information on the on every child input and output in both Italian and Carnic Friulian. So it attested that all of the children had been exposed to Italian and Carnic Friulian from birth, and it was very important. And it also let us understand if there was a correlation between the input, the children's exposure, so the input they received in Carnic Friulian, and their output and their linguistic characteristics. So this led us include 18 children aged 3 to 6 years old, and for the great majority of them, Italian was the dominant language, as you can see in the table 2 in bold. So now it's interesting to see which were the linguistic profiles we detected. We found 2 linguistic profiles. The first one, very important thing is that all children comprehended Carnic Friulian, all of them. So that was a first result, as we have a lot of other varieties in which the minority language is not comprehended by all of them. So the first profile was made by 4 children, which showed mainly Italian production, but also displayed Carnic Friulian elements, like dialectal elements at the phonological, morphological, and or lexical level. For example, we have 1C, inciopedato. Inciopedat, it's actually the Carnic Friulian word to stumble, and but the morpheme O is an Italian morpheme. So this child mixed Carnic Friulian lexicon and Italian morphemes, morphology. So for this group of children, interestingly, the input, the Carnic Friulian input declared by the parents was lower than 40%. Then we have the second profile, which comprehended much more children. And in this profile, children also produced Carnic Friulian syntax. So we have phonology, morphology, lexicon, and syntax. For example, we see sentence number 2, arriva il corvo e all'immuarta la code. Here we have a sentence which is 99% Carnic Friulian, because the only word that is not actually a dialectal word is corvo, which should have been corvac in the dialect. But we also see something peculiar, something typical of Carnic Friulian, which is the doubling of the clitics, ali, which is not found in Italian. So almost all these children were declared to receive more than 60% of dialectal input in the parental questionnaire. And interestingly, there is like a scale, like if a child produces dialectal syntax, he or she also showed dialectal phonology, morphology, and lexicon. But the reverse was not true at all. So let's now move to the periphery, which are actually the main part of this research. All children produced a very high number of right dislocated structure, independently of the language they use. And there was no link between this data and their linguistic profile. So we have sentences like the one in number 3 or number 4, perché le hanno prese le capre e le volpi, because clitic resumption have catched the goats, the foxes, in which we see that there is a dislocated element to the right of the sentence. On the other hand, the left periphery was hardly ever used. And if left periphery was used, it was by very old children, so almost 6-year-old children, which are the oldest we had. But we will see it in detail. So, for the sake of this study, left periphery is everything at the left of the verbal complex, and right periphery is everything at the right, to the right of the verbal complex. So, in proverbal position, we find at most 2 elements. One had to be a DP and the other a clitic, and the syntactic quality of the proverbal constituents had to be agentive and definite. Only the grammatical subject of the sentence could stay in this periphery. So we can't find DPs that referred to the grammatical object of the sentence. Moreover, we only find aboutness or shift topics, or at least DPs that could be classified as aboutness and shift topics. For example, perché le aquile la stanno picchiando, here we have the eagles and a clitic resumption, which is the subject of the sentence, and a clitic resumption, la. The object of the sentence was the fox, quindi so the eagles are hitting the fox. We interestingly see a maturation in this periphery, so we see that children around 6 and adults could add adverbial modifiers in the proverbal position, like in number 6, ma di solito li mangia i topi, that usually is not found in younger children. So it's a position that is locked for younger children. Moreover, the proverbial position for children approaching the age of 6 can host topical elements which are not limited to the grammatical subject of the sentence. And we can see it in number 7. Le salsicce le ha mangiate tutte lui. The sausages, clitic resumption, has eaten all him. In which the sausages is actually the object of the sentence, and there is still a clitic resumption. And last but not least, children of this age can have more than 2 elements in the left periphery, as we can see in the last example, like 3, il gatto li ha mangiati, 3 of them, like 3 of the fishes, the cat, it has eaten. Moving to the right periphery, which I repeat myself, is everything to the right of the verbal complex. So that's interesting because there are no constraints on the number or syntactic quality of the constituents, differently from what happened with the left periphery. There are 3 pragmatic positions, a foci contrastive information position, a continuity topic, and a given topics position. And no aboutness topic were found, which is coherent with what we have in Italian, where aboutness topic are limited to the left periphery of the sentence, but this could actually be an universal property. Right dislocations are produced by all children, regardless of their dialectal input and regardless of their age. We can see here examples that are almost agrammatical in Italian, like standard Italian. E anche qui la volpe lo manda via l'uccellino la volpe. It is the fox that sends away the bird, and we have everything dislocated to the right of the sentence. Or perché ha preso l'aquila col becco la coda. Here as well we have everything moved to the right of the sentence. So let's now start with our conclusions. We have, first of all, it's quite interesting to see that we have an implicational scale in children's linguistic profile. So if a child could produce dialectal syntax, he or she was also able to produce and displayed also dialectal phonology, morphology, and lexicon, but the reverse was not true at all. So, and there is a positive correlation between the input received and the children's linguistic profiles. So, the more input a child received, the higher was the probability that he or she showed dialectal features also in its Italian. And if we look at how bilateral children use the peripheries, we found that independently of the production or the language or the input, like independently from everything, they use the right periphery much more than the left one. Just to give some numbers, we found almost more or less 30 right peripheries, right dislocations, and 2 or 3 left dislocation in the children we tested. More precisely, the right periphery is more productive and less constrained than the left one, and the left one matures with age. So we see that younger children have more difficulties in the use of the left periphery. So the lack of recursive topic in the left periphery of our children's in Carnic Friulian is coherent with Carnic Friulian, which is the dialect, but not with Italian. So it seems like they choose to use the narrower grammar they have, which is in this case the Carnic Friulian one. So these interface phenomena are not inherently problematic. In fact, no errors were found in the assignment of topics to the correct periphery, and right peripheries were very consistently used. So why bilinguals show a Carnic Friulian-like pragmatic interface if it's Italian their dominant language? Our hypothesis is that in a situation of contact, children tend to select the narrower grammar in use, which is for them in some kind of ways like the easier one. And in this case, it's the Carnic Friulian one who uses right periphery much more than the left one. And then as they mature, as they grow up, also their linguistic ability matures with age, so they do a kind of shift and start using also the Italian grammar. And these findings are not related to language dominance. So this hypothesis aligns with the subset principle proposed by Bierwick, at least in correlation to peripheries and dislocations. And that was all, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have plenty of time for questions and comments, and here we have the first one. Please use the microphone.
Thank you for your very nice paper. Well, I would like to ask you about the exposure of your children to the dialect. How much, input in Friulano did they receive? Were they exposed every day and by their parents, by friends?
Yeah, all right. So, thank you very much for your question. How can I switch to the PowerPoint? Thank you. So, here it is. In the questionnaire for parents of bilingual children, they had to fill a lot of different contexts in which they use dialect. For example, who spoke to the children? Mother, father, grannies, aunts, babysitters, siblings. They could add as many brackets as they want, and for each person they decided to put in the parental questionnaire that has a relation with the child. Each person had to declare how much input in Carnic Friulian and Italian and how much output the children had. And also in different kind of ways, like how often do you read, stories to your child, in which language, how often your child watches TV and in what language, or sports. Do he or she have sports in the afternoon, and if yes, in which language do they speak to the child? Is there the possibility that they use dialect versus Italian. So, and we made like, we analyzed all the data we gathered and find media. Average, yeah, the average use of each language.
Just another question. Did you observe the children while speaking the dialect as well?
Yeah, I administered the test in both Italian and Carnic-Friulian, and if you talk to them in Carnic-Friulian, they answer in Carnic-Friulian. Most of them, of course. Then some of them were quite young, so maybe, you know, a 3-year-old child, its production, it's maybe a word or two, but we found the same pattern in Carnic-Friulian and Italian. So if, like, I don't know, a 3-year-old baby boy, maybe, answered very few words in Carnic-Friulian, he also answered very few words in Italian. It wasn't like nothing to do with, it hadn't nothing to do with the language we administered the test. They were completely able to comprehend Carnic-Friulian, even though in the parental questionnaire maybe the input was very, very low. They could comprehend it. Their production was different, but they could comprehend it.
Okay, we have another question here.
Thank you for your presentation. I was wondering if you also looked at children that are not bilectal, that is, that they were not exposed to Carnic-Friulian at home, to consider whether this pattern that you find is something that results from them being bilectal or from just this variety of Italian, or if it is something that is widespread within the Italian that is spoken in this region, which might result from contact as well, but yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I personally didn't find, actually, monolingual children, because in the region in which I was in, I couldn't find a school in which children were completely monolingual. Like, this bilectalism is very spread among children, among these like little children, because they spend a lot of time with their grandmas and grandpas, so a lot of people talk to them in Carnic-Friulian. Also teachers used to talk to them in Carnic-Friulian. But we have the same study, which was administered by Professor Sanfelici and Roch in 2021, and they had Italian and Venetian-speaking children, so they was from another region and from another dialect, which doesn't have the characteristics that Carnic-Friulian has, and they didn't find anything like that at all. So their children didn't use this much the right periphery. So I don't know if it can be a good answer, even though I don't have like a control children.
Okay, more questions or comments? We have plenty of time.
Thank you so much. Just a clarification point about the term maturation, because usually maturation is used to define, let's say, a final stage of the acquisition of a language, but not a switch to another language. So an early stage suggests, for instance, the absence of clitics, and then in the maturation phase you have the clitics, but in the same language. So I don't really caught the point in this. Can you please explain that? Thank you.
Thank you. That's a good point. I don't think it's completely a switch is that just some structures, more positions become available for children, but they don't stop using the right one. It's not like a switch, it's like, all right, at first I have one proverbial position, let's say, where I'm a child, okay, in this conversation, where I usually put the adjective, the grammatical subject of the sentence when it is a shift topic. And then, as I grow up, I find that there is possible to have another position, but I still use a lot the right dislocations. It's not one or the other. I think it's something that happens like with time, and I think that children which became adult there never actually switch, because both of them are possible. But even adults, because I also tried the same test with adults, use in the same way the right periphery and underuse the left periphery. It's like they don't accept, they don't use left periphery that much, even when they are talking, even when they are speaking Italian.
Thank you.
More questions or comments? If there are none, we can thank the presenter. And I will hand over to Barbara.
Yeah, I just tell you where you can take your coffee.
Hi, so thank you to the second session. So we'll start. So first we have a presentation from Michela and Patrizia.
Patrizia?
Patrizia, thank you.
Thank you for your attention. I don't know how to go from
We need help with the computer, I think.
Oh, here it is. Okay. Well, this is the title of my presentation, and as you can understand from this title, it is concerned with immigrant children in Naples. All the data come from a project that I'm at the moment coordinating in Naples. And the children involved in the project have different hereditary languages. For the moment, I will focus just on Chinese children, 3 Chinese children who have been observed diachronically, longitudinally, for a period that depends. Some children have been interviewed systematically every 2 months for 3 years, just one child for 1.5 years, but we will see. I will give you some details afterwards. I focused my attention on the acquisition of the Italian auxiliary system, and both on transitivity. I focused both on transitivity and intransitivity. Basically, the research question I'll try to answer is to what extent L2 children will follow the same developmental path as L1 children, and the second research question is, are they more similar to L2 adult learners? For the theoretical framework, I based my work on a functionalist approach, so works by Dan Slobin, Maya Hickman, Schimke, Hendricks, and in particular for the acquisition of intransitivity of the auxiliaries that we select in Italian with intransitive verbs. I based myself on works by Antonella Sorace and Cenno and Sorace, And so on the idea that intransitive verbs are sensitive to spectral thematic parameters, especially to telicity and agentivity. The idea in this framework is also the fact that these parameters, telicity and agentivity, are to be intended as gradient parameters, not as discrete parameters. Well, this is, let's say, the auxiliary selection hierarchy that Antonella Sorascia proposed since 2000, and we have for the highest category, the change of location, the telic change of location verbs, we have in languages such as Italian, not just Italian, French as well, for instance, and so on, we have essere be, and this is the category of intransitive verbs which is most sensitive to the parameter of telicity, andare, venire, arrivare, to go, to come, to arrive. If we look at the category which is below in the hierarchy, it is concerned with the intransitive verbs implying a controlled non-motional process. Here we have a type of verbs which is very sensitive, the verbs which are the highest sensitive to agentivity, desilect, avere, okay? And between these two core categories, we have a number of other categories of intransitive verbs which can select essere or avere according sometimes, well, that depends on the degree of agentivity and telicity, but there can also be differences across languages, okay? It's something very complicated that I try, to illustrate in a very simple way. Okay, the Italian auxiliary system makes a distinction between avere for transitive verbs and avere or essere for intransitive verbs according to the auxiliary selection hierarchy that I've just presented. And the other language which is involved here is the Chinese, because the three children I will talk about are Chinese speakers. And here we also have, in this language, in Mandarin Chinese, we also have the phenomenon of split intransitivity, but this phenomenon shows up just in a type of constructions that we can define as locative constructions, okay? So from the opposite side came a car. In this case, with the highly telic verb, in Chinese it's necessary to select a particle that normally is used with perfective contexts, in perfective context. With a verb involving controlled motional process, on the road runs a person. Here in Chinese, you have to use ce, a particle which normally marks imperfective predicates. There's a variation, okay? You can use, for instance, ce and le, both, with the verbs which are in the middle of the hierarchy, okay? Existence of state, continuation of pre-existing state, and so on, or only ce or only le, according to the higher or lower sensitiveness of the predicate to the totalicity or adjunctivity. Okay. Now, of course, we have two languages which are very different with respect to the split intransitivity phenomena, and the acquisition of the Italian auxiliary system for Chinese children is certainly a challenge. Previous research questions. Excuse me. I'm probably in my throat, as you can see. Well, Italian L2 adult learners have been observed by Rastelli. For instance, Rastelli 2007, he says, for adults, his learners have different languages as background mother tongues. There's a period of latency, the author says, during which learners struggle with verb dictionality whilst constructing the temporal spectral system, making auxiliary selection difficult. So they select either essere or avere, but there's not much sense, not really a correlation with the with verb actionality. Okay. The auxiliary selection hierarchy by Sorace becomes effective only at advanced stages. Now, Italian L2 adult learners observed by Sorace, here we have core verbs as verbs that are firstly acquired, and peripheral verb types are gradually acquired with respect to auxiliation. The position of verbs on the hierarchy decides the order of acquisition of an accusative syntax. But I have to point out that the type of methodology used by Sorace was not the same as the one used by Rastelli. Rastelli had both written tasks and spontaneous tasks. Sorace had just a questionnaire, okay? What would you do? How would you translate this? And so on. Well, Italian L1 children, they normally master essere before avere. Lorusso says probably because avere requires a more complex structure with both subjects. It has an argumental structure which is more complex. That's the point. Anyway, they accurately assign essere to an accusatives and avere to transitives and ergatives. Now, will immigrant children, my Chinese immigrant children, behave more like Italian L1 children or L2 adult learners, or in a completely different way? Will their acquisition follow the auxiliary selection predictions with the core verbs, so telic change of location and telic controlled non-motional predicates marked with the right auxiliary as first, as Sorace proposes? Which auxiliary do our children select for transitive verbs? Because, it's not to be given for granted that they will select avere immediately. Well, who are my subjects? Fiona was, she entered the Italian school at the age of 3.5, okay, 3 years and 5 months. We began to interview her 2 months after her insertion into the Italian school. Andrea and Federica, conversely, they entered the Italian school at the age of 6. When I firstly interviewed Andrea, he was 7-something, 7-4 months. Federica was already 8, okay? They were basically, as probably, that happens everywhere, the Chinese community in Naples is a very closed community. So these children basically knew nothing when they entered the Italian school, okay? And we will see that a crucial some crucial differences come out from Fiona's data with respect to the other subjects. Methodology. Well, the child were interviewed every 45, 60 days, and they had to perform 7 tasks. Well, actually 8 tasks, but I didn't consider one of these tasks. They are semi-spontaneous tasks because the child, their stories, either picture stories. Frog, Where Are You? Probably you know it, is a very famous story used by, depicted by Meyer, and it has been used, for instance, in Berman's Lobby in '94. Mr. Red Blister story, the Finite story. These stories were elaborated at the Max Planck Institute for Psycholinguistics. The cat story, the horse story, I mean, they were used by Hickman and some other authors. Reaction cartoon stories, it's a cartoon. Well, the cartoon was a cartoon with no audio. There was just music, okay? So no words. None of these stories offers any word, okay? So the child has to reproduce and to say what is really elaborating online at that moment. Well, let's see what happens for Fiona. Fiona enters the Italian school, the kindergarten, at the age of 3 years and 5 months. At the beginning, the first time we interviewed her, 3-7, she was in a pre-basic variety. Here I'm using the type of terminology typical of second language acquisition. Okay, I'm sorry, because of my voice, I'm still far from the end. Okay, anyway, few months after the first interview, she says almost nothing, but 3 months later, she is already distinguishing the 2 auxiliaries, essere, with change of location, telic, change of location, and telic, change of state verbs, and è caduto, is fallen, is finished, the cartoon is finished, è caduto is referred to the vase, is fallen, avere with the transitive verbs. Between the age of 4, the age of 5, the use of essere increases with the change of location verbs. There are just occasional errors with avere, okay? So instead of saying sono andato, I'm gone, literally, she says I've gone, which is right in English, but not in Italian. With transitive verbs, the child makes almost no mistakes because she produces 61 occurrences of transitive verbs, just 2 errors. Last stage, between the age of 6 and almost 7, there's a perfect mastery of transitive auxiliaries, occasional errors with, once again, with the change of location verbs. Improved morphological agreement. Morphological agreement is a serious problem for Chinese children, as you can imagine. But basically, there's a remarkable process. The auxiliary is never omitted. It's a typical of L2 learners, children or adult. For Italian, in the acquisition of Italians, a typical mistake is the omission of the auxiliary. Here we have no omission. Okay. Let's see what happens with this child. This is the child, one of the 2 children who entered the Italian school at the age of 6. And here we have something very different. He has been attending the Italian school for a year the first time we interviewed him. This is, it's not after 2 months after his insertion into the Italian school. auxiliary omission is very frequent. When the auxiliary is present, there's an overextension of avere to transitive and intransitive verbs. So the child says things such as, I am put, io sono messo. The meaning is, I have put something, okay? Have is for any type of verb. There's no distinction inside the transitive verb categories and or with the transitive verbs, okay? Avere is the only auxiliary. At the age of a few months later, at the age of 4, here there are less omissions with the auxiliaries. Transitive verbs go along with avere, so something has changed with respect to the transitivity parameter. Avere is still overextended to intransitive requiring essere. So you have hai uscito, you have gone out. But in Italian, you have to say you are gone out. Hai caduta, you have to use essere in Italian, to be. Okay. At a certain point, let's say from the end of the 7th year, there's a new interlinguistic hypothesis. The hypothesis is I must use essere and not avere anymore. So essere is overextended now to transitivity and intransitivity domains, suggesting a new hypothesis, such as Italian has one auxiliary. So the child says, poi rana, sono uscito. First of all, there's no agreement between the person and the subject, okay? Anyway, some months later, there's a reintroduction of avere. And now the child seems to understand that avere is once and forever the right auxiliary for transitive verbs, whilst essere and avere must be alternated. The reasons of the alternation are not clear yet, but at least here he begins to make a distinction which is minimally clear, but the distinction is there. So most of these mistakes are not concerned with the peripheral semantic categories of a Sorachi auxiliary selection hierarchy, but rather with the change of location domain, core category. This is against the Sorachi's hypothesis, okay? Some alternances between essere and avere could be influenced by the local dialect, Neapolitan, because the dialect in a town such as Naples is very much used in some areas of the town. The area where the child lives is used. Okay, now let's see what happens for the last child, Federica's development. Here, Federica enters the Italian school at 6. When we firstly interviewed her, she was already 8, okay? Well, first stage, overextension of essere to all verb types, transitive and intransitive. Il bambino è bevuto. The child is drunk. In Italian is the child has drunk. And so on. Stage 2. The child now makes an initial distinction because she understands that avere is the only verb, only auxiliary to be used with transitives. Persistent challenges. The child keep on having problems with telic change of location verbs. So she says, they have gone, but in Italian is they are gone, okay? Once again, the mistakes are concerned not with the intermediate categories of Sorachi's hierarchy, okay, but it's concerned with the core category. Federica begins with a single auxiliary hypothesis. This is something in common with Andrea, but not with the first child. The development of the two auxiliaries is more rapid with respect to Andrea, so we have a rhythm of development which is not the same for the two children entering the Italian school later than the first child. I think we have, by comparison, the three children, we can say that there's a clear age of acquisition effect. The age of 6 is certainly considered to belong to the so-called optimal period of acquisition, but it's the age of 6 is certainly different from 3, and Fiona was 3 when she entered the kindergarten. So the age of acquisition effect, I think, plays a role in my data. The younger the child first exposed to Italian, the more native-like their acquisition pattern. Fiona, with the earliest exposure, quickly distinguished between essere and avere, transitive and intransitives. The older children demonstrated extended period of overgeneralization and slower acquisition trajectories, the so-called latency periods of Rostelli's hypothesis. Okay, I can, okay. So we have early exposure is better outcomes, acquisition processes, different mechanisms based on age, implications for immigrant education policies, evidently, and for future research, expand. Certainly, I have children with different other mother tongues, and I still have to see what will come out from these other data. I think I must stop here because I have no other time, and I stop here. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your talk. We're now going to open for questions. So we have time for maybe one quick question.
Thank you, and congratulations on your talk. If I recall correctly, Andrea was speaking also Italian in his family, is it? While Federica was only exposed to Chinese. Is that correct?
Sorry, I'm sorry, but the audio is not perfect. I think it's a matter of this.
So,
Italian, what? Are you, my children?
Andrea
Yeah.
versus Federica, okay.
Oh,
So
they
Federica
have it.
was only exposed to Chinese in her family.
Yeah, well,
and Andrea had both Italian and Chinese. So despite this, Federica was kind of luckier because she chose, that's luck, I believe, to overextend essere, which is the most complicated one, right? Whereas Andrea chose to overextend avere, which is the simplest, the most frequent one, perhaps.
Well, I can't hear you well. Anyway, if I understand the question, you're asking me if there's a reason in their choices, if there's a reason linked to the, can I say, simplicity. It's simpler to use essere than avere, or vice versa. Is that the question?
Yes, so whereas the choice of overextending essere versus avere has resulted in an earlier acquisition by Federica with respect to Andrea. If you think that this is a matter of, the verb they have chosen to overgeneralize in the first period. Because, essere is split. It's kind of...
to be frank, I think that there's no real reasons based on avere is certainly more frequent in Italian because we use exclusively, we use avere with the transitive verbs, and with intransitive we alternate. So probably in the first hypothesis made by Andrea, this plays a role, and I want you to remark that it's against what happens for Italian L1 children. Because Lorusso says Italian L1 children, they master avere a bit later, because avere is implied with the argumental structures that are more complex with respect to intransitive verbs, argumental structures. That's his idea. That's what he finds in his L1 Italian children. What do we see in Andrea? That's not the case, apparently, okay? Because avere is overgeneralized before essere. But after this, there's another hypothesis. He overgeneralized essere. And only after these first two hypotheses, he begins to distinguish between the two auxiliaries. Now, for Federica, I can say that there's a major contact with Italian L1 children, okay? And probably it's not the case that Federica is more rapid in her language development. For an acquisitionist as I am, but basically I'm an acquisitionist, as a researcher, I mean, this is not strange, because even when you are a child and you already have a mother tongue, of course, in your background, it's not impossible that the developmental path that you follow, it's not identical with that of the native children. It can be possible that two children having the same mother tongue and acquiring the same second language, they make a different hypothesis. Some of these can agree with L1 children, but some others could not agree. Probably Federica has got in a more rapid way, and actually she advances more rapidly. She catches the distinction between essere and vere with intransitive, and before Andrea, who is a clear, slower child. I don't know if I answered your question. Okay.
Thank you very much. That's all the time we have for this presentation. Thank you. So the second talk will be presented by Valentina Del Vecchio, and it's on the discourse markers and code switching between Italo-Romance and English-French.
So, good morning, everyone. So yes, the presentation today, in this presentation, we will explore code switching into 3 different immigrant communities, and with a particular focus on discourse markers involving some Italo-Romance heritage languages and English or French as a dominant language according to the context. Specifically, we aim to evaluate the applicability of traditional code switching frameworks, categories, to the use of discourse markers in bilingual speech. To reach this objective, we conducted a quantitative analysis across 3 different Italian immigrant communities to identify the types of discourse markers involved in the bilingual speech of these communities and their distribution according to the context of immigration and the immigrant generation. We then focused particularly on one special particle we found in the data sets, which are yes, yeah, and we, way. And we will discuss them as problematic cases in the study of discourse markers in bilingual speech. So for now, I will use the label code switching in a general, as a cover term, and an umbrella term to cover all those instances in which two or more languages are used in the same conversation, so regardless of the extent of the switched element or whether it performs a pragmatic function. But I will make subdistinctions when necessary. So as we know, code switching, it is now widely accepted that code switching can take, let's say, two main forms, insertion and alternation, to which Muysken's 2000 added a third category called congruent localization. As we know, these are, let's say, clear-cut categories which are mainly established based on structural and grammatical parameters. But more recently, in more recent studies have questioned the possibility to categorize some instances of code switching into these well-defined categories. And for example, Demirtai and Baux in 2014 stated, and I quote, that traditionally distinguished categories may have two strict boundaries, and this limits the applicability of the modules that are based on them. Some examples of code switching are difficult to categorize as either alternation or insertion. They seem to be in an in-between gray area where they can be made to fit into both categories, each with some justification. So the case studies chosen for this study are three Italian immigrant communities, one in Liège in Belgium and the other two in the United Kingdom in Bedford and Bletchley. The communities share several similarities, for example, the same migration periods, mainly between the 50s and 60s, similar sociobiographical profiles of migrants. They mainly had a low levels of education, and they were predominantly from southern Italy. And also the same type of migration. It was labor migration at first, and then it became more similar to chain migration. And also the same kind of employment, specifically in Bedford and Bletchley, Italians were employed mainly in the brick production, while in Liège they worked mainly in coal mines. But there are also some differences, like for example in Bedford and Bletchley, migrants mainly come from very limited areas like small villages in the Campania region, while in Liège they have more varied origins. We also noticed that there are more endogamic marriages in the UK than in Belgium. Data were collected through semi-structured interviews with first and second generation speakers, and they were characterized by the interplay of three main varieties, a variety of Italian, an Italo-Romance dialect, and either English in the UK or French in Belgium. So this is the sample. We selected the same number of speakers per each context and generation, so we have 5 first generation and 5 second generation speakers per each context. And this is an overview of the number of tokens per each, available for each immigrant context, which correspond to the total number of words we have in each data set. So the quantitative analysis I will present reflect the proportion of cases of code switching relative to the total number of tokens, so to normalize the difference in corpus size. As we can see, Bedford has the largest corpus, followed by Liège and then Bletchley. So now let's move to results. I will first show the most common types of code switching we found in the 3 contexts, and as it is the upshot of the presentation, we also present an overview of the frequency of occurrences of discus markers in the 3 communities. So when we talk about discus markers, we refer to what Matras refer to as utterance modifier by defining them as, and I quote, a group of operators that are responsible for monitoring and directing the hearer's processing of propositional content. And we include in this group of operators a set of linguistic expressions which comprise different word classes like conjunctions, interjections, adverbs, and also lexicalized phrases. So this is an overview of the distribution of the main code switching types we found in the 3 communities. As you can see here, we use code switching not as an umbrella term anymore, but in a narrower sense, which refers to all those instances of code switching that clearly perform a communicative function. And then we have insertions and alternation in Muiskensterm and discus markers. As we can see, discus markers are the most frequently switched element in both Bletchley and Liège, while in Bedford, insertions prevail. But still, discus markers are very frequent in this context as well. In Bletchley and Bedford, they are more frequent in the second generation, while in Liège, they are more frequent in the first generation, but the differences between the two generations are not that sharp. So now we will focus on these, on yes in the UK communities, and we were in Liège. The reason for this spatial focus on this specific particle is twofold. So first of all, as you can see from the chart, it is a very, very frequent kind of discus markers, and as you can see, especially in Bedford, where it stands out, which stands out as the context with the highest occurrences of among all discus markers. So this is the distribution of the particle over the total number of discus markers, right? Followed by Bletchley and then Liège. In Bedford, these are slightly more frequent in the first generation than in the second, while in the other two communities, the opposite appears. Another reason why we are focusing on this particular particle is that as we're trying to situate discus markers in the broader code switching typology, we found this particle to be particularly complex in this respect. This is mainly due to the fact that it can perform multiple functions on the one hand, and also occupy different syntactic positions on the other hand. So based on its function, the particle can be either a response particle or a proper discus marker. In between, as we will see, we found some ambiguous and intermediate cases in which it can have features of both. So in the example shown, we illustrate how in the UK dataset, so here is from, this is from Bedford, here functions unequivocally as a response particle because it is the direct response to a yes-no question. As we can see, there is a question and then we have yes, so it is, let's say, unequivocally a response particle in this case. But there are some other cases, like the one shown in the slide, in which performs functions that extend beyond its role as a response particle, and this qualify it as, let's say, a fully fledged discus markers, as shown in this example, where here serves to confirm what has been said before, but also to keep the flow of the conversation, so to introduce further elaboration on the topic being discussed. So typical pragmatic functions that this discus marker perform. But we also have cases which are more ambiguous, like in this case, where the particle does not fit neatly any of the two categories we found. If we look at the second line of the example, there is the Italian word abbastanza, which means well enough, quite well, which appears to be the direct reply to a yes-no question. So it already functions as a complete affirmative response in Italian. So, thank you. That is why, because of this, it's not the direct, let's say, the direct response to this question, but it could be something that supports the reply. So then, in this way, we could see that it still keeps some of the, the features of a response particle, but at the same time, on the other hand, it may also function more as a discus marker because it, in a way, introduces what follows. And what follows is a sort of self-correction or downgrade because the speaker says, not that well. And before he said, well enough. So it's like, here function is functioning like a mitigating device. And this function is also enhanced by the presence of a pause before and after it, which kind of prepares the interlocutor to this contrast, this transition to this other part of discourse. So the opposition of the two categories are also found in the Belgium corpus. So we found we used as a response particle, like in this example, where it is clearly a response to a yes/no question, but we also found it in, for example, in the middle of the utterance, which again, like it was the case with in a previous example, it helped maintain the flow of the conversation and prepare the hearer to move forward with further elaboration about the topic being discussed. And here again, we have a more ambiguous case in which we may function, well, the first use of we in the first line of speaker G is a clear response particle that is a reply to a yes/no question. But later in the utterance, there is another we, which is used differently. In this case, it can be interpreted as something that, in a way, reaffirms an earlier response, because it is preceded by a complete response to a yes/no question, which was already elaborated in Italian, where the speaker, which was already elaborated in Italian. Well, it can either confirm this, but also, again, can serve, here we can serve as a discourse function, helping to transition to the next comment about the topic. So next, prepare the listener for additional elaboration. So here again, it is something more ambiguous. So we saw that the particles can have multiple functions and can be in different syntactic positions. So we now want to understand how function and syntactic position correlate, and whether one can inform us about the other. Thus, we performed a statistical analysis using a chi-square test. We also included CD of residence and generation as sumo variables to examine whether the significance of these correlations may vary across generations and across contexts. The statistical test reveals that the relationship between category and position is statistically extremely significant, so because the value is below, the conventional threshold, and this finding indicates that the function of the particle is closely tied to its position in the utterance. For instance, turn initial occurrences are more likely to be associated with with the functions of a response particle rather than a discuss markers. And here we examined this same relationship between categories and syntactic position, and we see how it varies across contexts. In Bletchley, the result is not as statistically significant as in the other two cities, but it still remains very close to the conventional threshold, while in the other two cities it is statistically significant. And finally, we looked at how this relationship varies across generations. While for both generations the correlation is statistically significant, the second generation shows an even more pronounced result. Thank you. So an even more pronounced association between category and position. When combining both generations, the correlation remains significant with a p-value well below the conventional threshold. So to summarize our findings, we can say that discuss markers are among some of the most frequent switched elements, especially in Bletchley and Liège, where they outnumber insertions. And we also saw that they are among the most difficult types of switched element difficult to categorize. And we illustrated this through the case of yes, yeah, and we, where, which exemplify how a single form can perform different functions along a continuum from clear response particle to proper discuss markers. Our analysis also showed that syntactic position strongly correlates with the function of the particle. In our view, this is the result of an increasing structural regularity and entrenchment of pragmatic norms in bilingual discourse over time, so with greater alignment between forms and functions. And this was even more evident in the second generation, who show more stable and systematic patterns. So This is likely due to a higher proficiency in what Matros referred to as the pragmatically dominant language, so that the speakers develop more stable and differentiated uses of discourse particle. Furthermore, as also observed in Klein 2003, this can be due to the fact that second-generation speakers are often more socially and culturally integrated into the dominant language environment, so they may develop more routinized and conventionalized patterns and co-occurrences between form and functions to perform, routinized tasks that involve these particles. So to conclude, we can say that discourse markers can, from a structural perspective, be associated with existing code switching typologies, because they can resemble insertion being structurally simple, but they can also resemble alternation being structurally independent, or as it has been done in the past, we could call them extrasentential switching based on structural categories. However, these features do not fully capture their complexity, because their functions and motivation are diverse and context sensitive, and so are the ways these forms are retrieved and used by speakers, so making structural categorization both insufficient and perhaps potentially misleading. So from a functional perspective, we saw that discourse markers show significant variability, and this can happen even within a single turn. We saw it in the same speaker, for example. And there are some discourse markers that can perform pragmatic functions, so become closer to proper code switching with communicative functions, but we also have more entrenched and automatized items, which could be referred to as, to use Matros terms, gesture-like devices, which circulates in a repertoire regardless of the language they are from, so they belong to, and I quote Matros, a uniform system of utterance management devices that apply to the speaker's full linguistic repertoire, irrespective of language particular context. And so in this case, perhaps they are not, if they are switched, that's from another language, it could not be code switching at all, at least in the strict sense. And we also see that there are some that resemble lexical elements with a referential meaning, and the same forms can also perform pragmatic meaning and act like semi-lexical elements. So all this highlights the need for a more flexible case-by-case analytical approach that recognizes that some forms simply resist static categorization. And thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your talk. Any questions? I have a quick question first. Maybe I missed something, but I'm just curious, why were those three communities selected? Why those three and not others?
Well, first of all, a very simple answer. We had a lot of data with these communities, and we also found it interesting to have two communities in the UK which share many similarities, but are also different because Bedford is a much bigger city, while Bletchley is smaller, and there are more, it's more a tight-knit community. In Bletchley, there is a bigger, greater variety of Italian from other countries, from other regions. And so they share many similarities, the same kind of, the same patterns of migration, the same story, the same history, but a few differences also in the use of, the Ito-Romance varieties, Italian and dialect are used in a different way, and we did this in another work. And it was interesting to see whether in another community with a different language combination, things were different also. So in Liège, there is, again, a similar history, but the context is a bit different because it's not UK, and also the language combination is a bit different. We should explore it further to see whether, the use of we is actually the same as the use of yeah, or it's different. And I think it's interesting because they are pretty much comparable as context. This is what I can say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Off by
yes, it was hard, but yes, I don't know if Margherita.
Okay, it's the angle, I guess. Okay.
The hand not at
right.
Your hand not at the end of the microphone. The hand, your hand.
Right now, is this good?
Yes.
Okay, lovely. Sorry. So you started off by framing code switching with references going back to, I think, 1970s or something, and then toward the end you basically said, well, maybe we don't actually need to call this code switching, maybe it's something different. So I'm wondering whether, the next stage might be to cut loose from the old framing, whether it's 1970s and onwards until the early 2000s, cut loose from the code switching framework anyway, and just start afresh with a new conceptualization of the linguistic repertoire, no longer needing to even pay lip service or even needing to reference the older code switching discussion, whether it might be superfluous by now, redundant to some extent with regard to this topic.
I probably missed something at the end.
I'm sorry.
Your question is about, we try to frame it in code switching literature, but we also found that there are cases that cannot fit, so you're suggesting to move from that conceptualization to, or I didn't get the last part, sorry.
I'm sorry, I'll try again in a short version.
Probably the microphone is not that helpful.
Too much time. So you started off by framing the discussion in the code switching framework going back to the 1970s and onwards. But part of your conclusion was that maybe with regards to these phenomena that you looked at, the code switching frame is not really relevant. So I'm just wondering if the next stage in the work might involve cutting loose from the old discussion of code switching and starting afresh with a new conceptual framework.
Yeah, that's probably what, so we started with the old framework because these cosmogons have usually been discussed in the code switching literature. They also have been in the debate, code switching borrowings. But with this presentation, we wanted to discuss about, the synchronic instantiation of the phenomenon, regardless of if it already is a code switching phenomenon that is possible to frame it within these categories. We wanted to test the models because, when it comes to describe a community, the behavior, we do need categories to see, the main patterns, and we wanted to include some more discus markers, which have been previously also considered as a separate group, as tag switches, extra-sentential switching, etc. But we noticed that also even in the same group, there are problems, there are sub-distinctions, and we need a qualitative approach to, to find all these differences. So our main claim is that there are instances that can fit code switching categories, but yes, a good thing is to move forward, since we try to demonstrate that it's not perhaps useful sometimes to try to fit them into an established framework of code switching phenomena, which are completely different and can be it can be misleading to try to fit them into these established categories, which are very, very different. So yeah, perhaps in the future we will try to see them from another a fresh perspective based on what we found, that it's a variety of things that cannot be actually framed. Sometimes we found that they can't be code switching because they are strategically used by speakers. Well, they perform pragmatic functions even in monolingual speech, but the fact that they are switched from another language can enhance this function, so they can actually be chosen by the speaker to perform these functions, but they're also part of regionalized tasks, and sometimes the speaker does not use them strategically. So also the same form can have different things, and it's not always code switching, it's not always the same form. And we show it with the case of yes, yeah. It can be a discourse mark used strategically. Sometimes it co-occurs with the equivalence in the other language, but sometimes it's just the way these speakers perform their tasks, and they use the devices, even if the other language has the same devices, they use it from the pragmatic dominant language because they are become part of their repertoire. They are selected because they're just easier to retrieve. They are the devices used to perform everyday tasks in that country. So there are also multiple functions, but also multiple ways of choosing them or retrieving them, or when the speaker is unable to inhibit them because, at least as you said, they are sometimes pragmatically detachable from the source language. So in that case, I don't think it's useful to categorize them in the categories in the code switching typology as we know it. But I don't know if I answered your question. I mean, yeah. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for your talk, Valentina.
Thank you.
Thank you. So if I understood correctly, when you ask a question, you cannot touch the bottom. That's what was happening, right? There's several things. Okay. The angle and the bottom. Okay. Great. Thank you so much. So the last talk of this session is going to be from Elena Simonato, who's going to talk to us about the French variety spoken by the Swiss diaspora on the Black Sea coast.
I tried it before, sorry. I'm sure I tried it before. This one's usually works everywhere. Mai avuto problemi? No. Sempre funzionato dappertutto. So I will be speaking from here. Okay. Can you hear me? This one? Ah, sorry. Yes, thank you. I would like to thank the University of Aquila
for your welcoming and for intellectual stimuli during the conference. In my paper, I will report several results of a study which concerned the Swiss-French community of Chabot, situated on the northern Black Sea coast near Odessa in Ukraine. This paper is based on the data collected throughout the research project founded by the Swiss National Science Foundation that I chaired. Here you can see the map of the quite old Swiss settlements on the Black Sea coast. The biggest Swiss colony was called Chabot, and it was founded in 1822 by winemakers from the canton of Vaud, French-speaking part of Switzerland. Chabot was a multilingual community whose founders spoke French, French variety, and German, as well as oral varieties of Franco-Provençal, Patois, and Swiss German. The Russian government invited in 1840 some families from the neighboring German villages. At the same time, it was situated in a multilingual region of the Russian Empire where Russian, Ukrainian, and Moldavian were spoken. Chabot was the biggest colony, Swiss colony in the world. 1,000 people lived there before the Second World War. The Swiss settlers managed to maintain their community for 5 generations to develop a successful wine industry and preserve their Swiss culture and their languages. Even though the majority left Chabot after 1940, several families stayed, and today the village still exists and hosts a modern wine factory. For different historical periods of the 20th century, such as the First and the Second World War, the village was part of different states. It belonged to the Russian Empire, then to the Romanian Kingdom, then to the Soviet Union, and then to the Third Reich, and then again to the Soviet Union, and then to Ukraine. You can see here also the map on in Kherson region, in Crimea, and now I'm starting a project about Swiss cheesemakers in Georgia, here, Soviet Georgia. Sorry, yes. It is a corpus-based research. I apply methods of synchronic sociolinguistics to historical data. So I explore how we can reconstruct the linguistic situation and language contexts during a certain period in the past when the language we are interested in is an oral variety, French variety, like it was the case of Franco-Provençal. So the research is based on historical materials and modern materials of different types, texts written by the community members and about the community by a Swiss pastor, a Swiss school teacher, and a wine grower, personal letters, researchers' data of the same period, meaning the researchers coming from the dominant Romanian and Russian cultures, diplomatic correspondence, and interviews of people born in the colony. Some of them are still alive. So what do we learn about the macro-linguistic aspects of language contexts in Chabot at the beginning of the 20th century? Here you can see the map drawn by a journalist, Werner Kundig, and described by the Soviet scholar Vladimir Shishmaryov in 1929, before the war. So one historian called Chabot a miniature of Switzerland because of its ethnic structure. 2 communities coexisted in the colony, but these 2 communities never lived together during the 19th century, but only side by side. Swiss lived separately from the local Russian and Ukrainian population. You can see here the name Russisch Shaba. Russian and Ukrainian workers and peasants lived outside of the colony, here, outside of the colony, in the village called Passat. Swiss and Russian-speaking communities never managed to live in the same village due to their different ways of life, habits, and routine. Inter-community marriages were inexistent. Our study led us to understand social motivation of language contacts. The field notes that linguists produced in the 20s and then in 1939 and in the 60s illustrate the language contact of 3 generations of settlers. The first study was carried out in 1928-29, the one by Vladimir Shishmarev, published after his death, who was a specialist of Romance languages and French dialectology. He collected live stories and conducted some oral and written interviews with people of Swiss descent. Therefore, his results can be used now in order to understand macro-linguistic aspects of the language contact in Chabot. Shishmarev discussed historical background of language contacts, the demographic, economic, and language policy events that impacted language contact. The domains of French language and French variety use in the community was also described. Shishmarev wrote in which way political circumstances and the language policy of the Romanian kingdom helped foster the maintenance of French variety in Chabot. Annexation of Bessarabia was followed by the period that Shishmarev called linguistic reaction. Due to the favorable attitude of Romanian authorities towards Swiss French-speaking settlers, a cultural association was created in Chabot, and some years later, the Alliance Française opened a branch. Swiss consulate located in Galati started disseminating Swiss newspapers, and settlers started editing an almanac. Two apparently opposing processes were occurring. On the one hand, the amount of contact and so input from French-speaking community was reducing, since many speakers were becoming bilingual. On the other hand, the quality of input was increasing. It came both from family and the community, and from school, where children were taught standard French. Shishmarev noticed the following phenomena resulting from the language contact. In phonology, the phonemic opposition between E and A, open A, is disappearing from French Celtural system, which has only one phoneme E. This phenomenon is reported by Shishmarev referring to the oral performance of French speaking individuals, and also in their written French, in their letters. For instance, settlers used to write as they hear, ressemble instead of ressemble, for example. Then, due to the contact with Russian, the loss of the opposition between R and R, which leads to the systematic replacement of the French sound by the Russian sound. This phenomenon constitutes, according to him, one of the most striking phonetic features of the language of the French variety spoken by the third generation of settlers, and which is still perceived as a mark of mixed pronunciation. I would like to comment on some facts reported by Shishmarev in the morphosynthetic properties characterizing French of Swiss settlers. Word order in the examples that Shishmarev provided follows the patterns of the Russian language. Another researcher, Dulamanju, a Romanian researcher, noticed borrowing, some borrowings from Russian and from Moldavian language in the third generation of immigrants who need to adjust the references in their everyday life. Some of them used Russian words as dada, meaning sir and uncle, and teta, aunt and lady. The differences on lexical, morphological, and syntactic level could seem insignificant when enumerated in a list, as in Dulamanju and in Shishmarov. Nevertheless, the result was they noticed that when the children who grew up in Chabot went to the canton of Vaud to see their family, they did not understand the French spoken there, and people from the canton of Vaud did not understand them completely. It was noticed by the school teacher Annen. When the third researcher, Borodina, arrived in Chabot 30 years later and after the war, French was then spoken only by few families. In mixed families, parents spoke both French and Russian, and for instance, a number of informants were related to each other because they were partners, siblings, or cousins, or had a parent, grandparent, grandchild relation. In some of the samples collected by Borodina, here you can see a page of her archive, she outlined a specific case of 3 generations of one French-speaking family. In the family Doni, both mother and father were Swiss French. They spoke French between them as well as with their 2-year-old child. They sometimes spoke to the child in Russian mixed with French words. As a result, the girl answered mixing both languages. For example, нет, Russian, pain in French. Borodina's focus were specific features of the variety of French used in Chabot as compared to the French spoken in Switzerland, and due to the contact, to language contact. Her study presents a double interest. Borodina's challenge was to distinguish regular variation from random. She tried to demonstrate the systematic character of the differences that this French variety presents, and as compared to standard French, which allows us to qualify this French variety as a system. Other Borodina's observations concerned a parallel process to the loss of language proficiency in French, are shifting language attitudes. On one hand, Swiss settlers spoke the language to some degree, but did not confidently think themselves as speakers of French. One of them told her, "My French is not real French." On one hand, Swiss Chabot settlers knew Swiss culture and felt they belonged to it. They respected Swiss holidays and celebrations, collected pictures of Switzerland, and played Swiss games jeux de boules, and admired William Tell statue. The following examples is interesting since it shows how they did not distinguish a word containing a standard "e" in this position. For example, for the word fate instead of fête, a long "e". And then the examples 4 and 5 are certainly due, according to her, to contact with Russian. For example, unvoicing in final position, instead of mange, they pronounced manche, as in Russian. And then, for example, the sentence, tout de suite je lui ferai le cache, I will make the cache porridge right now. The Russian word kasha, feminine, is used as with an article and in masculine form. Sorry. A new issue for explaining language contact's impact in Chabot is offered by Roland Warren's verticalization theory. A change occurred with the Chabot subordination to the Central Russian authorities at the end of the 19th century, resulted in the introduction of Russian as a language of communication and schooling. Later, during Roman epoch, Shishmarov observed that language shift to Russian had continued in the community despite of the promotion of French. To return to the definition of verticalization, notably the relative shift of control from the hands of local, community-oriented and interconnected actors to extra-community actors, it might be argued that the case of Chabot supports this theory, but illustrates a somewhat different development. Even through structural political changes by extra-community actors affected the community of Chabot in terms of language use, meaning the imposition of Russian at first and then promotion of French after. Language shift was never fully completed in the lifetime of the colony by 1940 due to geopolitical developments. If you would like to know more about Chabot, you can find on internet a book in Russian, a book in French, Cinquième Suisse au bord de la mer Noire, and a documentary presenting our project and some pictures and interviews with the last people, very old people born in the colony. Un village suisse de la mer Noire on YouTube. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elena. We now have time for questions.
Thank you very much. A fascinating topic. I'm really impressed about the complex situation there. I've never heard about it before. Can you tell us a little bit about the situation today? Are there still people talking this variety of Swiss French, or has it survived somehow, or has it disappeared completely?
The last people who are now 80, 90 years old still live in the canton of Vaud, near Lausanne. This person, for example, was born in Chabot, but her language is mostly standard French because she moved after the Second World War as a child to Switzerland. The last person speaking the Chabot French variety died at the age of 110 years, 2 years ago. And we have a recording of his speech. Now, one man, after 40 years in Switzerland, returned to live to his house in Chabot. But they, quite all of them, went to school in Switzerland after the war. So it must have impacted their use of their French variety. French mixed with Russian, with Moldavian and Romanian, yes.
Thank you. Is there another question? There are many of them.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I have one question about a term that you used in the presentation. You used a morphological confusion. What's your definition and maybe an example for
morphological confusion?
Confusion, yeah.
Yes, it's in my corpus, when, for example, they confuse the grammatic gender. For example, kasha in porridge in Russian is feminine, and they say le cache. And then for the diminutive construction, diminutive model for every masculine Russian word is the suffix chik or ik. So the grandmother talking to her grandchild in 1959, and the grandchild is now living in Switzerland. She was 2, and the grandmother told her, take na тебе Ursika. So she took ours in French, and then made a diminutive word with the Russian suffix ik, Ursik.
Thank you. We have one last question.
Thank you so much for this presentation. Really interesting. I never heard about this language island. Can you quickly say something? Maybe you already mentioned it and I just missed it. Can you quickly say something about the Swiss German people that live there? Did they also maintain their language? And if so, did they interact with the French-speaking Swiss population? And how did they interact? What language did they use?
The Swiss German were a minority because the colony was founded only by Swiss French-speaking settlers from the canton of Vaud, and it was to be a wine growers colony. But 20 years later, the local authorities saw that the population was still insufficient to make a biggest production of wine, and they invited some settlers from the neighboring German colonies. But all, for example, the school teacher and the priest noticed that inter-community marriages were inexistent because of the difference of the religion. Swiss French were Protestants, and Swiss Germans were Catholic. There were some mixed marriages on the beginning of 20th century, but as soon as we know, everybody spoke mostly French, and the Swiss German and German had to learn French. Between them, they did not always understand each other because Swiss spoke Swiss German dialects, and German spoke Swabian dialects. A study is seems to be done for German, but we lack documents of Swiss German settlers in our corpus. They're quite inexistent.
Thank you so much for this great talk.
Thank you.
Wonderful. We finished the second session and can go and have our lunch.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. As you check your coffee, as you know, because we need to be fully awake for this afternoon session. So let's start with our first speakers for this panel session here. And the speaker will be Artemis Alexiadou and Tonius Venstra. And they will give us a talk, or they will present a talk with the title Different Syntaxes for Verb Passives of the Verb Passives in the Creoles. So please.
Okay. Thank you very much. Artemis unfortunately is not there, but so I will do the honor, but that's okay. It's a bit a kind of a long title. It's not the most beautiful title, but it was AI generated. Right? Okay. But it basically tells what the talk is about. So this is the phenomenon. So here we have examples from Guadeloupe Creole, Saamaca, or Berbice Dutch. And what you see is that, like in 1A, you have one noun phrase and you have a verb, and the noun phrase basically is in a position, but the interpretation of the noun phrase is different. It's not what you expect in that position, right? So it looks superficially like it's in the subject position, but the interpretation is that it's in the object position. And everybody knows, of course, from Linguistics 101 that this is typical for passives. And you also find it in Saamaka and also in Berbice Dutch. Okay, so these are the questions and issues. So what are bare passives, right? And option one, of course, is that bare passives are syntactically passive, just like English passives, but they don't have morphology, and that's particularly puzzling for theories of the passive, which says that passivization is signaled by special morphology, like, for instance, in Italian or in Greek, right? And option two is that actually these bare passives are topic structures, right? So that actually what the noun phrase that is up front is not basically a subject, but is a topic. And we will argue that actually both options are available and that it's related to the substrate languages in the context situation, and that actually this highlights the importance of local ecologies in accounting for this split, right? And furthermore, and that's more syntactically, we will show that both type of please, if you want to talk, it's very, yeah. I hear it here, right? That people are talking. It's not very good. So that both types of bare passives actually include syntactically projected implicit arguments, right? So that in some sense, the subjects of the passive constructions are there in the syntax. And as bare passives are not only found in creoles, we will also talk about the implications bare passives has for a theory of passivization. And final point, passives in English, for instance, are associated with specific registers. So we also will address the question of register effects with bare passives. And that basically has to do with that this presentation comes from a research project of a CRC on register in Berlin, right? So we're working on the register there. Okay, so starting with the properties of the passive, Janneke van der Wal has kind of a nice overview of the canonical alignment of functions, and you just see, now if you look at syntax, you have subject-object, and semantically, canonical is agent, non-agent, and if you look at the information structure, it's topic comment, right? Now, Guivon already in '94 said, well, if you look at the function of passive constructions, well, the patient, so the non-agent, is more topical than the agent, and the agent is extremely non-topical. So you see a misalignment between semantic information structure, right? So basically, what these functional approaches do is say, well, you have syntactic properties, promotion of a non-agent to subject, or demotion of the agent. And if you look at the information structure, it's promotion of a non-agent to topic, and demotion of the agent to non-topic, right? Good. Now, if you look at more formal approaches to passivization, like Alexiadou and Schaefer on non-canonical passives, or Legate in the annual review of linguistics, they have like three properties. They mention three properties, and again, it's the agent emotion, right? So the agent is semantically present, but they say, well, not syntactically present, right? But it's either interpreted as existential, someone, or it's associated with the biphrase. And you have theme promotion, right? So that the theme, the non-agent, actually moves to a higher position, right? And normally, that's, they say about the subject position. And the third thing is morphological marking, and that the verbal morphology is distinct from the active voice. Now, Sylvia Kouwenberg, in a recent paper, actually says, well, bare passives in creoles only show the property of theme promotion. So only the second property, right? And two analyses have been proposed. So you have the theme promotion analysis, which is similar to English, like La Charité in Wellington from 1999, and where you have non-overt morphological marking. That's in the analysis of that paper, right? The other analysis that has been proposed is by Anand Shah last year. And he says, well, the theme is actually a topic, and Creole bare passives are topic constructions. So today's focus will be on this split. And between Caribbean Creoles and Indian Ocean Creoles, because Shah was talking about Indian Ocean Creoles, and La Charité and Wellington were talking about Caribbean Creoles. And, well, they're both alike with respect to the non-canonical passive properties, but they also differ in important respects. So I first have to say something about what Shah proposes for the Indian Ocean Creoles. And he says, well, they're basically topic and not passive constructions. So the initial argument is in a topic phrase and not in the structural subject position. And he gives 3 types of evidence: syntactic, semantic, and morphological evidence. The semantic evidence is that if in these structures, if you look at the noun phrase in the left position, in the left periphery, so actually I should do this, but is that they're always specific, whereas if you look at normal sentences with a subject, the subject can be specific and non-specific. So that's a semantic evidence for that they're in different positions. And topics cannot be animate, but subjects can be specific, animate, and peace, right? The morphological evidence for Créole Mauricien is that the pronouns cannot be topics, but pronouns can be subjects, right? So there is also morphological difference. And the syntactic evidence is that if you have these type of bare passives with a question, right? What you get first, you get the noun phrase, and then you get a question word, but you don't get it around, right? So, and basically what people always say is that actually, if you do a question, it's a focus construction basically. So the question word goes into the focus position, and the topic position is to the left of it, but the subject position is to the right of it, of the focus position, right? Now, the same with if you're in the position with negative adverbs like jamais, so never, right? You get topic, and then you get never. But if you have just a normal sentence with a subject, you get jamais, and then you get the subject, right? Okay, now the relevant data are in Appendix 1, because I don't want to discuss all the data here, because I only have 20 minutes, right? So, this is basically, well, the structure. This is basically what I already said, right? And the important thing is that actually the subject is not there, but it's an impersonal null pronoun, right? And pro-imp, right? Which functions as the external argument of an active transitive verb, right? And it's the same like in 3. So if you have something like they said on the radio that people will be able to visit each other as from next week, you have l'enelot, right? And that needs to be bound by something, but that's not overt, it's only covert. It's this impersonal null pronoun that actually is the binder for l'enelot, right? And it's translated as people there. So the conclusion is these passive-like structures are basically impersonal constructions combined with topicalization of the object. Okay, and now we're going to compare that with the Caribbean Creoles, and that so in the Indian Ocean you have impersonal constructions with null pronouns, and in the Caribbean Creoles in general you don't have them, right? Oh, 10, yes. So the exception papiamentu, but so there is, the second thing is the ban on pronouns,
There is no ban in Caribbean Creoles, as example in 4, you just see it as well. And there is in the Indian Ocean a difference between passive-like and transitive constructions, but there is no difference in the Caribbean Creoles. So if you have something like the window broke in Patois, it can either mean the window broke or the window has been broken, right? So the proposal is that we have a topic analysis for Indian Ocean Creoles and a passive analysis for Caribbean Creoles. And these data actually show that there are also implicit argument effects. So on purpose, the room cannot do something on purpose, right? There is some agent there implicit that is doing something on purpose. Just the same as in 7, so the letter was stolen to take the money out of it. So the person who's taking the money out of it is also the person who is stealing it. Although you don't hear, they're not visibly there, you don't hear them, they're still there, right? So it doesn't mean, it really means that the agent of steal is also the agent of taking the money. Good. Passive, bare passives have implicit arguments in CCs. Appendix 2, we have more information on implicit argument effects. Now, where does this typological split come from? Now, if you look at passives in West African languages, Kobina and Lübke say that they actually are the norm for the Manda languages and the Gur languages. Like in the example in 8, in 8a you see a transitive one, and in B you just see that the object has been moved into a subject position, right? The close cut, but you don't see any morphology. Now the interesting thing is that, and that will become relevant when we're talking about local ecologies, is there are no bare passives in Phong Bay. That's Appendix 3. Now, Sulemana, 2025, in a very recent paper, actually gives a lot of evidence for that you have bare passives, passives without morphology, but they have implicit arguments, right? So that's like the difference between B and C, right? Okay. Now, going to Bantu languages, first the issue of topicality. Hamloui, in a paper, basically says that bare passive constitute an optimal strategy to change the prominent relations between the arguments in Bantu, right? So 10a, you have up front, you have a noun phrase, noun class 9, right? But so you don't have subject agreement with this noun phrase, right? And it means something, the fire has been extinguished by someone. But you see, normally Bantu languages also have passive morphology. There is no passive morphology there, right? 10b, you see, actually the subject can also be overt. So the B example can mean the children are beaten by father, which is kind of, in our Western European perspective, the passive, or the children, father beats them, where you have kind of the topic kind of interpretation, right? And interesting, like in Indian Ocean Creoles, if you have like a WH word also, you get first the noun phrase and then the question word, right? As in 10c. Good. Now, interestingly, these passives also have an impersonal base. And that is the impersonal strategy. That's the third person subject, plural subject. And that is the subject marker of the class marking 2, right? Which is plural. 2 is noun class 2 is the plural of noun class 1. And noun class 1 is typically for animate things and so on. So, as in 11, you see someone was killed, right? Now you can have you can actually move it up, right, as in 11, or you can leave it actually in the object position, and then if it's in the object position, then it doesn't need to get a topic interpretation, but if you put it up front, it has to have it, right? And that is the difference you see in 12, like what the questions on the discussion are, right? I think I can. So the conclusion is that in Bantu we also have an impersonal construction plus topicalization, just like as in Indian Ocean, right? Now, in the Indian Ocean, also Austronesian languages are important. And that you have this preposing of the object actually raises the question of the similarity in Austronesian, right? Now, Lisa Travers in a paper, however, actually argues that voice constructions in Malagasy are more similar to clitic left dislocation in Italian than the active-passive alternations of English or the topicalized structures of Germanic languages, right? So they are different. And actually Xia in his paper shows that clitic left dislocations in, or hanging topics in Creole Mauritian are different from these type of passive-like constructions. So the conclusion is no match with the Indian Ocean. So the summary is that Caribbean Creoles, Indian Ocean Creoles is a mismatch, but that with the Caribbean Creoles you have a match with the West African languages, and with the Indian Ocean Creoles you have a match with the Bantu languages. So the difference between the two types of bare passives is substrately related, and the local ecologies are important in accounting for the split, right? And there is a deep typological split between Caribbean Creoles and Indian Ocean Creoles in terms of subject versus topic prominence, right? So this is not just one feature that sets apart different languages, but it's kind of a very deep typological split. That's what we actually want to say. Now, as I already said, looking at Austronesian languages, it's interesting. If you look at Minangkabau, that voice marking is obligatory in standard version, but the bare verbs, where you don't have voice marking, they are the prevalent feature for colloquial Minangkabau, right? Now that means that the standard version has an Indonesian type voice system where you actually have morphological marking, and the colloquial version has a Sundic type voice system, which means no morphology, right? Now the interesting thing is that Crouch in her thesis actually finds that the use of bare verbs is pervasive in informal and conversational context, right? So this points towards the use of bare passives as a marker of register, right? Okay, and now, so conclusions. I think I can do the conclusions, right? So bare passives, the theory of the passive and register is so that active versus passive is not a dichotomy. So if you compare it to Legate 2021, you have two types of bare passives, but both contain an implicit argument, and that actually overt morphological marker is not the main criterion, that you have register effect, as I just mentioned in Minangkabau and Malay, right? And that actually probably also you find these register effects with bare passives in Creoles. So they are especially in those Creole contexts where the Creole is in the same linguistic situation with the lexiphial language, right? In other words, it all seems to boil down to competition between different passive-like constructions, and this competition is conditioned by register-related factors. Grazie. Danke.
Thank you so much.
you do. There is here a mic. Somebody. You have to put it there.
So thanks for the talk. Very interesting, because I've been dealing with the similar situation in Chabacano, the Philippine Spanish Creoles, where these bare passives, or what let's say unmarked sentences are very common, and I don't have an explanation for them. But I definitely think that you're right about the substrate influence, because this clearly comes from the Philippine verbal system and how it's marked. So we have to discuss it a little bit further. So maybe I can learn something from this.
Yeah, and I think I can learn a lot from that situation, because that's where you get these Austronesian languages, right? And they have this very complex, nice voice system. And actually it's interesting that you get, like in these languages where you have this very intricate system of voice, that you also find there these bare versions and how they interact actually. And I think, yeah, maybe that's, it's because the project is about register, but I do think it has to do something with register here. And that is, but that's, yeah, I would love to learn more from your situation. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
So thank you, Tonias, for the presentation, very interesting. And I also wanted to add something about substrate. I did find something similar in Guinea-Bissau Creole, although I'm not sure I can say it's a bare passive because it has some morphology, it has a suffix. It does, the passive in Guinea-Bissau Creole does not use any auxiliary, but it has a passive specific for the passive form. And it actually comes from the substrate, because Guinea-Bissau Creole or Upper Guinea Creoles have Manda languages and Atlantic languages, so Niger-Congo are substrate languages, and at least some of the substrate languages, at least Mande and Wolof, have this kind of passives. And it's the case that Wolof has the same passive suffix, and it looks like Creole may have inherited this by Wolof. And by chance, it is almost the same past participle morphology as Portuguese. So maybe it's a case of convergence.
Yeah.
But yes, I also think that it is a case. The substrate, yes, has a very heavy weight in these cases. Yeah. And I have a question about the interpretation, if I may. So you have a same verb used transitively or intransitively may have a passive interpretation. How do the speaker interpret this? Does it depend rely only on the context, or?
I think it relies on the context. To start with the last, it depends on the context, and you can make things clearer in the context if you are trying to find out about it. If you steer it towards a more something is doing something, someone is doing something, that you get these effects, right? And therefore, if you add like agent-oriented adverbials, right? Also in English, in all Western European language, if you say the table broke on purpose, people look and say, funny. Tables can't do anything, right? And therefore, on purpose, what you need is someone, the table was broken on purpose, because then you have your implicit argument, right? Okay. And you have like 3 or 4 of these tests, right? So in German, one of the tests is with secondary predicates. So if you die Saal wurde wütend verlassen, right? Well, so the whole, people left the whole in an angry way, right? Well, the whole cannot be angry, right? There has to be people who left the whole and they were in an angry mood, right? So that's, these type of examples are very clear, that there is also syntactically something. And yes, we have to talk, and that's something that's always nice about when you do a presentation on Creoles, right? You focus on English-based Creoles and French-based Creoles, and you immediately get like, okay, but in Spanish-based Creoles, and in Portuguese-based Creoles, right, yes. So that's, yeah, I think there is something to it. At the same time, what you also have is always a kind of a competition. And that is, if you have these bare passives, what they also always have is like this impersonal strategy, right? So third person plural pronouns in subject position, they really becoming very non-topic and this and that, right? And then you get this interpretation, right? Right. They arrested the man or so in English, right? But if you, so in Samaka, that's also a possibility. And if you ask speakers, they probably will first come with this type of examples, right? But it doesn't mean that the other examples aren't there, right? That the bare passive is not there. But it's not the only way, and it's maybe also not the most frequent one, right? But they're still there, and they have interesting syntactic properties. And they're different from this type of topic structures.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, one very last question.
Thank you. I wanted to ask about the essence or the explanation of the concept of substrate. So you seem to hypothesize that if a Creole resembles, in these kind of constructions, less its lexifier language and more a language that is or has been co-territorial with it at some point in its history, then the assumption is that that it's a substrate. And substrate seems to me by implication some kind of reorganization of lexical material from the lexifier language with some kind of underlying construction from that said hypothesized or known to have been co-territorial language at some point in the history. Is there also an assumption, a hypothesis about how that comes about? What is the actual process that leads a generation of users of language to combine the lexical material from one source with an underlying construction? Is it a restructuring, a relexification of the construction that they continue from the co-territorial language after they've abandoned it? Or is it a remodeling of the lexifier language? Or what is the process that leads to the outcome that you then designate as a substrate underlying structure?
Thank you for your question. It's a very deep and basic question, right? I wouldn't go the path of relaxification. So what I do think is that in the original situation, you had like people having different linguistic repertoires, right? So their own African languages and also some variety of the European language maybe. And there basically was like any bilingual, right? They're jugglers, right? They have their different linguistic repertoires. And I think it really depends also in what context these languages are being used. And what you actually have is that maybe at the beginning, in more informal context, the African languages were still the kind of the majority languages, if you say, well, might say. The languages used more, the linguistic repertoires of these languages were used more in these situations, and that actually their use was kind of minimized over the years, over the generations, right? So that's when you find that these African languages basically, so if you take Saamaka in the Suriname rainforest, you do still have like 4 or 5 African languages there, but they have a very limited use. They are basically now used only for religious purposes, for communicating with certain river gods or anaconda gods or this and that, right? So they were still there, but they've become a kind of a register with a limited use in the whole linguistic situation there, and that other languages have taken over, right? And I think, I think that's a way to actually approach it, and then what you get is actually the European language, or the parts that are used, the repertoires that are used in your terms, actually are matched up with other ones, or that the morphology is just lost, because another thing is that maybe there are also some processes of simplification, right, going on. But it doesn't mean that actually the morphology is there, right? And that actually also depends on how you actually analyze these bare passives. So in the La Charité and Wellington paper, they are actually one-to-one analysis with English, and they say, well, in English you have a certain morphology, in Creole you don't have the morphology, right? Now, there are also other analyses of the passives, because there is a learnability problem, right? How do you know how to acquire null morphology? It's very difficult. It's a difficult question. What you can also do is that saying, well, you have different types of aspects, and they are linked to temporal information, and when these different types of aspects are linked in a different way, then you get a kind of a reversal, and you get more a passive-like interpretation. So this was probably not very clear. But that would be another part of the paper. But of course there is an inherent kind of thing with passives and resultatives, right? And resultatives is about the end point of something. And these passives have an implicit, also this type of semantics. So that actually would kind of, and then you can actually give an analysis without any morphology. And now I think I run out of time. What a substrate is the languages from the people who were enslaved and shipped to the colony and actually... that was your question. Okay, sorry. Then I totally missed it. Yes.
We should move on because we have a really strict schedule. So thank you so much for your very interesting talk. And we have our next speaker, so Luana Lamberti, and the title of the talk, right there, is The Typological Implications of Contact, a study of ditransitive constructions in Afro-Brazilian Portuguese. So please, the floor is yours.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for being here. I'm very grateful for being in the conference, and I'll get started. Okay, so starting with the study's motivations. So the role of Niger-Congo languages in the formation of Afro-Iberian varieties has received little attention in Hispanic and Lusophone linguistics, and usually when there is attention that's given to the specific role of Niger-Congo languages, these languages of the African diaspora are often described as abnormal, irregular, or like the processes that were involved, right, in the context situation, or the languages are exceptional, simple, or just a result of poor acquisition. And this is all falls into this umbrella of the deficit perspective. And my work really tries to move away from this terminology, and my focus is really on the type of language contact mechanisms that were involved in the creation of Afro-Iberian languages. And here, again, Afro-Iberian languages is a big umbrella that encompasses Portuguese, several Creoles, and also Spanish and Portuguese-based Creoles, and also Afro-Hispanic and Afro-Portuguese varieties. So Helvetian Portuguese, which is a variety that I study, is an understudied variety of Afro-Brazilian Portuguese, and its intricate and variable ditransitive constructions system is still poorly documented. And here I have some examples of the variable context in which we have ditransitive constructions with a preposition and without the preposition. So in example number 1, we have quando chegou na hora, ele deu o japonês 20 mil. So here we have an agent, and ele is he, and then we have the ditransitive verb to give, right? And then we have the recipient is the Japanese man, and then 20 mil, which is the theme, right? So this is the very prototype constructions in which we don't have a preposition, and these constructions are very common among elder speakers of this variety. And then we also have in example number 2, the prototypical Brazilian Portuguese construction, the ditransitive construction with a preposition, such as deu sino, dá o cigarro para Tonho, que ele tá doidinho para fumar. And here we have an agent, as in deu sino, the to give verb, the ditransitive verb, and then we have the theme, the preposition pra, to, and then we have the recipient Tonho. So this context is basically variable, right? So the two possibilities are possible in Helvetian Portuguese. So I have 2 main objectives with the study. It's also important to say this is a very preliminary study, and any feedback is welcome from you today. So the main first objective that I have is to analyze and describe these constructions quantitatively, and I also will conduct a cross-linguistic comparison between this structure in Helvetian Portuguese and Yorubas, which I will use as an example as one of the main languages that contributed to the formation of Helvetian Portuguese. So the community that I study, as I mentioned before, is called Helvetia. So if you are not familiar with the geography of Brazil, Brazil is a very big country, and then this community is a Maroon Society community, historical community located in the southern region of Bahia, and Bahia is one of the biggest states in Brazil, located in the northeast region of the country. This community has been studied for its linguistic and cultural traditions for the past, I would say, 50 years, since the 60s. And I've collected my own data in 2019 and also last year, so I've done 2 fieldwork trips in the community, and I also have data that was collected in 1994 by Lucchesi and Baxter. So now I'll talk a little bit about the methods that I've used in this study. So one of the main aspects of my work is the typological implications of context. This is the title of my work. So to capture the typological differences between the languages in context, that in this case were Yoruba and Portuguese, I am using the framework proposed by Małżbokova, Helpsmouth, and Comrie, in which they talk about that the case and adpositional marking are more sensitive to role properties, which is the case of Portuguese, right? That there is a preposition, while cross-referencing and agreement are more sensitive to inherent prominence, such as animacy and definiteness of the arguments, and these are the case of this typological tendency of Niger-Congo languages. And then to capture these typological differences, I coded some of the main linguistic properties of the transitive constructions, such as the roles of agent, recipient, and theme. And also I selected 9 core transitive verbs, and then they were classified between physical transfer, such as the verb give, lend, hand, sell, return, bring, and send, and the psychological transfer verbs, such as show and tell. These are some of the other factors that I coded in my data. So the dependent factor was the presence versus the absence of the preposition to capture, again, the typological difference between flagging and indexing. And the verb set of 9 that I just showed. Verb tense, the verb frequency of high and low. Here use a dictionary of Portuguese verbs to classify the verb frequency. Transfer type, if it was psychological or physical type of transfer. Also object order, so this was an important factor as well, meaning if there is an indirect versus a direct object that appeared in the sentence versus a direct versus an indirect object. And also I coded for animacy and the specificity properties of the arguments of the agent, the theme, and the recipient, and if there was a presence of a negation or if there was any intervening material between the arguments. Some of the social factors that I coded were birth year, since I used 3 sets of data, 3 data sets that were collected in 94, 2019, and 2024. I coded in the factor birth year, sex, schooling, and also lifelong residency status. This is an important factor because a lot of the residents of the community a lot of times would leave to work somewhere else in the big urban centers of Brazil, and then they would return after several years. So that was an important factor to code for as well. And these are some of the numbers of my preliminary analysis. So far I've coded data from 27 speakers, and I have 182 tokens. So here's a summary of the statistical results. The main factors that came out as significant were, first of all, object order, meaning here in the first line, if we focus on the first line of this table, this positive estimate means that object order, indirect and direct object, means that that this basically increases the odds of speakers omitting a preposition in the transitive constructions. And then the other 3 factors are represented by these negative estimates, in which we have verb and birth year, the meaning that the trazer, to bring verb, and younger speakers decrease the odds of preposition omission in the transitive constructions, meaning that younger speakers, they barely use these constructions, and also the verb trazer is almost never used with the omitted preposition as well. And now I will talk a little bit more about these results now with more detail. This is just a distribution of my significant predictors by preposition use. And there was also some interactions. So here, if we look at this inference tree, we can see that the main split is verb on number 1, and then we have this main split between trazer and vender verbs, to bring and to sell, versus all the other verbs, contar, dar, entregar, and mostrar. And then after that, we have a split between that is related to birth year, right, with middle-aged and younger speakers using less of the absent preposition context, and the elders are the ones who heavily use more the constructions without preposition. And then after that, we have object order, in which we have the indirect and direct object order being preferred. So now diving into the social factor of generational change, of the younger speakers using these constructions way less than the elders, we can see that basically this generational change has been already previously tested in the literature, and not just related to the transitives, but to several other grammatical constructions that are common mostly among the speech of mostly in the speech of elders. And I myself did a study about language ideologies to understand exactly why there was this generational change and why it was so fast as well. And it was this is basically a social linguistic motivated change because speakers have been accommodating their language variety towards the standard Brazilian Portuguese for the past 60 years. So it's important to say that there was big social changes in this community starting in the 1960s, in which there was the opening really of this community. This is important to say it's also that this community is very small. And there was introduction of a new school into the community, and a lot of the residents actually left the community because there was the introduction of the cellulose industry in the region, in which they took a lot of their land. So a lot of people lost their land and lost their way of living, so they left the community. So these big social changes really had an impact on their language as well, right? So speakers, so in this work that I published last year, I found that basically speakers' meta-linguistic patterns are mediated by iconization, in which the younger speakers linguistically differentiate themselves from the traditional dialect. And they say that they don't speak the traditional dialect anymore, and then the only ones who still speak this dialect are the older speakers. And there was this linguistic differentiation happening. So this verse split is another result that I found in this data. So when I was looking more into the literature about the transitives, so what I found was that basically there were some core transfer verbs, and then more then verbs that are more in the periphery of transfer verbs, right? And then trazer and vender, I think, are in this periphery of transfer verbs. But I would like to do some further research to understand this split and to see why there is basically this big difference between these two categories. But really, one of the main takeouts of this study, of this preliminary analysis, is that indirect and the direct object order is the preferred order with the non-standard ditransitive construction. So this is the preferred context in which we see these constructions happening. And then why? Context change, and this is now the part that I'm going to talk a little bit about why I think is context change. So talk about context. In this context, we have to go back into in history, right? Because right now, really, this is a monolingual community. So why I'm talking about context? Well, Helvécia was really once Colônia Leopoldina, which is a massive coffee plantation that started in 1818, beginning of the 19th century, and it lasted up until the end of slavery in Brazil in 1888. And important, obviously, there was in this, has happened all over Brazil during almost 400 years. There were massive importations of slave labor, so they used African slave labor in these plantations. So when we look at to understand what were the origins of the demographics of Colônia Leopoldina, to understand the origins of the African slave people, it's always very hard to know exactly where they were coming from. But what we know is at the beginning in the foundation of the colony, the African slave people, they made the majority of the enslaved people who were in the colony. So we know that there were probably several West African languages spoken in the colony in its foundation period, right? And then that changed, especially after the 1850s, when there was a change in the law, and then the transatlantic slave trade was prohibited, right? Also, I have some data from Baxter et al., in which actually we have data from 5 different plantations in which the priests asked the oranges of the enslaved people, and then this is like self-reported data. But again, it's always very hard to know exactly what this meant or where they were from, because as we know, a lot of the times they were taking several miles away from the coasts, right? But what we know is that, and this is not because of this table, but other data, other historical data that I consulted, is that the Yoruba or the Nago, which was the way they were identified themselves during the time, the Yoruba speakers, they formed the majority, and also they were the most homogeneous group in these colonies. So based on this data, and also other data that I have from my fieldwork, I am claiming that Yoruba was one of the main or the most homogeneous language that participated in the formation of this dialect, but this was obviously not the only language. So it's important to say that Bantu languages also were present in other West African languages. But since I'm focusing on Yoruba, I had to then do some I did some cross-linguistic comparison. So let's see what happens with the transitives in Yoruba. So Yoruba is an isolated language, and there is no case marking of core arguments. Because of that, the word order is very rigid with SVO. And the basic structure of postmark constructions with ni is the following. So here we have usually the verb give, or verb like give, right? And then we have an indirect object, a marker, which is, in this case, is secundative preposition ni, and then a direct object. So this is a very strict word order, right, in Yoruba. So then what happened, right? So what was exactly the contact mechanism that was used and that gave rise to these constructions. So my analysis is that there was a transfer, the type of in naturalistic second language acquisition using Winford's framework, and I believe there was a structural imposition from Yoruba or Niger-Congo languages, if you want to be a little bit more general, into the Portuguese that they were acquiring in the 19th century. And then there was the creation of this third system, this hybrid system, right, in which we have, again, talking about typology, in which in Portuguese we have these flagging ditransitives with prepositions, and then in Niger-Congo languages we have the indexing ditransitives, which are typologically different. And then in Ovesta Portuguese, the two possibilities are possible, the two strategies are possible with the flagging and indexing ditransitives. This is actually, I'm adding this to a previous analysis that I did of locatives, which is, I can talk a little bit more in the discussion period, but my idea is that since there is a change in progress happening right now in the community, in which we have the traditional dialect being lost, right? So usually this forms the non-standard, less common forms are the least frequent forms. I'm claiming that the least frequent, non-standard, and more specialized forms are more pragmatically constrained than the standard forms. So this is an idea that I want to keep pursuing when I'm analyzing other areas of the grammar as well. But that's basically the core of my analysis, and this is why I believe these forms are usually becoming more and more restricted in terms of the information structure of the sentence. And this is thank you very much. This is my contact info. Also, if you want to learn more about Afro-Iberian languages, There's going to be a co-edited book that I'm co-editing with Ana Lívia Agostinho that's coming out soon. We have here some people who have contributed to the book, and this is coming out at the end of this year. So here we have several examples of Portuguese and Spanish-based creoles and Afro-Iberian varieties as well. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, also for the perfect timing. And now let's open the Q&A session. So there's any question here?
First of all, thank you so much for your interesting work. We had a couple of questions about the difference on the 4th or 5th slide about the methodology. You talked about transfer in all the linguistic features, and I wondered about the difference you mean when you talk about physical and psychological transfer. That is my first question. My second question was about the methodology. So what type of tasks you employed to collect all this data? And I know for clarity's sake, you had to cut something out, but I really wanted to know about that. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm using a classification of the transitives that has a split between physical and psychological transfer. So I did that because I was thinking that maybe that would be a factor that would affect, again, the use of the transitive constructions. And about I didn't do a task. This was all my data comes from social linguistic interviews, which makes it hard, actually, to find natural occurring data of the transitives. That's why I don't have a lot of tokens. I don't know if you notice, I have just 184, and then a lot of interviews, so I need to keep looking at more interviews to gather more data, or actually do a test with speakers to see exactly what's happening there. But it's hard to gather this type of data in social linguistic interviews, yeah. Thank you.
One more question. Yeah?
So thank you very much. I have one comment and one small question.
Yeah.
So I will start with a question maybe. I may have missed some of your data, but I was curious. I don't know if you have told this. I'm curious about the pronouns when both direct and indirect objects are pronouns. How does it work? Which is the preferred order? And then I just wanted to add that I found something similar in Guinea-Bissau Creole, which is Portuguese-based. And thank you for your presentation. I will look at the substrate, how it works there, because when you have pronouns, it has a certain order. You have creative pronouns and full pronouns in Creole. When you have full nouns, you may find both orders, and I was struggling understanding why. So.
Oh, thank you very much. So that's why I am presenting these preliminary results, because I would like to have comments like this. This is very helpful, actually, to look if there is a difference between the use of, if it's a pronoun or a full noun. I'll look into that. I haven't. So this is actually a good suggestion, just because you said that there was a difference, and there's probably a difference in my data as well. I think my hypothesis would be that when there was pronouns, there was then the order becomes more fixed with the indirect versus and in the direct object order. Yeah. So, but I will look into that. That's a good suggestion. Thank you.
Okay. So, yeah, a very last question.
It's just something about the sociolinguistic test that you used for your collection data. Was it something, let's say, spontaneous? You just let the people speak about a topic that you chose, or you directly asked them, how would you say this and that in, you know?
It was a free topic, classic social linguistic interviews about their daily lives, and yeah. So there was no specific tasks, which would also be great to do specific questions to elicit this type of constructions. Yeah, yeah. But I didn't do that. Yeah, yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you so much. Close. And now let's switch to our next talk, delivered by Piero Visconti. And the title of the talk, which is not here, maybe we can
Yes, I probably need to plug it in. Where? Where I'm supposed to plug in?
la presentazione no, it's not here, no. Non è stato, dove la carichiamo? Perché non è...
I don't know why it's not here. Just in case, just per precauzione l'ho portata. Ce l'ha qua. Precauzione. È qua?
Yeah, just...
If you have only a USB stick,
Sì. Ok. Va bene?
Some technical issues, we'll be back soon.
Va bene? Proviamo? Yeah? It works.
Good, so again, Piero Visconti, null subject or non-null subject, that is the question. Subject, pronoun, expression, language contact in Puerto Rican Spanish. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for having me here. So this is the title of my presentation, which is talking about contact in Puerto Rican varieties, so within the archipelago of Puerto Rico. So this is the outline of the paper, it will be a paper at some point of the presentation. Introduction, theoretical framework, then I'll present SPE, subject pronoun expression in Spanish, then I'll focus on Caribbean Spanish and Puerto Rican Spanish varieties, then data, variables, result, discussion, and hopefully on time conclusion. So this is where Puerto Rico is located in the Caribbean Basin, and the reason why, well, not the real reason for this study is, of course, this is the reason to spend many, many months and years in Puerto Rico. But this is basically where the two communities are located, San Juan and Loíza. San Juan is the capital city of Puerto Rico, and Loíza is an Afro-Hispanic community that belongs to the metropolitan area, which is also called the Area Metro in Puerto Rico. Why this study and why another study of subject pronoun expression in Spanish, and why these two communities? Well, first of all, because San Juan Spanish is considered the urban standard, which is usually viewed as the variety to follow due to its greater access to education. And on the other hand, Loíza Spanish, even if closer 10 minutes by car, represents an Afro-Hispanic vernacular shaped by both African and Hispanic linguistic influence in these historically marginalized and underrepresented community. There have been also a few comparative studies, including varieties spoken by Boricuas, which is the name of like Puerto Ricans are called, and also there's a scarcity of intradialectal comparison between a variety of Spanish and an Afro-Hispanic variety such as Loíza Spanish. So the main goals are to explore the influence of linguistic, internal and linguistic and social, factors of subject pronoun expression in these two varieties, and assess the implication of this morphosyntactic feature for Creole studies. As Dr. Madra said this morning, we're talking about a topic that it's kind of polemic, problematic, and very heated. And sometimes, so there's a Creole debate, Spanish Creole debates, and the most important word, I think, is debate, right, on the origin and development of Afro-Hispanic varieties of the Americas. Research questions: how frequent are subject pronoun expression in these varieties, and how these frequency can be read in relation to the variables taken into analysis. Just to give some context, these are the pronouns in Spanish, because I know that not every person in the room here speak Spanish. So yo, tú, él, ella, usted, nosotros, nosotras, vosotros and vosotras, and then ellos, ellas, and ustedes. And there have been a lot of memes and a lot of funny aspects about vosotros and vosotras. That's why also the Spanish flag in the back, because Latin American Spanish and Caribbean Spanish, they totally forget about vosotros and vosotras. And that's actually some of the memes that you can find in the internet. Don't worry about vosotros, or dead or alive. We look for vosotros and vosotras, and vosotros totally dead in the sea, right? So there's no vosotros and vosotras in Loíza Spanish, in Afro-Puerto Rican Spanish, and in Latin American Caribbean Spanish in general. What is subject-pronoun expression across the Romance world? Well, we can see that this feature is inherited from Latin, from different forms. And then we basically have three big groups. One is the obligatory pronominal languages like French or Asian Creole, and then we have semi-prodrop like Brazilian Portuguese, and full prodrop or variable subject expression like Italian and Spanish. Here we have an example from my data, like yo trabajo en la alcaldía, yo soy administradora, yo me ocupo, and then the subject pronouns suddenly disappeared, right? So hasta soy secretaria y. So as we can see, there's no apparent reason to find why there is presence or absence of subject pronoun expression. In a nutshell, I tried to explain the principle and parameter framework, right? So according to Chomsky, there's a universal grammar according to which there are principle and parameters. What is a principle? What is a parameter? Universal grammar rules shared by all human languages, and parameters are points of variation. Like, for example, the null subject parameters. It means that there are two types of parameters. There will be macro parameters or macro of micro parameters. So basically, macro parameters, some languages allow null subject, like Italian and Spanish, and some languages do not, like English and French. And then micro parameters, the variation within a variety, like, for example, Caribbean Spanish versus Peninsular Spanish. Also, what is the null subject parameters? It's basically the NSP determines whether subject pronouns can be omitted or not in a language, and it is encoded in as a binary parameter, plus null subject minus null subject, or as the title says, null subject versus non-null subject. And then several studies have attributed various properties that, for a matter of time, I have just hided from this presentation. So here we have an artificial intelligence image of the great Shakespeare asking the famous questions, right? So why? Because subject pronouns uses very variable in Spanish, and it's actually grammatically correct and acceptable to both include subject pronouns but also to omit them, because it sounds more natural, and also if the context is clear, the omission is kind of the best option for speakers. All this is due because the verb endings usually indicate the person we're talking, right? So the subject. So for example, instead of saying soy, instead of saying yo soy, we can say soy, and it will be just belonging to the yo, first person, singular person. And then tú eres, él es, and so on. And many dialectal variations exist, with some regions preferring overt pronouns more than others. In Spanish, this is a very I will say the most widely studied features of Spanish. For example, Buenos Aires Spanish, Mexican American Spanish in LA, Peninsular Spanish, as well as Spanish Catholic contact in Menorca Island, as well as Spanish English contact in the US. But diving into the Caribbean, we can see that Caribbean Spanish dialect have received significant attention. For example, coastal Venezuelan, coastal Colombian, Cuban Spanish, Dominican Spanish, as well as Puerto Rican Spanish. But that's we can understand why, right? Well, because pragmatic constraints on pronominal variation appear to be neutralizing. As Bullock and Toribio say, personal pronouns in Caribbean Spanish abound without the anticipated pragmatic function. It's usually subject pronoun expression is used in Spanish when I want to emphasize something, like yo soy italiano, tú eres brasileño. It means, don't be wrong, I'm Italian, you are Brazilian. Like to create a clear difference, right? And also Tagliamonte said that whenever speakers have a choice in speech, this choice may be constrained by a number of factors, And we will see that there will be language external as well as language internal factors that have led to many comparative studies. Also, what I've realized is that speakers are sometimes aware of these linguistic features. For example, if you digit on the internet, do Spanish speakers use subject pronouns in normal conversation? You can find totally different comments. For example, no, we don't. This is very tragic. No, we don't. We only use subject pronouns only for clearing ambiguity and emphasis. And then they say, yo debo limpiar porque yo siempre limpio. Here we have 3 yo for making emphasis and nothing else, which would be kind of extreme. And then another person answers, I think you're wrong. I think you're wrong because maybe it's Mexican Spanish, but here in the Caribbean, subject pronouns do not always provide contrast or emphasis. For example, in the Dominican Republic, it's not necessary. And then, which is called profe in New York, which is probably, can you understand that he's a different kind of person talking, he says, hey, just for you to know that it is called pro-drop. So, as you can see, there are so many comments and different personalities commenting on the internet. When we land in Puerto Rico, we found examples like that from data. Que tú compras hoy con eso, but also aquí estamos. And then on the other side, él sabe bregar con tubería, but also corta árboles. So there's no reason to have expression or omission. In this case, when we land in Puerto Rico, we found the pronominal paradigm in Puerto Rican Spanish that is kind of rich. And we find yo, tú, usted, ella, nosotros, ustedes y ellos. And also we use, I'm not Puerto Rican, but like we use in Puerto Rico non-specific pronouns like uno and tú, right? Uno and tú, and also the ellos. So basically, in Caribbean Spanish, the use of subject pronoun is, in many occasions, defined to compensate phonetic reduction. So instead of eres, or instead of comes, that they will pronounce come, the use of tú will clearly let people understand that we're talking about second person singular. So these, according to Ockberg, is called functional compensation hypothesis, and it proposes a link between the S deletion and subject pronoun usage. And also, this will be to compensate the reduction of morphological markers like S. So basically, in Puerto Rican Spanish, ambiguous form will lead to higher subject pronoun expression, and unambiguous form will lead to lower subject pronoun expressions. Also, here there is some literature review saying that it's not always true because there are studies that support compensational hypothesis, studies that go against the compensational hypothesis, and studies that show exactly the opposite, as in the province of Cordoba in Spain, in the Central Andalusian dialect. This is also, since one of the community is an Afro-Hispanic community, I have to say that the use of a verb subject is one of those morphosyntactic features mostly common associated with a potential Creole origin for the Afro-Hispanic varieties. And actually, as we can find in some publications that I had, you can say here that it's kind of true according to the data. Si tú quieres algo, tú lo tomas. No need to have the S, well, we have the S deletion, so it's important to have the expression of subject pronouns. Or also, si tú tienes el pecho apretado, tú te tomas un guarapilla curia, which is a T. The present study, classic sociolinguistic interview, Lebov methodology, so observer paradox. So 88 participants, 44 from San Juan, 44 from Loíza, born and raised in these communities, always resided in their municipality and never lived in the US, which is kind of common since Puerto Ricans are US citizens since 1917. So we have here the difference in gender, age, also in the educational level, as well as occupational categories and income brackets. These are the analyzed variable. We can see extralinguistic variables and linguistic variables. It will be kind of clearer when we see the graphic at the end, which is not the end, but it's now the resultant discussion. So for example, the geographical distribution between San Juan and Loíza shows similar overall subject pronoun expression rates, and it suggests that regional variation alone does not explain major difference in SPE. S deletion is most common in male speakers, so these data support the compensation hypothesis that we saw 2 minutes ago. Considering age and gender, we will see that middle-aged adults show lowest subject-pronoun expression rates with a possible adherence to the traditional null-subject norms with Spanish. And middle-aged women, on the other hand, exhibit a higher subject-pronoun expression, which may reflect greater linguistic adaptability or stylistic monitoring, but further research is needed. The most important thing, I think, is the age, because older speakers may use, as we can see the last column on the right, 55 and plus, older speakers may use more pronouns, compensating for phonetic reduction, and the first two columns, 19 to 36, which is the younger group, may be influenced by English contact, because there is a lot of mainland US traffic in the island, and English is a non-null subject language, so maybe the expression of subject is due to English influence, especially in bilingual and code switching contexts, which are very, very common in Puerto Rico. Considering the educational level, subject-pronoun expression rates are evenly distributed across education levels, so it's not a strong predictor. And also increased schooling in younger generation if you compare to 20 to 30 years ago. The situation has changed a lot. Considering occupation and income, highest subject-pronoun expression rates in low-income and non-academic professions, like, for example, street vendors, janitors, or clerks, may reflect a greater S deletion and compensatory pronoun use, and on the other hand, lower rates in education-related and high-status job aligned with formal norms, more subject omission. Continuity is another aspect that I've analyzed. It's a key factor influencing subject-pronoun expression in both varieties. Above all, if we talk about co-reference and priming, what is co-reference when there is the same subject across clauses, and priming when there is repetition of subject-form structure. Here we have two examples. Yo no hice mucho, pero pues me gané unos chavitos. Since we have the yo at the beginning, the second subject is omitted. On the other hand, in the B, there is yo soy orgulloso con la aldea, yo soy un aldeano orgulloso, yo les digo, vengan a mi aldea. So there is the yo, and then as the first example, the subject pronouns magically disappeared. So the you all, it's gone. So these results are actually in line with previous studies, above all Camera 1994, but more recent Flores Ferran from 2002, that promotes null subject in Caribbean Spanish. The person of the subject is another important aspect, because the first two singular persons, yo and tú, in Spanish show the highest over pronoun, and these also in line with previous findings. And from these category, from these analysis, it was mentioned that I voluntarily eliminated the tú sabes and tú me entiendes, which correspond to the you know in English, so that we can see it's not a real use of subject pronouns, it's more like a filler or a discus markers. So, for example, mi abuelo le decía al vecino, tú sabes, cuando viene tormenta yo me doy un palo, like, you know, I drink a shot because I'm stressful for the hurricane. And the verb ambiguity is another aspect that I've analyzed. The data strongly support the compensational hypothesis, because it's above all in second and third person singular. Why? Because these persons are more prone to S deletion, the example that I've mentioned before, tú comes versus ella come. So to reinforce distinction that is lost morphologically, they just attach. Well, not attached, they put a preverbal subject to make a difference. And this is a consistent pattern across both San Juan and Loíza, with no difference in gender or age. Also, the presence of negation has been studied above all by Ordóñez and Olarrea. So I say, why not? Let's keep going. So I also analyzed the negation that increases with null subject expression. So it means that in the 79% of subject omission is in negative sentences and 63% in affirmative sentences. So there is a slight difference. And here we have two examples. No paro de trabajar instead of yo no paro de trabajar, but also yo no quiero salir, está lloviendo mucho instead of no quiero salir, está lloviendo mucho. Non-specificity is probably no, not the last, but almost. So, tú sabes and tú me entiendes have been excluded, as I mentioned, and the other non-generic pronouns is uno, which means people, one person, non-specific. Accounts for 76% of impersonal subject tokens, in line with Flores-Ferran studies, and more frequent in San Juan, 61, than in Loíza, 39. Most used by middle-aged women, but is very balanced in men. Examples, como yo me crié en el área, uno le pierde un poco de miedo. Or, allí uno sabe quién fue su amigo secreto. They were talking about the Secret Santa. No? So it was talking about that. Then animacy. We'll see that San Juan speaker will find 52% of occurrences versus Loíza speaker 50%, so they are almost the same. And I have examples here as well. Trabaja en la alcaldía instead of está vieja, they were talking about the house. Then, with the type of verbs, we will see that transitive verbs most likely to occur with overt subjects. For example, we have, well, where is it? No, here. San Juan Spanish, 68% versus Loíza Spanish, 65%. And after transitive verb, the second place of the category is copulative and mental state, like the verb creer and pensar, which means to think, that may reflect syntactic and semantic salience. Intransitive and reflexive verb also favor null subject. Yo creo que eso no va a pasar. Yo pienso que necesitamos hablar. And then salimos temprano or se fue sin decir nada. So in conclusion, how frequent are overt subject? Well, very frequent. And what drives the frequency? Well, the most important variables, or the strongest variables, are discourse continuity, subject person, verb ambiguity, and negation. What are the implications? Well, it's basically what a person could expect from Caribbean varieties of Spanish, and also in L2 bilingual setting that usually do not use non-subject parameters. So this is what is interesting is that Dominican Spanish and Brazilian Portuguese, they basically behave at the same way. So the provocative question is like, is Puerto Rican Spanish shifting its pro-drop status, probably getting closer to Dominican Spanish or to Brazilian Portuguese? They are called some kind of partial pro-drop languages. Well, more studies are needed on that. So basically, in conclusion, there's no significant difference, and the subject pronoun expression is shaped more by advanced SLA strategies and not as, so we can't consider basically Loíza Spanish a Creole or a previous Creole. It's just a variety of Puerto Rican Spanish, and is more in basilectal forms. Loíza Spanish reflect vernacular universal, as in this paper that is under revision. These are the future direction that I would love to comment in the next minute, and I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A lot of questions, so let's start. I don't know which was.
Thank you very much. Very nice. Very nice work. I have a couple of questions, but I will just focus on two. The first question is just out of curiosity, how much contact there is between people from Loíza and San Juan? If there
how much what?
Contact exists between them, like if there is like transit, if people from Loíza go a
well,
lot
consider
to San
that
Juan.
Consider that as I mentioned is 10 minutes by car, probably half an hour walking. And above all, there is a place in Loíza which is called Piñones, which is a common place to go to the beach for, above all, from San Juan areas, because they're beautiful beaches, more than San Juan. And so the content is so common that only recently Loíza has been started being considered metropolitan area.
Interesting.
So basically, the difference between San Juan and Loíza is the airport.
Yeah.
It's the San Juan airport, which is not in San Juan.
Yeah.
So that is the difference. But now, for buen vivir, for good living conditions, or go to the beach and have fun and this and that. And also, you have to consider that in Loíza, for many, many years, there was it was impossible to have hospital, even high school. So everyone had to go, above all the younger generation, had to go to San Juan for school. And actually, there's still no hospital. There's just a 24-hour emergency.
Yeah.
So
you
people are
found
not
almost, like, no interest, no
born
interest,
and they're not born in Loíza, but they're raised in Loíza. They just go to San Juan, you just go born and then go back to Loíza. So basically, yeah.
Very interesting. And my other question is actually related to priming, because this was one of the factors that you coded for, right? Could you find any statistical correlation between the rates of subject expression and priming, or that was not like a significant factor?
It was a nice factor to analyze, but and I thought that, okay, in many, like before analyzing the data, I say, okay, priming would be, I'm sure priming would be like 80 and 20%, like favoring priming, no? Joe as an example. But then above all, suddenly people drop the subject and say, no, why? Like I was expecting more repetitions or more priming and priming and priming. So I was a little bit disappointed by that. But I think that it's still something that, I think it's very Caribbean Spanish to use the pronoun. So that's why the compensation hypothesis, because, but it's something that, for example, you can find in Puerto Rican, this is very interesting, you can find in Puerto Rican Spanish and Dominican Spanish, but you even find less in Cuban Spanish. And the first question would be why, since it's part of Caribbean Spanish. But as I mentioned with the flags at the very end, there's Brazilian flag, there's Dominican flag, but there's no Cuban flag. So that would be something that I want to do at some point, to analyze Cuban versus the other two smaller Caribbean islands.
And one last thing, did you think about maybe excluding the uses of subject expression as a discourse marker from your data? Because you included everything, right? You included when it was like, tú sabes, like that was like included, right?
Well, but I dropped that voluntarily because in the first study, I had included that, and then I say, oh, let's try to delete the tú sabes and tú me entiendes, and actually the results are different. Because there is a tú sabes and tú me entiendes in almost every 5 seconds of conversation, yes.
If I may just link to this very last question, I'm going to be a little bit more formal in this way. Like, if we're talking about the pro-drop, no pro-drop, semi-pro-drop languages, I don't know how much the first and the second person singulars are to be taken into account, in the sense that we are switching in the domain of information structure, pragmatics, and communication. I think we should actually switch to the third person singular as some sort of diagnostic to switch towards a no pro-drop or a semi-pro-drop from a pro-drop language. And I saw from your data that we are talking about like the new subject parameter as a mix of different microphenomena and micro parameters. Like I saw some post-verbal subjects in your data, as well as, for instance, post-verbal subject. And I was wondering, actually, and I think the key here is the erosion in the verbal morphology, in order to understand whether they actually need to overproduce the thought, in this case the third person singular
I think that also length of the pronoun, if it's monosyllabic or bisyllabic, I think will be important, because, for example, the nosotros is almost always dropped, but yo, tú, él, ella, and ellos is, yes, of course, it's like bisyllabic, but like it's shorter than nosotros. And so now I'm thinking, having a talk with Luana, thinking that why Brazilian Portuguese, they have nos, they don't have nosotros. So maybe the one difference could be that nos in Brazilian Portuguese could be omitted also because it's monosyllabic as eu. But then we have vocera, which would be balanced again. Exactly. So I think that the length is also important, because ellos and nosotros, but above all nosotros, so we, I think is the highest rates of dropping, like of omission. And it could be also related, so there would be some theory, I think, about that. Yeah, so thank you for the observation. Hello.
Thank you for this really comprehensive overview. I wanted to just come back to the beginning part where you were talking about the functional hypothesis and the interaction between the optional S and the optional subject pronoun, and to suggest that you might be able to really clarify your argumentation as you move from just looking at one factor at a time to some sort of a multivariate analysis where you can contrast what happens in the contexts where S is variable versus the other contexts where S either is invariant or is absolutely absent. Because it's only where it's variable that we really should see this interplay that could possibly support the functional hypothesis. So I think that's what I don't know if that's what you have coded as ambiguous and unambiguous, but it seems like it would be really important to look at the effect of all of the other factors just in the context where S is variable.
And I think that also, yes, thank you. I think you're totally right with that. And I think that is also a study that can be expanded at the interface with phonetics and phonology, because the S deletion is not, in many occasions, is not like the classic Dominican Spanish deletion, which is a totally erosion of S. In Puerto Rican Spanish, in many occasions, is aspiration. And so that would be also some kind of, hey, but if you hear the aspiration, why do you need to express the subject, right? So I can perfectly understand the difference between Dominican Spanish, that they totally drop, like the non-existent is also called sometimes the non-existent S. And on the other hand, Cuban and Puerto Rican Spanish, they're more prone to aspirate that final S. So I think that is also a study that can be expanded not only from your point of view, but also from the interface with phonetics and phonologies. I think that would be, I know it would be a never-ending story, but it
that sounds like a post-dissertation add-on.
Another dissertation, probably.
Thank you. If there are, okay, just, yeah.
Thank you, Piero. This was a very clear presentation. I wanted to follow up a little bit on Naomi's question in a way about S deletion and the link to that phenomenon, because there didn't seem to be much variation in the graphs that you presented in terms of age and gender. But do we know who is leading S deletion in Puerto Rican Spanish?
Who is what?
Who is leading?
Oh, who is leading? No, but like it's very balanced. Oh, okay, it's done. I think the S deletion is very balanced, but it sounds like it reminds me a previous study that I made with the classic lateralization of rhotics in Puerto Rican Spanish, above reggaeton artists, for example, right? So Puerto Ricans are kind of aware what is going on. So the classic difference, alma, arma, for example, for Puerto Rican Spanish, they say alma. They perfectly understand if we're talking about soul or if we're talking about arma, like weapon. They're totally, I don't know how they do. And for the subject pronoun expression, I realized that it's almost the same, even if so in many occasions, it was for me, of course, I was conducting the interview and I was trying to be more non-linguist as possible, right? So, okay, speak, no problem, no? Like I'm just here to listen, I don't want to interrupt. But then when I was listening to expression, omission, I say, how is it possible that they can go back and forth all the time? And I say, like for me, like I'm an Italian native speaker, and I don't do that, even if Italian is a pro-drop language, right? So I don't do io, non-io all the time. And so I envy them at some point during the interviews, and I say, that would be very nice at the time of coding and transcribing. So the leading, I think, is the truth is in the middle, as always, right? So I think it depends also from the speakers that you're analyzing. Maybe if you go to the west coast of the island, of the southern part of the island, I can find similar, different results. I would love to spend more time, as I showed you. So I would love to spend months and months and months trying to analyze who's the leader for subject pronoun expression. But thank you so much for your question.
Okay, so thank you again.
You.
And then for the last speaker of the session, we have Tobias Frick and Guido Zeiner. And yeah, so the title of the talk is a regularization of verb cluster syntax in Amish Schwitzer. And here we are. So, Tobias, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Welcome everybody to my presentation. Today I will be presenting a little description of what we are doing, what I've been doing. I'm working in a project about Amish Schwitzer with Guido Seiler and Leonie Strickler, and Guido wanted to be here, but he couldn't make it, but he sends his regards. For a quick roadmap, I will talk about verb clusters in German/Germanic varieties first, because I'm not sure if everybody of you is really familiar with stuff like that. Then I will talk about the data we've collected so far and about some preliminary results and go into the discussion. So how to describe verb clusters in German varieties, and there's this pretty nice topological fields model, maybe you've heard of it, and it accounts for all the different standard German verb positions that we find. So we have verb second, and the verbal elements basically land either in the left bracket or in the right bracket. Either means that the finite verb goes into the left bracket and all the non-finite stuff into the right bracket. That's in a declarative clause. And in this case, you could also have a verb cluster, and verb cluster just means you have more than one verbal element in the right bracket. It also accounts for verb first positioning, like in questions, wird uns ein Haus verkaufen können? And again, you could have a verb cluster here in the right bracket. What I'm mainly interested in, or what I'm mainly going to talk about today, is verb final positioning, typical for German and its dialects. And again, you can have here verb clusters, and you have the finite verb in the right bracket as well. So you have a sentence, der uns sein Haus bald verkaufen wird, the guy who will sell us his house soon, and you have two verbs in the right bracket. A quick side note here, if you have a relative pronoun, it lands in the pre-field in this model. If you have a relative particle, which all dialects basically have, it lands in the left bracket. That's why all the other verbs have to land in the right bracket in this model. Quickly, why are verb clusters even interesting in German? It's because of dialectal variation and variation in a certain dialect. I brought here Palatinate German as an example, and according to Hen, all verb clusters basically work the same. You have a structure that is non-finite, finite, to one order basically. And you find that in perfect verb clusters. So this is the guy who I've met, this is the guy, das ist der Mann, dem wo ich begegnet bin, and you also have it in modal verb clusters. Something like this is, these are the building blocks that someone can build a tower with, wo man einen Turm damit bauen kann. Again, to one structure, non-finite, finite. Different results in Emmental-Bernese Swiss German. According to Hodler, there is a preference for non-finite finite order, so same as in Palatinate German, for perfect verb clusters. But there is a preference for finite non-finite, so 1-2 clusters, if you have a modal verb plus an infinitive, so have basically a split system. And that's also what Wurmbrand, who looked at all or several different West Germanic dialects and varieties, found out. So she also found those split in several varieties, and she also generalized that the 2-1 order is always possible in all dialects for auxiliary participle construction, basically for perfect constructions. There's a problem with the topological fields model though, and I'm going to show that with Pennsylvania Dutch, because it works really nice for standard German, but it doesn't work for the dialects necessarily. So we have here data of 4 different speakers, and we had an English stimuli sentence, which we asked them, this is the man who is going to sell us this house, and we asked them to translate it into their Pennsylvania Dutch. We expected something, a verb cluster with a future auxiliary and an infinitive. And 3 of the speakers produce something like that. In the left bracket, you have the complementizer, a middle field, uns, se Haus, us, his house, and in the right bracket, you have a nice cluster, 2-1. One speaker produced something like that, and here you have the
finite verb first, then you have a noun phrase, and then you have the non-finite verb second, and then you have the post field with a prepositional phrase. The question here arises, how do you analyze that? Is this still considered to be a verb cluster or not? For this presentation, I just say it is. This is also maybe, I can also argue for that based on a generative framework. I'm not a generativist myself, but you have this structure I showed first. You have the cluster in the right bracket. And then if you flip the inode, you get a different configuration, but it's still kind of considered to be a cluster. But generativists in the audience, please correct me on that. I'm not sure if that analysis is correct. So what varieties am I going to talk about today? So for one, the first one, which I assume many of you have heard of, is sectarian Pennsylvania Dutch. It's basically a language island spoken in the US. I marked the 3 biggest settlements in the US, which are the one in Indiana, the one in Ohio, and the one in Pennsylvania. And it's a variety that is based on Southwestern German varieties, mainly Palatinate German. That's why I brought the Palatinate German examples. And it goes back to the migration in the 18th century, where not only Amish, but also other religious affiliations left from the Palatinate region and moved to the US. The second variety, which most of you haven't heard of probably, is Amish Schwitzer, or the language Schwitzer, just Schwitzer. It goes back to a migration from eastern France in the 19th century, so approximately 100 years later, and it's spoken in the blue square in Adams County, Indiana, and it shows feature both of Bernese Swiss German and Pennsylvania Dutch. I quickly show what that means. So Bernese Swiss German features are mainly found in the phonology, so we have retention of Middle High German monophthongs and falling diphthongs, we have Middle High German A and O, we have the shift of initial k to ch, typical for Swiss German dialect. So instead of standard German Katze, we say Chatz. We have, and these two are specific features of Bernese Swiss German, we have remains of endevelarization and L-vocalization, but those are not productive anymore. And then there's also some new developments which are not important for today's talk. In the morphology/syntax department, we have again, some Bernese Swiss German features, which are the so-called Kurzverben, Swiss German contracted verbs, and verbal particles, ge and ro. It's basically a redoubling of those verbs. But there's also a whole slew of Pennsylvania Dutch features. For once, there's the future auxiliary derived from zählen, to count. There is preterite forms of sign of the to be. And there's some loans like the demonstrative pronoun sal, or the infinitival purposive complement marker fe, or the complementizer us. And there's also new developments which don't matter for today's talk. So how did we collect our data? Basically, we had 2 periods of data collection, and we did translation task. I can say more about that in the discussion if you're interested in that. And we basically had designed these stimuli sentences with specific verb clusters in mind, so perfect verb clusters, modal verb clusters, and future verb clusters, and we tried to fit those into different kind of sentences, so relative clauses, complement clauses, conditional clauses, and temporal clauses. This is an overview of how much data we collected. You can see the colors represent basically the different clusters. So red would be future clusters, green modal verb clusters, and this bluish color perfect verb clusters. And we did interviews with 29 Amish Schwitzer speakers and 8 Pennsylvania Dutch speakers. This black bar should mark the difference. And as you can see, with some speakers we did a lot of data collection. With others we were less successful, or we hadn't the same amount of time, so the data is kind of varied, and also based on the year of birth. So for Pennsylvania Dutch, this is a summary of what we got with our data, and I quickly explain the table. So we have 3 columns. You have future verb clusters, modal verb clusters, and perfect verb clusters, and in the rows you have the structures we found. So we have 2 1 structures, so non-finite finite. Then we have 1 2, that's the lowest row, and then we have something that I would call leftward movement 1 2. So that's basically the thing that generativists would call verb projection raising, where you have the finite verb that moves to the left and may jump over nominal phrases or other constituents. And what we found is basically that all the speakers almost always produced a 2-1 cluster. I can also show that according to the speakers. And 2 speakers in 2 occasions produced this leftward movement 1-2, which I already showed the example for in the first few slides. So again, the colors here represent how much data we got, and the lighter colors, so this light red and the light green and the light blue or turquoise, mark 2-1 clusters, and dark colors, which you cannot see, would mark 1-2 clusters. This is a pretty nice result because it lines up with what Mark Laun already described for Pennsylvania Dutch, and it also lines up with Palatinate German. Thank you. So it's basically the same structure that was inherited and still found. I'm not sure if those 2 leftward movement cases correlate with the relative clauses they occurred in or not. Maybe it's coincidence. I think here we would need more data, actually. So let's look into Amish-Schwitzer. And again, this is the same table, and we see a totally different distribution. For future and modal verb clusters, we have this split that we have it's basically 50-50 split. We have 1-2 clusters and leftward movement 1-2 clusters, which is basically this verb projection raising. The most interesting thing here, I think, is the perfect clusters, actually, because we have a majority, and we have 83 cases of 2-1. We have 19 cases of 1-2 with leftward movement, and we have 5 cases of just regular 1-2. So what can we derive from that? So basically, leftward movement or verb projection raising is much more common in Amish-Schwitzer than in Pennsylvania Dutch. So this is not one of the features that was integrated or imported through to contact into Amish-Schwitzer, but must have a different source. The future/modal verb clusters are somewhat expected from Bernese Swiss German. This could just be inherited in that case. Not sure, or Bernese Swiss German doesn't explain the leftward movement cases though. And this variation in the perfect verb clusters was the thing that really interested me, and I wanted to look more into that. And as I mentioned, there could be different reasons for that. So either the complementizer or the clause type could be a factor here. It could be that the syntactic elements present in the stimulus sentences led to either leftward movement or either of those clusters, or the speaker demographics. And I will quickly show you a table that's probably not really nice to look at from far away. But what you can see here is, again, the 3 colors. You have the lightest color, which refers to 2-1 clusters, and the darkest color, which would be 1-2 clusters. And then you have this in-between thingy, which would be 1-2 with leftward movement of the finite verb. And you can see this is sorted from the oldest speaker to the left, to the youngest speaker to the right. You can see that those 1-2 with leftward movement clusters appear only on the right side table, or on the right-hand side of the table. Yeah. And that's why I decided to draw a split somewhere and group the speakers into 2 categories. This split is basically 1980. I'm not sure if you can see it, but the speaker with the who produced the 1-2 has a year of birth of 1982. So I could have drawn the line a little bit to the right, but I wasn't really sure where to draw it. It's just a guesstimation at this point. So then I wanted to compare those 2 groups with the stimuli sentence to see if the stimuli also affects the clustering in a sense. And here we have the perfect verb clusters from the first phase, and the 2 groups to the on the left side. There's the older group with year of births between 1932 and 1979, and on the other hand you have the younger group. And you can see here that it's not really clear whether the clause type actually matters or not. But what we can certainly see is that the old speakers never produced a 1-2 or a leftward movement 1-2 cluster. They always stuck to the 2-1 order in the perfect verb clusters. While the younger speakers, they also used the 2-1 clusters most often, but some of them in some instances produced a 1-2 or a 1-2 with leftward movement. In the second phase of our project, we were able to collect much more data with younger speakers. So we see a much varied result actually on the bottom right side. So we have a lot more leftward movement 1-2 clusters and just regular 1-2 clusters, some occurrences. And there's still some 2-1 left. And again, also with the new stimuli sentences, the old group, I call them, never produced anything other than 2-1. And again, the clause type didn't seem to matter at all. Right. So at this point, we could say that just the young speakers produce a lot of leftward movement, while the old speakers don't. So that's why I also categorized the data for the future clusters. And as you can see here, we got more data for the younger speakers actually, but also the older speakers or the older group produced leftward movement in certain cases, certain questions. And the same is true for the younger speakers. And the same thing goes for the modal verb clusters. And here actually there could be a correlation between sentence or clause type and the leftward movement, because you have two complement clauses, and in both of those complement clauses, all speakers produced leftward movement 1-2 structures. But I'm not certain if that's really just a coincidence or not. So we need more data for that. So to quickly summarize these results, Pennsylvania Dutch shows almost no variation in two verb clusters in subordinate clauses. I'm not sure yet what they do in 3 verb clusters. I'm still working on the data analysis. For the Amish-Schweitzer speaker, we can say that for future modal verb clusters, they have a general pattern of 1-2 order in subordinate clauses as well. And they can either do this 1-2 just by itself or with leftward movement again. So that would mean there is an object or a prepositional phrase or an adverb in between those two verbs. And there's no clear tendency that younger speakers produce more leftward movement in these two types of clusters. The interesting thing are actually the perfect verb clusters, where we see this split between generations or age groups, where the old speakers only produce 2-1 clusters, while the younger speakers much more often prefer leftward movement 1-2 order, so basically a virtual 1-2 order, and some even produced a 1-2 order without leftward movement. So it seems to be that there is a shift going on from a split system where you have 2-1 and 1-2 orders to a regularized system where you just have one order. And that system doesn't seem to be affected by Pennsylvania Dutch at all in this case. So at this point, I'm here in my thought process. So we have basically 2 hypotheses. So the first one would be that the system is going to be regularized in a way that is just pure analogy. So one of those 2 orders is preferred and is generalized, and the other order is lost. That would be hypothesis 1. The other hypothesis, and this is kind of also based on Yiddish, is that Amish-Schweitzer or the younger Amish-Schweitzer speakers tend to adopt the V2 word order actually in subordinate clauses. In Yiddish that happened, I'm not sure when, but it happened. So it could be that we see something similar. In both cases, leftward movement / verb projection raising would be really important factors, because it allows the speakers to move the verbs, the finite verbs, leftward in the sentence. The motivation for that would be that the system would be regularized. It would be probably or maybe easier to learn, and it's actually redundantly encoded variation that would be reduced. And another factor that we figured might be very important is that the system is further distinguished from Pennsylvania Dutch if they adopt the structure that is not present in Pennsylvania Dutch anyway. And Pennsylvania Dutch, it's an important language for Amish Schweitzer because they are geographically close and also have a lot of contact with them. Right, these are my sources. I want to thank you for your attention and Professor Mark Loudon, for those of you who know him, for his help, also our research assistant, and especially the Amish community in Indiana. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So let's open the Q&A session. So if there's any question, please raise your hands.
Thank you very much for this beautiful presentation. Yeah, I wondered if there were some phenomena like in Pennsylvania German, we can notice that conjunctions sometimes are borrowed. For example, we have the choice between while and because or course or cost in plain Pennsylvania German, and the use of these semantically similar conjunctions produce a different verb order. Normally, that's
exactly,
at least what we find normally. So if they use cos, the verb will be in second position as in the main clause, and then while is still combined with the end position of the verb. So, and someone says, I believe that Loudon analyzes it as not subordinate. Just.
I would do the same analysis, actually.
Okay, so anyway, I wondered if in Schweitzer you have a similar phenomenon due to contact and to borrowing, maybe.
Yeah. So stimuli sentences with but usually get translated in Pennsylvania Dutch with but. So blah, 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 but. And I would analyze that similar to an aber clause, which is not a conjunction. It's not a subjunction, but it's a conjunction, right? So you have also in German, you don't have verb final order. And the same is happening. And in Amish Schweitzer, they don't use but, they use wage. It's just a thing they made up, basically. And then in these clauses, they also don't have verb final positioning anyway. So it's basically verb second.
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. So there are, of course, two, I don't know whether it's a remark or a question, but the situation with Pennsylvania German, that's kind of a dialect leveling compromise version and of course basically it's from the Palatinate, that's what I say, whereas that was due to immigration like in the 17th and 18th century. Right? Whereas in the 19th century, where the German groups that went to the US basically actually kept their identity very strict. They were very strict about their identity. So you have Dane County Kulls, Sheboygan Darmstadteris, right? So you don't get this compromise in the 19th century. Now, basically, your variety is also one of these late migration, right? So probably that has to do why they are kind of not the same or want to be the same as the Pennsylvania Dutch speakers.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
So that's like a more social linguistic difference between the two.
Yeah, this is an interesting remark about the social linguistic because Amish Schweitzer shows so much or so many different Pennsylvania Dutch influences, but now it seems like they want to keep their systems apart or I don't know if system is the right term after today's talk, but yeah.
Yeah, right. So do I understand correctly that you basically what you get is you get that the difference between main clause and subordinate clause disappears, and what you get is like a generalized embedded verb second that basically treats the embedded clause like a main clause.
It could be. That's one of the hypotheses of mine.
That's the second one.
Yeah, that's the second one. And I'm not sure if, I mean, if anybody has an idea how to prove either of those hypotheses, let me know, because I, at the moment, don't know what to.
Well, one of the things is looking at right dislocations, whether you get different types of right dislocations.
Yeah, that's a good idea, yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, you can also check the position of negation or other objects, clatics, whatsoever, to check the right position. And if I may, if there are, yeah, there, okay, so.
Yeah, were you allowed to use a recording equipment? Or
Sorry?
Did you have to, were you allowed to use a recorder, microphones, or did you have to take note?
Okay, so this is a complicated topic with the Amish. So the most data we collected was basically handwritten protocols. And with some families we know really good by now, really well by now, we were allowed to do recordings. But that's why we use these stimuli sentences, because normally you cannot do recordings. You have to go there and do field notes by hand. So the good and old pen and paper method, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, if I might just add another thing, like if I understood correctly, you were saying that actually verbal cluster with modals tend to be more to be found in modal verb, lexical verb order in subordinate clauses, isn't it?
Future and modal verb cluster works similarly.
And for future you have some sort of periphrasis, or you...
It's a future auxiliary.
Okay.
It's derived, well, it's, okay, Pennsylvania Dutch derived it from zählen, German to count, and Amish Schwitzer borrowed it from Pennsylvania Dutch.
Okay.
And I'm not sure if they mixed it up. Okay. I'm not sure if they really distinguish between the modal verbs and the future verbs clusters.
Yeah, okay. As for modal is concerned, it doesn't really surprise me, because modal tends to be more like unstable within the VP hierarchy and tend to be more external, and like it doesn't really surprise me. It's like, for instance, in the Alpine minorities, which for instance I'm working on, do you have a regular grammaticalization of the aux v lexical verb order also in subordinate, which has become probably the unique order for insubordinate clauses. So I think they are on a step farther in this grammaticalization process, which may lead to a VO word order and not proper a V2 somehow. So I don't know if it's just a remark, but it might be useful. Yeah. But you can maybe check the position, as I was saying, the position of negation, negative elements whatsoever, or like object clatics, and see how high does the verb rise within the hierarchy, and then you may have an instance of just a reassemble of the verbal cluster, a reassembling of the verbal cluster, or actually a switch in the add complement order.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I didn't think about the hierarchy yet. Thanks.
Yep. One last question.
Thank you. Actually, a clarification point. If I understood correctly, the two possibilities are also in the Swiss-German today. So
not today.
Okay.
Hodder analyzed old literary resources from the 19th century, I think, and he found this preference in written Bernese Swiss German, basically. But I have not looked at his actual data.
But you exclude, if I understood correctly, the possibility that the the two, one, two, or two, one are inherited from the original language?
No. So I think the split between 1-2 and 2-1 is inherited, but I'm not sure about the leftward movement, like the raising of the auxiliary or the modal, where it comes from. It could be that this is also a feature present in Bernese Swiss German. I don't think it's present in modern day Bernese Swiss German though. So yeah, I would have to look into that. But I think the split is inherited.
Thank you. Okay, so thank you. I think we deserve a coffee break now. And thank you again. And see you after the coffee break.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the last session of today's conference. Today, our session starts with Jelena Živojinović of University of Graz, and she will talk about clausal perception complementation in Slovene varieties in Italy. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So this is a joint talk with my colleague Francesco Costantini from the University of Udine. And in today's session, I will be discussing clausal perception complementation with a specific focus on gerundial perception in three distinct Slovene or Slovene-based varieties which are spoken in the province of Udine, so in northeastern Italy on the border with Slovenia. Today I will be providing a brief introduction, very schematic, on different types of perception. I will be then contextualizing a little bit the varieties that I will discuss. I will present some empirical data, more of an overview of the data related to contact varieties, primarily Friulan, Slovene, and if there's any time left, we can also discuss a little bit of Italian and the influence of Italian. I will then present our data collection, specifically the collection of social linguistic data, which will serve as a context and a basis for some claims related to the linguistic data. I will present a statistical analysis of the social linguistic data and a qualitative analysis of the linguistic ones. And finally, I will conclude. Perceptive verb complementation, or more generally speaking, perceptive constructions, can be conveyed in different ways. So what you can see here is a variety of constructions that you can find within the domain of perception. So what we basically have is a matrix clause containing either what we will be calling a core perception verb, which means direct perception, verbs such as to hear or to see, something that is punctual, and a secondary predication where we may find a gerund, an infinitive, as in I hear the kids playing, or I hear the kids play in the garden. In Italian, we find primarily either infinitives or pseudo-relatives, so not proper relatives, but rather small clauses whose subject is co-indexed with the object of the matrix clause, as in sento I bambini giocare or sento I bambini che giocano in giardino. But there's also a third option, which is that of not exactly a proper verbal construction, but I will still mention it because it will come up. As in the example number 3, where we find a participial construction with agreement, as in the Polish example, widzę biegnącego Jana. So generally speaking, specifically following Casalicchio studies starting from 2013 onwards, perception constructions can be distinguished into two very different types of constructions and two types of perception. So on the one hand, we have event perception constructions whose prototypical object is a verbal noun or a complement clause, as in the example Sento I bambini giocare, or an individual perception whose prototypical object of the perception verb is a nominal phrase. Vedo Marco che corre, or similar examples. Obviously, these two types of perception have different syntactic, but also different semantic properties. These properties derive from primarily from studies on Romance, and we will see how they may or may not adapt to Slavic as well. Starting with syntactic properties, the EPCs, so event perception, cannot be used in other types of secondary predicates. Event perception does permit VS order with intransitive verbs. And keep in mind that whenever I mention the subject, it is intended as the object of the matrix clause. Furthermore, event perception also permits null subjects. It also has or can have VS order as unmarked for unaccusatives, and cannot permit the so-called extended perception verbs. So you cannot have construction with verbs such as to find or to stumble or similar. On the contrary, individual perception can be used in other types of secondary predication. It does not permit VS order with intransitives. It does not permit any null subjects. And it does not permit the unmarked VS order with unaccusatives. But you can find examples with the so-called extended perception. So when distinguishing core versus extended perception, with core, we intend verbs such as to see, to hear, but with extended perception, we intend verbs such as to find or to stumble, as I said. This is probably clearer in Italian, in examples such as ho trovato il bambino che piangeva, so I found the kid who was crying. It sounds very odd in English. As for semantic properties, the EPCs, so event perception, are intended as event reporting, whereas individual perception is intended as a property which is ascribed to an individual. So, what about Slavic? As I mentioned, because of a limited time slot, we will be only focusing on gerundial constructions. And gerundial constructions in general in the perception domain are quite rare. You might still find them in some Romance varieties, such as Ladin. As far as I remember, Sardinian as well. Spanish has gerundial constructions with perception verbs. This is something very, very rare for Slavic. So this example is based on a corpus study. It is provided by Stenvik, 1992. So what we have here is the so-called extended perception with the verb to find, si analiza al sadoch, where sadoch is, for convenience, called a gerund. In reality, we may also call it a participle without agreement, so that's what we intend. So today we will attempt to provide at least some preliminary answers to 3 research questions. So first of all, how do gerundial forms function in perception complementation? Are they individual perception? Are they event perception? Then second research question, how productive are they? Are they still productive? And third research question, what is their origin? So we have 2 hypotheses, 2 working hypotheses. Hypothesis 1 is that perception constructions with gerunds in the Slovene varieties of Friuli are IPCs, so individual perception. We have conducted a small-scale corpus study on the basis of text from primarily the 70s and 80s, so a few decades ago. And we have found not a huge amount, but we have found attestations of gerundial constructions. For this reason, we claim that they can be intended as IPCs because they do not permit VS order, or at least we have not found a single example of VS order. There are no attestations with null subjects. They permit the use of the extended perception verb, as we have just seen. And they serve to attribute a property to an individual, which is what individual perception is. The hypothesis number 2 is that their origin can be traced to historical language contact with Friulan. So just for contextualization, the 3 varieties that we will be discussing are Resian, Tersko, and Nadiško. So they, as you can see, are located at the border with Slovenia. They cannot be intended as proper linguistic islands, but more some sort of a semi-islands, because there is some sort of continuity with Slovenian. Just for reference, a little bit of socio-historical stratification. There is no drastic difference between historical stages and the current stages. We've had and we still have high prestige varieties which used to be Italian or rather Venetian. Historically speaking, currently it is Italian and standard or literal Slovene. We have Friulan or Friulian as the mid-prestige variety, and the local Slovene varieties as the low prestige varieties. So, starting with an overview, I will be very quick here. We can discuss the data later if there are any questions, but due to time constraints, I will just tell you that historically, Friulan had a relatively wide span of IPCs, so individual perceptions. What you should, if there's anything you should remember, is that okay, yes, you can see it. There used to be a gerundial individual perception in 16th century Friulan. Along with gerundial constructions, there was prepositional infinitive, the pseudo-relatives, but for event perception, the only attestations that we have, at least according to primarily Jan Casalicchio, we have bare infinitives. Moving on, contemporary Friulan, there is, I would say, a very nice minimal pair between prepositional infinitives for individual perception and bare infinitives for event perception. Slovene, historically speaking, we have this very important example. There are very, very few of these that are considered as attestations of gerundial perception. Now, this is debatable. This cannot be taken as some very stable diachrony or proof of proper gerundial construction. But we do take it into consideration, at least for an attempted diachrony. So we, again, for the form that you see here, we intend this form as a gerund, just again for convenience. You can also intend it as a participial form without agreement. So the present day or contemporary Slovene is a mess. All of the Slovene speakers from the audience, if you have any judgments, that those are more than welcome. So far, we have identified perception with adjectival forms as in 12, infinitival forms, and pseudo-relatives. According to, we have consulted different speakers, and we have not been able to find something, let's say, that was common to all of that all of the speakers would agree with. So the data related to Slovene are still let's say, in process. Observations related to Slovene, very quickly. There is a mandatory subject. The predominant pseudo-relatives can be used both with core and extended perception verbs. The extended perception can also allow the adjectival structure, similarly as what we have seen for Polish. Infinitival constructions are accepted by participants, but they judge them as rare. So this is an overview, generally speaking, of what we have just seen. So just remember that historically speaking, there are attestations of gerundial constructions for IPCs in historical Friulan and technically for historical Slovene as well. So there is a possible explanation, at least related to research question number 3. That is that the original agreement last participle or gerund was preserved through historical contact with Friulan. So that's one thing that we could potentially claim, but we cannot claim for this form to be a purely contact-induced innovation from historical Friulan. So I will be very quick with this. We have collected 286 questionnaires, social linguistic questionnaires. On top of that, we have also conducted a linguistic study. Unfortunately, we have only had 21 participants, but we have tested basically a set of examples that contain 2 dependent variables. On the one hand, the semantics of the perception verbs. So we've had verbs such as to see, to hear, to recognize, and to find. And on top of that, the other variable was argument structure. Participants were asked to judge the examples on a Likert scale from 1 to 5, where 1 is the least accepted, 5 is totally accepted. We have analyzed the social linguistic data quantitatively through Pearson correlation coefficients that we have performed in our studio. On top of that, we have conducted a qualitative analysis of the linguistic data, and hopefully, at some point, formal syntactic analysis will follow. For the statistical analysis, what is important to grasp is that there is a negative correlation between the presence of Slovene, so literal or standard Slovene, and Friulan. Keep in mind that these values range from 1 to -1, where 0 means that there is no correlation whatsoever between the presence of two varieties. 1 means obviously very positive correlation, and -1 means a negative correlation. So what we observe is that technically in areas where Friulan is highly present, we should expect a negative correlation. It means that technically we should expect a very limited presence of standard Slovene. So this is true for 2 out of the 3 areas where we have collected data. So Resia and Torre, what we see is that there is somewhat of a limited presence of standard Slovene. That is not the case of the area of Natizone, where Nadiško is spoken. So Resia, there is only a very limited presence of standard Slovene. Natizone, it is the contrary. So we will focus on Resia and Torre, where we observe this statistical negative correlation. And this is also reflected by the linguistic data. We, in fact, have attestations of gerundial constructions both for Tersko and Resian. However, I understand that these are a lot of numbers, but I will be very quick. These are just the average means of acceptance rate for different variables. So what we notice is that for Tersko, gerund is still somewhat present, although limited. As for infinitival and extended, pseudo-relatives, we observe somewhat slightly higher values, but there is no proper division of labor. For Resian, what we observe is that gerunds are not exactly accepted, so they range from 1.3 to 2 maximum. However, there is no role played by the argument structure. I will very quickly conclude. I'm sorry for being over time. As for research question number 1, how do gerundial forms function in perception complementation? On the basis of the observation from the corpus study, we could notice that the gerundial perception was tendentially individual perception. We cannot claim that for the collected data where they actually span in both directions. So there is a very fixed SV word order there is no VS order whatsoever. They appear both in core and in extended perception, but we are still uncertain about their attestation in other types of secondary predication. Concerning research question number 2, how productive are they? I will just say that they are still somewhat productive in Tersco, limited Foresian, and there are no attestations whatsoever for Nadishko. And finally, research question number 3, what is their origin? I have attempted to say something about this, so obviously this is a Slavic origin. However, we still believe that the historical contact with Friulan has played a significant role in preserving these forms. So thank you very much, and sorry once again for being over time.
Thank you very much, Boklone Tore. Thank you for this interesting paper. In the first place, why did you decide to interpret those forms as gerunds rather than participles? As a Slovene speaker, I'd rather think this is a participle. Gerund typically is not inflected, whereas these forms are very, very typically inflected. And in this case, I mean, in this sense, they're very close to Slovene adjectival forms. And in Slovene, notoriously, there is a not very clear boundary between adjectives and participles, if used as attributes. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. We don't necessarily claim that they are so distant. Actually, this partition between participles and gerunds is more of a traditional style division into categories. So syntactically speaking, we claim that the core is actually an adjunct-like form. And on top of that, depending on the structure that you have, there could or could not be agreement. So this would actually, this goes into the direction of a unified account for both. We don't have a fully fledged analysis, it's in the process, but yeah, so if we manage to get to that point, it won't really matter whether you call it a participle or a gerund, because technically, apart from the partition and the division of labor that there used to be in varieties such as classical Latin, that does not hold for Slavic. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
I have a kind of questions, or I don't know whether it's a question or a remark or so. One is like, are you also planning to do all kind of syntactic tests, like for instance, extraction from the embedded clause, so whether you can construe question words like how, like so how did you see him walking home, or how did you see his walking home, where in English the how only if you have use him you can actually construe it with the embedded clause and this and that. Because I don't know how that works with the participles and the gerunds. So with the gerunds you cannot combine with a how question or so.
So, in principle, yes, because luckily we do have some collaborative informants, at least for Resian. So we may not be necessarily able to perform it on all varieties, but hopefully. Thank you.
Thank you very much for an interesting paper. A quick question on the mandatory subject point.
Sorry, on what?
The mandatory subject
Okay.
of the verb, because it's in Slovene it's usual not to express a mandatory subject. So, is your point that you that in these perceptive constructions you have to? There's a special case in Slovene.
Can you provide an example?
So,
Can you have something like, I hear
you
singing?
normally wouldn't say, videl sam ga, I saw him. You wouldn't say, jaz sam ga videl, unless you're emphasizing the
Okay.
personal pronoun. So, are you saying that in these constructions, even in Slovene, there's a similar mandatory subject like you get in Romance?
Haha. No. This is one of the core differences between Romance and the Slovene varieties. In Romance, we do have event perception with null subjects. You can have something like sento piovere, I hear that it is raining outside, or sento urlare, something like that. We have not found anything like that with gerunds in these varieties. That was the values were very, very low, so 1 point something. So with gerunds, that was, out of all of the variables, null subjects was the one that was not accepted at all. Never.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Ignacy Lanas Vilalba. My pronunciation of Catalan is not very good, but I try. So, it's here?
Yes, it's here. Yeah.
Right. So where is it? Yes.
Oh. Yes, and I can control it. Great.
Yeah.
So,
deficient concord in
Occitan Romance,
Right.
possessives.
Possessives.
So, good afternoon, everyone. This is, well, it will be, try to make it a short presentation because we'll want to go have a couple of drinks afterwards. So this is a table of contents of this presentation of mine. So I'll start with introducing this phenomenon in Catalan and also in Occitan, and explaining the distribution of this phenomenon when it comes to the different types of possessive pronouns that we can have. And then I'll present a proposal, so how I try to account for it, and then it goes on with the structure of these possessives that undergo this phenomenon, and then some issues related to my analysis. And then I've also added a section of all the stages in contact between Catalan and Occitan to fit it within this conference, and then conclusions, and that would be it. So this is currently still a work in progress, in which I try to account for the lack of gender number marking, of gender number concord, which onwards I would just say lazy concord, in Northern Catalan, which is the Catalan spoken in in southern France, in the part of southern France where they speak Catalan, which is formerly Catalonia, but also in Languedoc and Occitan, which is the dialect of Occitan, which borders this variety of Catalan, and then also in Nisot Occitan, which doesn't actually border any of those two varieties, but which also shows a very similar, if not identical pattern. So this pattern is the following in one, in which we see that, well, in Northern Catalan, Languedocian Occitan, we actually have, according to, in this case, Boutet and then other authors, what appears to be optionality. However, I suppose this is interspeaker variation, so that there are some speakers that do have this lazy concord and others that don't. So in number one, La Meu Casa, we have this La marked with the feminine, everything is singular, and then this Meu can be marked with the feminine A or not, and then which is the feminine, which concords with the noun casa, which is feminine. So we have the same thing with the plural in the example number 2, and also with the feminine plural in example number 3. Now, in Nisot Occitan, this also appears to be the case. This is something that, as you've seen the examples, appears in prenominal position, and so we also have it here from Pescarini 2020, in which we have La Mio Cadiero, and we here, according to the author, there are no instances in which we can have this A marking the feminine, so in this variety of Occitan, we don't find this optionality, so it's homogeneous as a variety. And crucially, we also, which is also true for these other varieties, we don't find it when the possessive is in postnominal position. So we have 5, we cannot have we cannot drop the A. And also, there's another kind of possessive, which is eclectic possessive, here in example number 6, which always concords in gender and number in all 3 varieties too. Here an example of Nisat Occitan. And we also find it here in Languedocian Occitan, marked in bold, here too. And then we also find that we don't have this lazy concord when there's noun ellipsis. So here trovavi la seuno, we have an elided noun and we cannot have la seu here. So this is the distribution. I follow basically the tripartite distinction from Cardinality 98, in which we have clitic, weak and strong elements here for the possessives. And in these varieties, for now at least, this distinction is made only in the singular ones, and in this table is an example from the first person singular, so in all 3 varieties. In the case of Northern Catalan, in the case of Nisot Occitan, which the plural is syncretic, masculine and feminine are syncretic, they have their own different form. And then also in Languedocian Occitan. Here, for the first person singular, I wasn't able to find in the corpus that I looked at any instances of meus plural masculines or meonor, so plural feminine. In the corpus doesn't mean that it is not possible, just that further research is needed. And this also applies for second person singular and third person singular. And this here, so when it comes to the position of this weak possessive, which is here the weak prenominal one, which is the one undergoing this lazy concord, I assume that this possession, the position is right under the DP, so in a dedicated structural possessive projection, which in the literature by Savodsky, 1983 and 87, is this spec agreement S and P. And so we find that there cannot be any kind of intervening elements between the definite article, which is the one which accompanies this weak possessive all the time, and the weak possessive itself. So the sequence in 11 is angrammatical. And so my proposal here, so I'll start by saying that in order to account for the lack of concord, first we have to account for the presence of concord, And here I take Baker's analysis when it comes to inflectional morphology possibly being attributed to feature projections that serve as the locus for agreement and concord, which in that piece of literature there's actually not a distinction made actually between agreement and concord, which would be immediately located above the respective lexical. Also, then I'll also apply it to functional projections here to MP, VP, or AP, but then I also apply it to the DP in order to account for something that we'll see later, and that this projection, this XP has a head which is unvalued for gender or number, so it has this element here, and then another thing from this analysis that this functional projection inherits the features from specific lexical categories it attaches to. In the case of Baker, he says that it does so for MPs, as MPs have their own intrinsic gender feature, and so this is the one that then would be copied onto this feature projection, which then would be copied and value the other feature projections across the structure. And so at PF, the specified features, this vocabulary insertion, basically what we have in this position is the insertion of an affix. So here I argue this also for these possessives that we've found, so for the weak and strong possessives. And basically here we would like them to behave as some kind of adjectives. So this structure would be basically this one. So we'd have this possessive, and then we'd have this projection here above it. And they are quite curious, the possessive, because they bear features of their own. They actually bear, assuming that they are basically just a cluster of features, number features of their own, and also person features, but person features don't play a role in concord, but the number features do. And assuming that Baker is correct, and that when we have something that's indexical, that these their features percolate, then we wouldn't want this to happen to the possessives. So to have this functional projection here be valued with the number feature of the possessive itself. So what I have here as an ad hoc solution is to treat them actually as adjectives in order to avoid that. And here we find that, well, they basically, their FP gets valued like, we would have the same thing with an adjective. So now the proposal here is to account for the lack of concord in this weak possessive of those varieties. What I propose is this lack of this FP, and this should explain why weak possessive don't concord. Strong possessive do still have this FP, and furthermore, those varieties which do concord, they do maintain this this feature projection. Sorry. So this would be the structure for strong possessives, and then in the case of weak possessives, so here I've given the example of general Catalan, so central Catalan and other varieties of Catalan. It really appears to be only northern Catalan here with NC that only has this fission structure without this FP. So also Nisat Occitan, and then in some cases of Languedocian Occitan. Sorry. Yeah. So to account now for the clitic possessive, because this do show concord, so what I've seen could be a solution for that is that they actually first merged, so externally merged in this structural possessive projection, so the position just under the DP as a head of the projection, and that this projection will also lack an FP, following the principle that, well, it necessarily has to be something, that clitic element has to be, more deficient, not less deficient than a weak element. And also, in order to explain the complementarity with the definite article that we'll see in slide 20, because it didn't fit in this slide, this possessive, I say, would adjoin to D, and why I haven't figured out yet. However, when this happens, assuming that there's a further feature projection above the DP, which we assume there is because articles do show concord, then we are able to have concord with that projection. So basically the representation here, so be generating it here, and then head adjoint to D, which does have this projection over here. And so, and here is the example showing the complementary distribution of both the clitic here and the terminal. So some issues with this approach is, well, basically the example in 14, this is a two-folded thing, because we find that there's this possessive showing this phenomenon of lazy concord that we've described, but it's in a post-nominal position. Now, it is a counterexample. However, it is also evidence in favor of considering these kinds of possessives as some adjectives which are firstly merged or externally merged at a low position in the nominal structure. And also another thing which makes it, I think that this example makes is that as we have seen these until now, we found that only the prenominal ones, so the ones that were weak and the ones that in the literature, for example, the setting cardinality 98, and then also, if I remember correctly, cardinality and starke 99, are those that actually raise from a lower position because they are deficient. But if we have this here, then actually trying to connect this lack of the lack of a feature projection, so basically lazy concord and deficiency, so this example makes it a bit blurrier. And this other example here proposes a problem for the proposal of weak possessive being able to have a lack of the feature projection as a whole, because until now, so in the other examples we had that this projection was actually composed of both m-valued number and m-valued gender features, but here and in all the other examples we found that both features were missing in the case of lazy concord, except for this counterexample here, which is Northern Catalan variety spoken in actually Spain administered Catalonia, in which we have this form here which lacks feminine gender marking, and from this I conclude that it might be a better approach to propose separate projections for both number and gender. And so in hierarchical order, so for example in the way that Halley and Ritter 2002 do, and so it's almost done. And when it comes to all the stages in contact, so I've looked into a couple of corpora, so at the SICA, which is the Corpus Informatizzato Catalantic, so the informatized corpus of ancient Catalan, and basically didn't find anything. I did find 3 separate instances of what appears to be this lazy concord phenomenon, but each of them was found at a different century and in different areas of the Catalan-speaking domains, one in the 14th, the other in the 15th, and the other in the 16th century, and one in Catalonia, which the corpus doesn't specify whether it is northern Catalonia, so the place where this southern France Catalan territory, where this thing happens, or other parts of Catalonia, and the other ones were in Mallorca and the Valencian country. And so it knocks it in 2. I didn't find actually almost anything. There were 2 examples in the whole corpus, and from this evidence, it would appear to be, well, this evidence would point that maybe this is a later innovation, so quite recent innovation. And then when it comes to whether this is a shared innovation or maybe we could say influence from one language to another, I don't have an answer for that. However, if it were Occitan influence, there would be precedent for that, as there's a hypothesis actually by Jacobs and Cunard, 2014, that the go past in Catalan was actually borrowed from Occitan. To conclude, so in this presentation I propose that this deficient lazy concord in weak possessives can be accounted for by the lack of this feature projection, which would host and value gender and number features. So this lack of concord appears to only be possible with those possessives that don't already carry a plural possessive of their own, as this is something that we only find with these singular possessives, but apparently not in the first person and second person plural. And this also raises the question as to what happens with the possessive lur in Occitan or lur in Catalan, which in the case of Catalan is, well, actually not anymore used in spoken language, but which is something that I have to look into that, because if we assume that the plural feature plays a role, then we shouldn't find lazy concord with this plural possessive here. And so finally, as per the last example, there has to be a revision of these feature projections. And finally, coming back to that movement thing with both kinds of clitic and then weak possessives, while we could consider there's some kind of strong feature, maybe some possessive feature that forces this weak possessive to move up there, I still have to look at what exactly makes the clitic possessive move to head adjoint to head D. And so I think that would be it. Grazie.
Paper is open for discussion. Questions?
Hi, thank you for your presentation. I was just wondering if I understood this correctly. Are you saying that this phenomenon of lazy concord is getting more frequent with time? And if yes, do you think that we could arrive at a stage where it's like in English, where it completely disappears?
So, I didn't mean to say it like that. I really don't know how to answer the question, but I didn't imply that this is something that's still ongoing, so to speak. But just what I said is that because I currently don't know that, I'll look into it, but what I meant to say is that this this could say maybe reparametrization when it comes to having or not having this projection, happened sometime in the past, but not that. So in the medieval period, which is where we find the data of those 2 corpuses. So it's something quite recent. It could be the case that it's something that's still expanding, but I'll still have to look into this. And yeah, it's also
Thank you.
Also when it comes to Occitan, it's a bit difficult to find good corpuses with plenty of stuff.
Hi, thank you for this presentation. It was very interesting. I was wondering if you thought about the interactions with, on the one hand, the phonology interface, and then on the other hand, the pragmatic and semantics interface, because in many Romance languages, you have this distinction between weak prenominal possessives and strong postnominal possessives, which is both semantically pragmatically motivated, because usually these 2 possessive constructions are not semantically and pragmatically identical. They have different functions in most Romance languages that I'm aware of. And this movement that you have in with the weak possessives is also phonologically motivated, because in Romance DPs you tend to have nuclear stress at the end, and the presence of the nuclear stress might affect the fact that you have concord on the postnominal possessive and not on the prenominal possessive. So I was just wondering if this is something that you took into account or that you've been thinking about.
No. So I'll look into it.
Okay.
I mean, it's
there's a lot of literature on this stuff.
There's only so much, and I mean, I also don't have the time. I'm not even doing my PhD yet, so it's.
Oh yeah, you definitely have time. Yeah, it's just good to know that is out there.
I'll do that. Most definitely.
So.
Thank you, Ignacio. This is very interesting research. I'm wondering whether you find that rather than creating a whole separate projection for this phenomenon, whether you can just think about it as a simplification of the phonology, because already the lexicalized elements are so reduced, like sword, for example, that you have. And like a sword that you have, for example, are already very reduced forms. And I wonder whether you find similar phenomena also in the other persons of the paradigm. So you quote a lot from the first and second paradigms, but also in the third to sixth. And the other thing I wanted to ask you was about whether you find right dislocation of the pronouns as well. So I think the data would be stronger if you could find things like il cane è mio, but with or without agreement. But with or without the agreement, so the concord of the noun and the possessive adjective.
Concord of the.
Sorry, it's lots of things I'm trying to clarify.
With or without agreement. So. To answer that thing about right dislocation, I'll look into it. And then the first thing, the first question that you said that whether this phenomenon or the kinds of in other paradigms of the thing, I don't know if we should consider it the same thing, but there's some varieties of Catalan that have syncretism in the reflexive paradigm. But that's only in the plural, as opposed to here in the singular. And this other question that you asked, the last one, can you repeat? Because acoustically I didn't.
More or less about the dislocations.
Oh.
This is very good for my counting steps.
Thank you very much. You said that the deficient concord is due or can be accounted for by the lack of the by the deficient concord can be accounted for by the lack of the feature projection.
Yeah.
But how can you account for the lack of the feature projection? Do you have an explanation for that?
I think you got me there. I mean,
maybe because I think it's just a description and not an explanation.
It's a description.
Yeah.
Because but yeah, you're right. You're right. The description, and that's the other thing that I've also been thinking about it again these last days. That I'll probably just drop this description and go with yes. It's But then the question could also be if we were to say that those features, this number and gender features that have to be valued, where exactly, so you would just put them with the other, so in the possessive itself, we would have them, right? Or what do you propose? But I mean, the thing, if we had it in the same...
yeah, now have to come up with a proposal of your own, right?
Yeah, the thing is, the lack of the feature projection is a theoretical construct. And
Yeah.
for me, it is not an explanation of a change. No? And I'm always looking for reasons why this has come about, or what can be a deeper reason for this change. I'm really interested in that. Where does this come from? No? But I think in the framework, in your framework, you can't explain that. That's what I fear. So.
Then it's a thing that if we had these features, I think, within these same lexical elements, and you would have the case of these, if we say that the possessive, for example, are just these bundles of features, which we have number and when we have person, but then we also have features that have to be valued in there, mixed in there. One of them is also number, and the other one is also well, gender or whatever. Then we'd have this duplicity of the number features. So having this projection would avoid having when it comes to vocabulary insertion later PF to have, for example, the insertion of the wrong pronoun. I think the wrong form. This.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah?
Okay, good.
Thank you very much. And we now go for the final presentation of the day by Miss Yoon, but we will call her just Minnie, because that's easier. But that's also her English name.
But that's not on.
I don't know what you did or what we should do.
I don't know.
Here? Here. It's here.
Yeah, but it's not on here.
Yeah.
Now, okay.
Yeah. It's a good question.
Yeah, now.
But now it is.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. So thank you for inviting me for giving this talk, and I know it's very late in the evening, so I will keep it short and interesting for you. As Tony has introduced me, my name is Puyi Yun. Yun is my surname, and I notice this is very difficult to pronounce because it's a name from Cantonese, so you can call me Minnie. So before I go into the background information, the research questions, and I give you some examples, and then the analysis, I would like to briefly talk about what is the topic is about. Bilingual speakers employing two morphemes for expressing plurality, the so-called double plurality, is not a rare phenomenon and has been attested in many different languages and language pairs across the different typologies. Here, I present two examples from the literature, one from Romanian English, another one from Ewe English. You can see that the plural marker of Romanian and English and also Ewe are presented in number 1 and number 2, meaning the doubling phenomenon or the doubling patterns of plurality. There are many instances found in Cantonese English bilingual variety, meaning using both the plural markers from both languages, and it is the product of language contact over 150 years due to historical reason, namely his colonialismus. So I believe that the double plurals in Cantonese English should not be simply ignored or disregarded as careless mistakes or grammatical errors, but should be offered analysis. So I would like to address the following 3 questions. What is the role of each plural markers? What is the morphosyntactic analysis of this? And what is the possible motivation for this double realization? So this is the outline for today's presentation. First, I would like to talk about some background information, how Cantonese express plurality. Cantonese is an isolating language. We don't have inflectional morphology, so the plurality mainly relies on the classifiers, and I will go through them one by one with examples. So the first one is the plural classifiers D. According to Chan in 2012, it is a plural classifier sharing the similar function of a singular classifier with license of the plural interpretation. And we have only one plural classifier D. Either it can be bare, have the definite reading, or with the numeral 1 that has the indefinite reading. Like you can see in number 3A and number 3B, the D here with the book Su can have the plural meanings, mean more than one books. In the second type is the quantifiers. We have adverbials like quantifiers like 好多 and 幾, and they means a lot and few. Depending on which quantifier we use, the singular classifiers is either optional, like for A, or obligatory, like for B. So 好多書 or 好多本書 or 幾本書, they are all meaning multiple books. And the third type is counting with number. So we count the exact number of the entity. And here the singular classifier is obligatory. So 三本書, the 本 cannot be eliminated. In this study, I would like to adopt the theoretical framework from distributed morphology. It is a decompositional framework combining a categorizer and a root to make it a word. And I will also use the syntactic structure proposed in Bourret in 2005. She proposed that the classifier in classifier languages like Cantonese and the plural markers in inflectional languages like English share the same function, namely singling out the unit from the mass before counting. So she proposed that they occupy the same syntactic head, the divider P. So the syntactic representation will be the tree on the right-hand side. And before I go to my research question, I would like to introduce you another terminology in the literature, the so-called lexical plural. It is another kind of plural, which is idiosyncratic, unproductive, syntactically irregular. And it does not produce a meaning of multiple unit of an item, and sometimes even have a form meaning mismatches, like the word funds and water doesn't mean multiple funds and multiple waters. And the double realization of lexical plural and grammatical plural is not unseen. So, for example, in the languages like Breton and Amharic, it can be either singularly realized or doubly realized, like the example number 6 and number 7. Children can be either with one plural marker or with both plural marker. And it is a split realization between the lexical plural and the grammatical plural. How we explain this split realization? Aquaviva suggested that it is because plural is multifaceted, and each layer has each function and meaning. And the first layer is the collectiveness. It is a mass meaning which collects all parts of the whole with each other and with nothing else, which emphasis on the cohesiveness through a unifying relation between members of collective concepts, like the term orchestra. We are not talking about the members of the orchestra, but the orchestra as a whole. And this whole is more than the sum of its constituent parts, and it is not additive. And eventually, this type of plural will allow further pluralization. And the second layer of the plural is the common understanding of the plurality, the cumulative reading. And it divides the individuals and aggregates of discrete individuals and make it plural. One very illustrative example is in English, the word people versus persons. When we talk about people, we want to talk about people belong together as a group, and it is more like a first layer of the plural. And versus the second, when we multiply the word person, what we want to say is we want to multiply in single individual. And this is the summary of the two types of plural. The first type, lexical plural, has the meaning of collectiveness and whole, and has the syntactic features of derivationals and word making. And the second type is the grammatical plural, which has the combinativeness meaning and is inflectional in nature. And how do we analyze the split plurality if we put it under the broad syntactic structure that I mentioned at the beginning? It is obvious that the inflectional plural is located at the divided head because it has the dividing function, but for its different semantic contribution, the lexical plural is not occupying the same position. Rather, the lexical plural is a word maker, so it is located at the end categorizer. Extra evidence for this claim is in some languages, including Italian, there is interaction between the lexical plural and the grammatical gender, which is the common proposed opponent of the categorizer. Like the example here, the regular plural in Italian for bazio is bazzi, but there is another type of plural is bazzia, and it changed the gender and pluralized at the same time. And come back to today's topic, the double plurals in language mixing, and I again repeat the examples here from Romanian English and Ewe English. The similar analysis can apply to the double plural in language mixing patterns. For example, in number 2, the English marker is for creating the collective meaning the brother belong to the same group, and the Ewe marker is for pluralization. So with this as a background information, I would like to address my research questions. Double plural is very common in previous literature and corpus in the Cantonese English varieties. However, there is no analysis provided for another plurality type in Cantonese involving the classifier. So the current studies, again, I would like to address what is the role of each plural marker and what is the morphosyntactic analysis of this and what is the possible motivation for this double realization. So the examples I find here are mainly from the previous literature reporting on code switching and from the corpus called Cantonese Web Corpus. Double plurals are in fact very productive in all 3 expressions of Cantonese plurality, and I will go through the example one by one. So the most prominent structure is the Cantonese plural classifier plus the English plural suffix. Like in example 8, number 9, and number 10, here you can see the Cantonese plural classifier D plus the English nouns with the English suffix S for the plural marker. So programs, bars, and speakers. And the second type is the quantifier with classifiers with the English plural suffix. Again, the quantifiers and classifiers are from Cantonese, gei, go, and with the English nouns and the English suffix, questions and fans. In these types of double plural, it is also attested with Cantonese nouns, although much rarer. Here again, in number 13, the quantifier and the classifiers are from Cantonese, and then the noun is also from Cantonese, which means brother, and then it has the English suffix s, so have the double realization as well. So the final type is numeral with classifiers plus English plural suffix. Here, number 14 and number 15, 3 and classifiers are from the Cantonese, and then the English nouns with the English suffix, colleges and projects. So entering the analysis for these double plural examples, I would like to expand the analysis on double plurals in other language pairs in Alexiado 2024 to the classified types of pluralities and cases found in the Cantonese English varieties. Due to the multifaceted plurality, each layers will have each plural meaning, namely the collections of singularities and the lexical meaning, the collectiveness. So let's look at the example together with the analysis. I repeat number 10 here for the convenience. So in the example number 10, sponsor speakers create the group and mass meaning, a collective one, instead of referring to more than one speaker. The real sense of pluralizing the cumulativeness is from the plural classified D of Cantonese, so have the meaning of more than one. And the same can apply to other plural forms in Cantonese as well, like number 11. Again, the English questions asked is for collective meaning for the whole group. And then the singular classified divides the mass before the quantifiers or the number multiplies the entities and creates the plural meaning. And we find extra evidence in the semantic readings. We all know that in plurality have the distributed or cumulative reading for plurals. And in example number 16a and 16b, one is the double plural, another one is the single plural, and only the double plural has both the distributive and cumulative readings, meaning each fan waves a flag or the flag together wave one flag. But in example number 16b, when only the English suffix s is used, then only the cumulative reading, meaning the fans together wave one flag, can be meant. So this supports the analysis of the English suffix s create the group meaning. And this is a syntactic structures that along the line with the split realization of pluralities and also the other double plurals in language mixing. The S from English is located and the N categorizer has the word maker function for lexical meaning, and the classifier is at the div hat for collections of singularities. And this left us with the final questions. Why do they do that? So let us overview how Cantonese English bilinguals express plurality. We have three options. The first option is the Cantonese monolingual way, like 17a, using one of the three ways listed above, or use the English monolingual way with the plural suffix s, which is like 17b, or the examples I presented here, double with both Cantonese and English markers, like 17C. And I would like to propose that there are no differences in the underlying syntactic structure, but rather the exponent of a certain syntactic has. Either it can be overtly or covertly realized. So here in Cantonese monolingual, it is covertly realized in the end categorizer, but overtly realized in the div hat, and reverse picture in the English pattern, and then the double realization, meaning both the div hat and the end categorizer are overtly realized. And why bilingual do that is they seek for a transparency by the form meaning mapping disambiguation strategies. So bilingual values transparency, so they love one-to-one form and meaning mapping mechanism. This is following the same spirit as the maximize exponents principle. In this principle, there are basically two rules. The first rule is realizing features in the building blocks of a complex unit by using one exponent for each feature. And the second rule is avoid zero. The two layers of plurality nature proposed in Aquaviva enable them to separate the realization of plurality for bilinguals. And it is not rare to be seen in the language context situation. for example, Quilo, L2 acquisition and heritage speakers, they favor transparency as well. So it is the common features of bilingual or in-language contact pattern. With this as a final remark, I would like to say thank you for your attention, and I welcome all kinds of feedback and questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Paper is open for discussion, and we have plenty of time. That's also good. Yes.
Thank you. I would like to ask a clarification question, because the last in the last few slides that you showed, you compared trees with either the Chinese, the English plural, or the Chinese numeral plus individual classifier, or both of them.
Mm-hmm.
But in the examples that you gave before, you had the Cantonese plural classifier and the English S.
Mm-hmm.
But am I right in thinking that the Cantonese plural classifier is not compatible with counting, with numerals?
Yes, so Cantonese plural classifier can only combine with one or pair, so it cannot combine with two or three. So
okay, but one is possible.
One is possible.
Okay, okay, and several is not possible, like the gate.
No, it's
No,
not
it's not
possible.
possible.
So only one is possible, but I assume the one there is not really meaning numeral, but more for indefinite reading.
Yes, it's a good guess, I think. But then I don't understand why you would use the same structure for the plural classifier and the individual classifiers if they don't fit in the same overall structure with the numerals.
So you mean because on it cannot be the numpy cannot be above the plural classifier, so why I use both structure? That's what you mean?
I'm not sure.
I don't know.
Try
Like,
that,
can we
yeah.
show the slides again?
No, I'm just puzzled about. Well, maybe I could rephrase the
So-
question. Do you think that the plural classifier is a classifier in the same sense as the individual classifiers are?
So they have a lot of things in common. Only one difference is the singular classifiers can take the other numbers, and also the quantifier, but the plural classifier cannot. But they basically have a very similar function, and they located. They have a very similar syntactic features as well. For example, it licenses the definiteness when it is bare. So, and again, because it can take one, and I propose the one is at the numpy, so that's why it's still there. And what I propose is if this is a plural classifier, and it basically, so this is something that I really need to work on by my initial hypothesis or initial proposal for blocking the other number existing at that position will be some kind of features in the DM structure.
Okay, and the last question, you mentioned, if I'm not mistaken, that when in code switching, when we find both the Cantonese plural classifier and the plural S from English.
Yeah.
Functionally, the plural S from English is more like a collective, and the Cantonese D is more like a plural. But then I have a question with that, because usually when we talk about plural, we talk about a grammatical morpheme that is obligatory, mandatory, whenever there are a plurality of reference. Usually in Western languages, at least that's how we how we define plural. It has to be obligatory. Either it's plural or it's singular. And when it is plural, it is marked except for non-countable nouns, for instance. And that's one of the reasons why, for instance, in Mandarin Chinese, we do not consider men to be a plural, but rather a collective.
In Mandarin Chinese what?
The men morpheme that comes after the nouns is not considered a plural, but a collective because of that. So how do you, well, it's surprising to me that you would choose the Cantonese morpheme to be a plural morpheme, given that plural has to be some kind of obligatory grammatical feature.
So so for example, men, this morpheme, we don't have it in Cantonese. So when we want to talk about plural, then we can only use the plural classifiers or the other two strategies. And to answer your question, you are right. In monolingual Cantonese, one single morpheme signal both collectiveness and the collections of singularities. So one morpheme for two options. But only in bilinguals, when we have two things that are available to us and we want to make it super transparent, then we will use both of them to mean different things.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That was because of fans waving flags, right?
Yes.
Yes. That was a relevant example.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I think your conclusion in the end makes absolutely sense for me with the transparency and so on in a language context situation. But I've got a question about the characteristics of the Cantonese classifier. Is it in this contact language use really a classifier, or is it? That means are there different forms for different noun classes, or is there always one and the same form for all nouns in the plural, so that it may have turned into a real plural marker from a classifier marker?
So no one actually knows where this plural classifier comes from, but in singular, so in Cantonese we only have one plural classifier. So no matter what things you talk about, and if you want to talk about more than one, then we only use these plural classifiers, or the other two strategies with the quantifier or the numeral with the singular classifiers. And for the singular part, the noun can have one or more classifiers according to their feature. And I can give an example. For example, key, it can either have the classifiers that is for long object, or the classifier for something with the handle, because it also has a small handle. So depending on which feature you want to highlight, then this classifier some classifier can be used, but not all, and some classifiers are more rigid than the others. Yeah.
Thank you for this clear and clever analysis. I really enjoyed it. I have a super simple question for you. It's about the language context. Are these bilingual speakers all in Hong Kong, or are they all over the place? Just a little bit about who's producing the data you analyzed. So the example I extracted from the previous literature will be the bilingual speaker from Cantonese, because they collect either the data from radio or from television or from YouTube video. But from the web corpus, that's something that I couldn't really answer because it's from the forum or Facebook. So we don't know which region they are from, but I assume they are from Hong Kong as well, because I look at the context when they speak, they sound very Hong Konger to me. Yeah. Thank you.
Last question, perhaps. So now these are these forms of language mixing between in bilinguals. I would be interested in what do monolinguals do with English words they use. So they lose the inflection and morpheme, or do they behave in the same way?
So unfortunately, I think nowadays in Hong Kong, we don't really have any monolingual speakers available for that. Because for this long history of language contact, everyone can speak a little bit English, even my father. So I guess it will be really difficult to test whether if they speak English words, whether they will use the S or not.
So you do not have real borrowings?
What again?
You do not have real borrowings in...
So the reason why I use language mixing is because I don't want to tell the difference between code switching and borrowing, especially in the context of Hong Kong. It's really difficult to tell the difference. Sometimes I feel like my mother is doing borrowing, but at the same time I feel like she is so flexible in using English words as well. So I don't know whether is she borrowing something or she's code switching something. So I rather use the language mixing as a term. Yeah.
So the first answer was yang.
Yeah.
Right? Yes.
Yeah, I just found fascinating the example you gave of one Cantonese word, which was brother, hing, or something like that, with the English plural morpheme. So that is really fascinating.
Yes.
Can you explain something more about this? So this would be kind of grammatical borrowing of a morpheme.
So I guess, because I also use it myself, especially when I text my friend, I think I only talk about my personal reason why I want to use the morpheme as when I use the Cantonese noun is I want to emphasize, I want to tell that person it's really a lot. Like I'm referring a group, that's why I want to use the S plus the Cantonese plural markers. And yeah, so I can only come up with this, and I sometimes ask my friend when she tests this thing to me, and I ask her like why you use both, and she said, I don't know, I just find it really outstanding and sometimes also very funny that we use the Cantonese nouns and then with the English suffix s. Yes. Yes. So we just very pop up in the Cantonese sentence because there's suddenly an English alphabet S and within all the Cantonese characters, so it's so pop up, and I think these add to some color to the sentence.
I'm sorry, I actually wanted to ask about this. I wanted to know if there's other examples of characters mixing with Roman letters, because different situation, but in mainland China, among Mandarin speakers, especially young people, it's really common right now to write a verb and then ing. To do that
we used it all the time.
Yeah, but I think for Chinese is something that is mainly related, Mandarin Chinese is something really related to social media and young people. I don't see older people using this, and I would like to know if in Cantonese there's something else.
So from the corpus, this is the only example I find. But if you are asking for the other examples, I have a lot because my friend always do that, and myself also sometimes do it as well. To answer, you're right. It's more about the younger generation phenomena because I seldom see my mom use that, but my mom understands me if I use that. So she personally won't produce this kind of thing, but she can comprehend it. So, and the ing, so the aspectual marker, we use it since like 20, 30 years ago already, and it is so common because we just want to use some English thing in our language.
Hi. It was very interesting what you talked about. And just a quick question. I was wondering, when the language is spoken, do people try to phonologically adapt the sound into a Chinese sounding
You mean Cantonese?
way? Cantonese, sorry. Or is it just a written thing?
So written definitely more, I would say, but in spoken, I sometimes hear it as well. So, but unfortunately, I can't access any audio files from the corpus or from the previous literature, so I can't really tell. But when I was in Hong Kong, when I speak with my friends, sometimes they emphasize on the S, like S, and it make me know that, okay, I know, and you want to say it is plural. But you're right, it's also wearer, so I guess they want to use it more in the written, or they forgot to use it when they speak it. Yeah.
Okay. I just want to make one comment question, yeah. And that is, you have more. There are many more cases of doubling, and it's good that you also now mentioned ing.
Yes.
But is that a case? Do you also have doubling with aspectual information? Because Peter Mauske in his 2000 book, he actually also mentions in Spanish-English mixing, you also have like double aspect. Mm-hmm. So I'm just wondering if you have the ing, that there is also in the Cantonese structure also something aspectual, and then the question, of course, is
where the doubling is.
What? So it's clear from the plurality that you can split it up into different, semantically different ways. But how would that work with?
So let me answer you the first question first. So in Cantonese and English, the aspect doubling is where to see. I mean, now I'm working on the nominal domain, so the verbal domain is something that I haven't looked at yet, so I don't know the real answer for that. But I personally use very seldom double the aspect. And I guess, it's just a pure guess, there is no analysis behind it, it's because Cantonese plural marker is always in front of the noun, but the English one is always behind the noun. So speaker feel comfortable to double it. But aspect markers in both English and in Cantonese, they are both after the noun, after the verbs. So it will be kind of bizarre but still possible. I still haven't looked at the data, so I can't tell you for real.
Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I thank the audience for staying till the end, and hopefully see you in an hour at the dinner.